Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Hey, what's up? Hi. Let's get this shite on screen and get going. We are a couple minutes behind, but we will, as always, play catch-up. We will play catch-up. But without further ado, what do we got? What? Oh. I gotta get the right locals chat up. Hope you guys had a good weekend. As always. I hope things go well for everybody. You know, like I want you all to do good things in your days. Okay.
Mr. Berman 00139. Mr. Burmister's looking at me. Oh, okay. Counsel for the state, our present counsel for the defendant.
Hey!
Are present along with
Buddy Mac, that
Ms.
sounds like good
Richins.
stuff. Now don't screw
We're
it
set
up,
this
my
morning
friend.
for a closing argument. Mr. Bloodworth, is the state ready to proceed?
Accept your
Yes, Your
grace.
Ms. Lewis?
Because you're worthy of it.
Anything before we invite the jury in? Mr. Bloodworth?
You're worthy
No,
of
sir.
grace.
Ms. Lewis?
Now,
All right.
don't abuse it.
Anything before we invite the jury in? Mr. Bloodworth?
You're worthy
No,
of
sir.
grace.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
Now,
Cody,
don't
Richins.
abuse it. No.
Anything before we invite the jury in? Mr. Bloodworth?
You're worthy
No,
of
sir.
grace.
Ms. Lewis?
Now,
Cody,
don't
Richins.
abuse it. Fucking hell. Hold on. No.
Oh, all right. Very good.
What?
Before we invite the jury in, Mr. Bloodworth.
You're worthy
No,
of
sir.
grace.
Okay. So it goes.
There we go. God. Yeah, sorry about the echo. I'm trying to get things situated.
While I have this moment, if one member from each of your respective teams would plan to meet with Brittany after closings are complete,
Oh, not
to
with
just
Brittany.
confirm that we have consensus regarding the exhibits that we're sending back into the jury room.
Yes, Your Honor. Can we address physical evidence as well? I don't think we're requesting to send any physical evidence back, but I'm not sure.
For example, the glassine bags of the gummies, etc.
Correct.
Okay. I wasn't planning to send those back, Ms. Lewis.
That's fine.
Okay. Very good.
Your Honor, is the court sending a computer back for the kind of audio-video files? Got it.
We have a air-gapped computer that will not attach to the internet or connect to the internet, that they'll be able to use to view files off a thumb drive.
Right, Your Honor.
Right on, Your Honor. Who made that gif of me doing the jump kick? That's amazing. That is amazing. Money making Mitch. I like the pattern inconsistency myself. Let's see. What's up, Lady Rackets? By the way, I guess I should say hi to you. I think I'm obligated to. All right, let's catch up. No, not the volume. I want the...
Have a seat as you can.
Oh, why would you... Ew. Look, I'm innocent. There's flowers. No. I don't know what she should wear. She should just wear that red
Have a
shirt
seat, please.
every day. Because it was the only good thing she's worn. So I have to
Ladies and
assume it's the only good thing she
gentlemen,
has.
We will begin this morning with jury instructions. Then we'll take a restroom break, and then we'll proceed with closing arguments. You have a copy of the jury instructions on your chair. You're welcome to read along, but you're not required to. You'll be able to bring those back with you into the jury room to review during your deliberations. And we can fast forward to instruction number 13. The preceding pages before.
How's the
instruction
volume on
13
everything?
Are just a written copy of the jury instructions the court gave prior to opening statements. Closing roadmap.
Oh,
Members of the
Wildcats.
jury, you
I
now
think you're about
have
to
all
be
the evidence. Three
very
things remain
surprised
to be done.
if you
First,
think
I'll give you additional instructions that you
think
will
the,
follow in deciding this case.
state hasn't
Second,
proved their case.
the lawyers will give their closing arguments. Prosecutor will go first, then the defense. Because the prosecution has the burden of proof, the prosecutor may give a rebuttal.
Court a little
Finally,
louder.
you will
Yeah.
go to the jury room to discuss and decide the case. You have two main duties as jurors. The first is to decide from the evidence what the facts are. Deciding what the facts are is your job, not mine. You are the exclusive judges of all questions of fact. The second duty is to take the law I give you in the instructions, apply it to the facts,
give
and
you the
decide
law.
if the prosecution
I
has
give you the
proved
law,
the defendant
Judge.
guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You are bound by your oath to follow the instructions that I give you, even if you personally disagree with them. This includes the instructions I gave you before trial,
Just lost
any
the cap on my
instructions I
drink.
may have given you during the trial, and these instructions. All the instructions are important, and you should consider them as a whole. The order in which the instructions are given does not mean that some instructions are more
Yes, I
important
was
than others. Whether any
sitting in
particular
bed
instruction
working on
applies
stuff.
may depend upon what you decide are
And
the
then, of
true
course, it's
facts
like, oh,
of the case.
I should go.
If an instruction applies only to facts or circumstances that you find do not exist, you may disregard that instruction. Please perform your duties fairly. Do not let any bias, sympathy, or prejudice that you may feel toward one side or the other influence your decision in any way. You must also not let yourselves be influenced by public opinion. Regarding closing arguments, when the lawyers give their closing arguments, please keep in mind that they are advocating their views of the case. What they say during their closing arguments is not evidence. If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that conflicts with what you remember, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence. If they say anything about the law that conflicts with these instructions, you are to rely on these instructions. During the trial, I've made certain rulings. I made those rulings based on the law and not because I favor one side or the other. However, if I sustained an objection, if I did not accept evidence offered by one side or the other, or if I ordered that certain testimony be stricken, then you must not consider those things in reaching your verdict. As the judge, I am neutral. If I have said or done anything that makes you think I favor one side or the other, that was not my intention. Please do not interpret anything I've done as indicating that I have any particular view of the evidence or the decision you should reach. You must base your decision only on the evidence that you saw and heard here in court. Evidence includes what the witnesses said while they were testifying under oath and any exhibits admitted into evidence. Nothing else is evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. Their objections are not evidence. My legal rulings and comments are not evidence.
I am evidence.
In reaching a verdict, consider all the evidence as I have defined it here and nothing else. You may also draw all reasonable inferences from that evidence. Regarding items not admitted into evidence, transcripts, police reports, or other written, audio, or visual materials may have been referenced during the trial but not admitted as exhibits. It's common during deliberations for jurors to ask to review these materials or to have transcripts of what witnesses said during trial. These materials, other than what
Oh,
may have
buddy.
been admitted as
We got
exhibits,
the
may not be
first
requested
member
as
joining the
part of your
stream tonight.
deliberations.
Sleeping psychopathy. How we doing?
Regarding witness credibility,
Welcome to the.
in deciding this case,
Welcome
you'll
to
need
being
to
green,
decide
girl.
how believable each witness was.
Although you're blue
Please
already,
use your
so-
judgment and common sense. Let me suggest a few things to think about as you weigh each witness's testimony. How good was the witness's opportunity to see, hear, or otherwise observe what the witness testified about? Does the witness have something to gain or lose from this case? Does the witness have any connection to the people involved in this case? Does the witness have any reason to lie or slant the testimony? Was the witness's testimony consistent over time? If not, is there a good reason for the inconsistency? If the witness was inconsistent, was it about something important or unimportant? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of other evidence presented at trial? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of human experience? Was there anything about the way the witness testified that made the testimony more or less
Morning,
believable?
double trend.
In deciding whether or not to believe a witness, you may also consider anything else you think is important. You do not have to believe everything that a witness said. You may believe part and disbelieve the rest. On the other hand, if you're
Correct,
convinced that a
Darby.
witness
The
lied,
defense did not
you may
put on a
disbelieve
case.
anything the witness said. In other words, you may believe all, part, or
Jew
none
Walsh.
of a witness's testimony.
5 gifted
You
memberships.
may believe
Thank
many
you so
witnesses
much.
against one, or one witness against many. In deciding
Tatsy,
whether a
this
witness testified truthfully,
judge has actually
please
been
remember
great.
that no one's memory is perfect. Anyone can make an honest mistake. Honest
being
people
said,
may remember the same event.
The trial was boring at the beginning, ended with a bang, and now she's
Evidence has been
gonna
presented
get
that a
found
witness
guilty,
was
guys. Like
previously convicted of a crime. This
fairly
evidence was brought
convinced.
to your attention only to help you evaluate the credibility of that witness. Do not use it for any other purpose. It is not evidence of anything else. An informant is someone who provides evidence against someone else for a personal
Oh my
reason
goodness.
or advantage.
Thank you for the gifted
testimony
memberships,
of an
Fletcher
informant
boy.
alone, if believed by the jury, may be of sufficient weight to sustain a verdict of guilt.
Sufficient
even
weight,
though
that's
not
d-
corroborated
Nestor's got
or
it covered,
supported
don't
by
worry.
other evidence. You must examine and weigh an informant's testimony with greater care than the testimony of an ordinary witness. You must determine whether the informant's testimony has been affected by self-interest, by an agreement they have with the government,
Emmanuel, where'd you
by
send
their
it? I'll go
own
look it up.
interest in the outcome of the case, or by prejudice against the defendant. You should not convict a defendant
Nestor's
based on the
wearing a
unsupported
flesh-toned
testimony of an
rug.
informant unless
what
you
an-
believe
ah.
the unsupported testimony beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, I think Wendy Lewis is going to deliver clothes, maybe. They should have
A
Ramos
person
to
may
it.
testify under a grant of immunity, that is, an agreement with the government. Their testimony alone, if believed by the jury, may be of sufficient weight to sustain a verdict of guilt, even though it's not corroborated or supported by other evidence. You should consider testimony given under a grant of immunity with greater care and caution than the testimony of an ordinary witness. You should consider whether testimony under a grant of immunity has been affected by the witness's own interest, the government's agreement, the witness's interest in the outcome of the case, or by prejudice against the defendant. On the other hand, you should also consider that an immunized witness can be prosecuted for perjury for making a false statement. After considering these things, you may give testimony given under a grant of immunity such weight as you feel it deserves. You should not convict a defendant based on the unsupported testimony of an immunized witness unless you believe the unsupported testimony beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crime charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require
What's
proof
up,
that
Laura B?
overcomes every possible doubt. If the evidence leaves you firmly convinced that the defendant
She does
is
look like a
guilty
great
of
value
the crime
paper plate.
charged, you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt
Tatsi, yeah.
and return a
No, I
verdict
know.
of not guilty.
His voice is very soothing and comforting.
The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty and denies committing the alleged crimes. Every crime has component parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. She does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. Regarding direct and circumstantial evidence, facts may be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence. The law does not treat one type of evidence as better than the other. Direct evidence can prove a fact by itself. It usually comes from a witness who perceived firsthand the fact in question. For example, if a witness testified that he looked outside, saw it was raining, that would be direct evidence that it had rained. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. It usually comes from a witness who perceived a set of related events, but not the fact in question. However, based on that testimony, someone could conclude that the fact in question had occurred. For example, if a witness testified that she looked outside and saw that the ground was wet and people were closing their umbrellas, that would be circumstantial evidence that it had rained. Before you can find the defendant
There we
guilty of
go.
any charge, there must be enough evidence.
Hopefully we'll get the
direct,
volume
circumstantial,
completely
or some
locked
of both,
down before trial.
to convince
Or
you
before,
of the defendant's guilt beyond a
the
reasonable
arguments
doubt.
start.
It is up to you to decide. You have heard evidence that before or after the alleged acts charged in this case, the defendant may have done the following: made false statements connected to the financial affairs of her business, engaged in an extramarital affair, or made false claims about whether she was the sole author of a book. This evidence was not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purposes of determining motive, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case, and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at another time. Regarding fact versus expert witnesses, there are two types of witnesses: fact witnesses and expert witnesses. Usually a fact witness can testify only about facts that he or she can see, hear, touch, taste, or smell. An expert witness has scientific, technical, or other special knowledge that allows the witness to give an opinion. An expert's knowledge can come from training, education, experience, or skill. Experts can testify about facts, and they can give their opinions in their area of expertise. You may have to weigh one expert's opinion against another's. In weighing the opinions of experts, you may look at their qualifications, the reasoning process the experts used, and the overall credibility of their testimony. You may also look at things like bias, consistency, and reputation. Please use your common sense in evaluating all witnesses, including expert witnesses. You do not have to accept an expert's opinion. You may accept it all, reject it all, or accept part and reject part. Give it whatever weight you think it deserves. You have heard the testimony of law enforcement officers. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. It is up to you to give any witness's testimony whatever weight you think it deserves. Regarding the defendant not testifying, a person accused of a crime may choose whether or not to testify. In this case, the defendant chose not to testify. Do not hold that choice against the defendant.
Don't do it. Don't hold it against her.
Guess why the defendant
I know you guys
chose
want
not
to
testify. Do not consider it in your deliberations. Decide the case only on the basis of the evidence. The defendant does not have to prove that she is not guilty. The prosecution must prove the defendant's guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Regarding conduct and mental state, a person cannot be found guilty of a criminal offense unless that person's conduct is prohibited by law and, at the time the conduct occurred, the defendant demonstrated a particular mental state specified by law. Conduct can mean both an act or the failure to act when the law requires a person to act. An act is a voluntary movement of the body, and it can include speech. As to the mental state requirement, the prosecution must prove that at the time the defendant acted, she did so with a particular mental state. For each offense, the law defines what kind of mental state the defendant had to have, if any. For some crimes, the defendant must have acted intentionally or knowingly. For other crimes, it's enough that the defendant acted recklessly or with criminal negligence or with some other specified mental state. Later, I'll instruct you on the specific conduct and mental state that the prosecution must prove before the defendant can be found guilty of the crimes charged. The law requires that the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted with a particular mental state. Ordinarily, there is no way that a defendant's mental state can be proved directly because no one can tell what another person is thinking.
Wrong.
A
I
defendant's
can.
mental state can be proved indirectly from the surrounding facts and circumstances. This includes things like what the defendant said, what the defendant did, and any other evidence that shows what was in the defendant's mind. Some definitions. On or about includes any day that is near the day alleged in the information.
On or about.
For pecuniary gain means for the acquisition of money or something of monetary value. Attempt means the actor engages in conduct that constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of the crime and intends to commit the crime, or when causing a particular result is an element of the crime, acts with an awareness that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Conduct constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of the crime when it strongly corroborates the actor's required mental state to commit the crime. Utter means any intentional act that puts a writing into circulation and implies, by word or action, that the writing is genuine. Unless these instructions give a definition, you should give all words their usual and ordinary meanings. Elements of count 1, criminal homicide, aggravated murder. Kouri Richins is charged in count 1 with committing aggravated murder between on or about March 3rd and March 4th, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements. Kouri Richins intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins under one or more of the following circumstances: for pecuniary gain or by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. To find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder, you must unanimously agree the prosecution has proven at least one circumstance listed in element 3 beyond a reasonable doubt. You must also unanimously agree which circumstance or circumstances the prosecution has proven. You will mark your decisions on the verdict form. Elements of count 2, attempted criminal homicide, attempted aggravated murder. Kouri Richins is charged in count 2
they don't look as
committing
purple in person.
attempted aggravated murder on or about February 14, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless
these jury instructions come before closing arguments.
You unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt,
Prepping the jury.
each of the following elements. Kouri Richins attempted to intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins under one or more of the following circumstances.
We only hear verdict today if they reach
pecuniary
verdict
gain,
today.
Or by
I think
means
yes.
of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each
The
and every
attempted
element
murder
has
is
been
really
proven
weak.
beyond a
They didn't do
reasonable
much
doubt,
for that sandwich.
then you must find the defendant guilty.
But I think they
On the
might
other
just
hand,
check down the
if you
line.
are not convinced that each
honestly.
and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. To find the defendant guilty of attempted aggravated murder, you must unanimously agree the prosecution has proven at least one circumstance listed in element 4 beyond a reasonable doubt. You must also unanimously agree which circumstance or circumstances the prosecution has proven. You will mark your decisions on the verdict form. Definitions of mental state related to counts 1 and 2. For the purposes of counts 1 and 2, a person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause a certain result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge when the person is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause a particular result. Elements of count 3, insurance fraud. Kouri Richins is charged in count 3 with committing insurance fraud between on or about January 29 and August 31 of 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. Kouri Richins, with intent to deceive or defraud, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly devised a scheme or artifice to obtain anything of value by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, promises, or material omissions, and the value of the property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Elements of count 4, insurance fraud. Kouri Richins is charged in count 4 with committing insurance fraud on or about June 14, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements. Kouri Richins, with intent to deceive or defraud, presented or caused to be presented any oral or written statement or representation as part of or in support of a claim for payment or other benefit pursuant to an insurance policy, certificate, or contract. Knowing that the statement or representation contained false, incomplete, or fraudulent information concerning any fact or thing material to the claim, and the value of the property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Elements of count 5, forgery. Kouri Richins is charged in count 5 with committing forgery on or about January 29, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. Kouri Richins, with purpose to defraud anyone, without the authority to do so, did make, execute, or utter a writing so that the writing or the making, execution, or utterance purports to be the act of another person. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you're convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Definitions of mental state for counts 3, 4, and 5. For purposes of counts 3, 4, and 5, a person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to engage in certain conduct. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge when the person is aware of the nature of her conduct, or is aware of the particular circumstances surrounding her conduct, or is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause a particular result. A person acts recklessly when she is aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that certain circumstances exist relating to her conduct, but she consciously disregards the risk and acts anyway, or her conduct will cause a particular result, but she consciously disregards the risk and acts anyway. The nature and extent of the risk must be of such a magnitude that disregarding it is a gross deviation from what an ordinary person would do in that situation. Conduct means either an act or an omission. Separate consideration of multiple crimes. The defendant has been charged with more than one crime. It is your duty to consider each charge separately. For each crime charged, consider all the evidence related to that charge. Decide whether the prosecution has presented proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that particular crime. Your verdict on one charge does not determine your verdict on any other charge. Regarding jury unanimity, because this is a criminal case, every single juror must agree with the verdict before the defendant can be found guilty or not guilty. That is, you must be unanimous in your verdict for each count charged. To help you in reaching unanimous agreement, I recommend that you not commit yourselves to a particular verdict before discussing all the evidence. In addition, you may not use methods of chance, such as drawing straws or flipping a coin. Rather, in the jury room, please consider the evidence and speak your minds with each other. Listen carefully and respectfully to each other's views, and keep an open mind about what others have to say. If there is a difference of opinion about the evidence or the verdict, do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that your position is wrong. On the other hand, do not give up your honestly held views about the evidence simply to agree on a verdict, to give in to pressure from other jurors, or just to get the case over with. In the end, your vote must be your own. A unanimous verdict must reflect the individual, careful, and conscientious judgment of each juror as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. In making your decision, do not consider what punishment could result from a verdict of guilty. Your duty is to decide if the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Punishment is not relevant to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
Oh my goodness. We have some
Let's
gifts.
pause there for now.
Memberships.
That went a little quicker than I
Adam
anticipated.
Day
Mr.
joining
Bloodworth, would you
as
like
a
to
new member.
proceed?
And E. Poindexter, 5 gifted memberships.
Yes, Your Honor, we
Thank
may
you so
proceed
much.
and then maybe take an intermission.
Understood.
That was not. Those could have taken way longer. This judge is just a gem. Honestly, we don't deserve it.
No problem. We sure did.
To 17 members so far today.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you like me to publish the slide deck now?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
There you are. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Kouri Richins feels aggrieved and is thus an intensely ambitious person. She feels aggrieved because growing up, her father was an alcoholic who traded parenting for prison, and her mother a gambler who traded parenting for a casino. Kouri Richins thus worked for her aunt, cleaning the homes of rich people in Park City. She was not beneath those homeowners, but she felt that she was. This fueled in her an intense desire to appear privileged, affluent, and successful. She met Eric Richins. He was a successful business owner. He had money. They had a son, married, and had 2 more sons. Kouri Richins was on her way. But she was unhappy.
Go the distance. Oh, sorry.
She wanted to leave Eric Richins, but did not want to leave his money.
Oof.
Their prenuptial agreement meant that if she left him, she would also leave most of his money. So, Kouri Richins took $250,000 in equity out of Eric Richins' home without him knowing it, so that she could start her own business and earn enough money to leave Eric Richins. Kouri Richins is intensely ambitious. First with Eric's money and then other people's money, Kouri Richins carefully curated the facade of a privileged, affluent, successful business owner. Behind the facade, however, Kouri Richins was incompetent.
That's
she
too
took
bad.
tremendous risks. She borrowed money by any means necessary at exorbitant rates. She gambled other people's money and lost. Her business was imploding. All the while, Kouri Richins was more interested in spending time with Josh Grossman than Eric.
Look, booty is booty. Come on.
She
Don't be mad
dreamed
at
of
that.
living in the Midway Mansion with Josh, running it as an event center, farming and raising kids. Eric's kids. But she did not have the money to leave Eric or the money to salvage her business. Kouri Richins is an intensely ambitious person.
Stop using that word.
She is a risk taker. There was a way forward. Eric had to die.
Maybe he's just like, I'm done, that's it.
As Judge Mrazek just instructed, there are 5 counts.
I don't think they should get to show the Poisoner's Handbook quote.
And each count has a series of elements.
What does that have to do with shit?
The state has to prove each count and each element of each count beyond a reasonable doubt. That is our burden. In this closing, we will go count by count, and then within each count, element by element, to show to you how the state has met its burden of proving aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of fraud, and forgery. That, again, is the reasonable doubt instruction that Judge Mrazek just read, and you will have back with you in the jury room. Judge Mrazek also read this instruction on what evidence is, and it's usually testimony
I don't
and
know
exhibits.
if they would allow them
Reiterate
to.
what the attorneys
Whiteboards
say
and
is not
chalkboards
evidence. And
are
as
more
I asked
dynamic.
you in opening, please
more
focus
interesting to
on
me than
the evidence.
PowerPoints. I hate PowerPoints. I hate them. Everybody hates PowerPoints. Stop using them.
Throughout this presentation, I generally use this format for slides. And so everybody understands where we are, the count, and then the element within the count is at the top in the red banner. We then quote some witness testimony, and we cite it because it's the evidence that matters, so that you have you'll have the exhibits back with you when you deliberate, and you can reference them. Usually it's a transcript, page, line, number of the testimony. We also publish exhibits. And usually we'll have an exhibit number down here. If there's an exhibit, whatever, 2-5, so you can reference it. Let's begin with the aggravated murder count. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was the person who committed the aggravated murder. The evidence will prove that she intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins, here by means of administering to him the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber. She intended to kill him with the illicit street drugs. It doesn't matter what illicit street drugs. We'll get into it more. It doesn't matter if it was the propofol, if it was the fentanyl that actually killed him, if it was oxy or some other illicit street drugs. She bought illicit street drugs to kill Eric Richins.
Oh, God, how are you?
That's what matters. That's murder. These two elements
This
are
guy
just
sounds
murder.
shaky. He's been good all
Right? If we
trial.
hide
but
this, that's a murder charge.
He doesn't sound confident. in
Here
this.
we
It
have an
bothers me.
aggravated murder charge, and the state will prove two separate and distinct aggravators. The first is for pecuniary gain. This is a why aggravator. Why did Kouri Richins kill Eric? For money. The second aggravator is a how aggravator. How did she do it? Here, by the administration of any substance, here it happens to be fentanyl, but it could be any substance administered in a lethal amount. Either one of those aggravators are what transforms this case from a murder case to an aggravated murder case. So, first count, first
Thunder Kid,
element, was it Kouri Richins? Yes.
The defense
state has proved that
didn't
Kouri
have a
Richins
defense. They just rested
Had the
immediately.
means, here the fentanyl, the illicit street drugs, the motive, here money, and a fresh start at life, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. She was the only other adult in the home at the time. Nobody else killed Eric Richins. Now, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins by administering the illicit street drugs. The state will prove with all kinds of evidence, testimony, exhibits, patterns of her behavior, and what each of us know about humans, that she intended to cause Eric's death. She intended it probably as early as December the 7th, 2021, when she booked a trip for her and Josh Grossman to the Caribbean for April. People don't book that trip. Kouri Richins did not book that trip thinking Eric Richins would be alive in April. She booked it knowing he would not.
She book it. He is off today. He doesn't sound good. He doesn't sound confident. Bothers
In
me.
December, before Eric died, before Kouri Richins murdered Eric, she told her friend, Becky Lloyd, in many ways it would be better if he were dead. That proves she intended to cause his death. This was the New York Life policy that covered the C&E buy-sell agreement. And on January the 1st, 2022, Kouri Richins changed the life insurance beneficiary on Cody's policy from Eric to her. The evidence proves that Kouri Richins didn't understand that was Cody's policy. And when she figured it out, she went ahead and changed it back.
I
Because she
fucking
planned
hate
to
you,
murder
locals.
Eric. She did
I
not
hate
plan
you
to murder
guys.
Cody.
Stop posting that
But she
gift.
planned to
I'm
murder.
gonna kill you.
Kouri Richins asked two people, Hayden Jeffs and Carmen Lauber, for the Michael Jackson drug. Kouri Richins was a suburban mother real estate agent. She does not know a lot about the illicit street drug world. But she knows Michael Jackson died
Thank you, Rosalind.
from taking drugs.
In close here, he had to
She
scale
doesn't
back.
know how to order street drugs.
She asked
but
for
she knows She
fentanyl.
wants the Michael Jackson stuff. She knows she wants it because it is lethal, it is fatal, it kills.
They have
And
credibility
she wanted
issues
lethal, fatal death.
on her asking for the fentanyl directly, I believe. So they went with the Michael Jackson statement, which sticks better with the jury anyway.
Kouri Richins is intensely ambitious. She wanted the perfect life, or at least the appearance of the perfect life.
They're
For
little
her, that meant
graphics.
Josh Grossman. But first, Eric had to go away.
So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She just told me that she had a friend that wanted,
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxys, or what did she ask for?
No. I think she might have asked for blue. Man, I can't remember.
But you sold her M30s, right?
Yeah, I told her what she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so she,
Yeah,
it
for-
wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that, and she got the M30s.
Right, no.
Okay. She knew that there was fentanyl in those pills.
Absolutely.
At Kouri Richins' request, Carmen Lauber purchased illicit street drugs from Robert Crozier. It's those illicit street drugs that killed Eric Richins. It's those illicit street drugs that Kouri used to murder Eric Richins. And while there may be some question as to whether she specifically ordered fentanyl or she knew she was getting fentanyl, the evidence proves she at least knew it. She wanted fatal, lethal, illicit street drugs.
Who doesn't?
All the testimony from Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier, digital forensics, we'll get into it, all confirm that Kouri Richins ordered and received illicit street drugs, and that those street drugs contained fentanyl. Is all that matters. But you heard the testimony that despite confusion in what people were ordering, people were getting fentanyl. The fake M30s looked like the real, the fake M30s looked like the real M30s. Everything on the street.
This part of their
in early
argument's shaky.
2022 had
I think that's what's
fentanyl.
bothering
That's
him.
how we know that it was this purchase that
Because he
ended
knows
up
the fentanyl argument didn't play out the way they
killing
wanted
Eric.
it to.
It's the fentanyl. We can trace the fentanyl. Next slide. The digital forensics corroborate Carmen Lauber's testimony that 5 days before
What's up, Muppet
Kouri Richins
Angela?
murdered Eric Richins, Carmen Lauber purchased for Kouri Richins fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. The call detail records show an extraordinary amount of overlapping communication between Carmen Lauber, Kouri Richins, Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier during that time. We, of course, don't have the communications. Carmen Lauber deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal. Kouri Richins deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal and a murder.
And a murder?
Robert Crozier said he had lost his phone. But that's
I
an
didn't delete-
extraordinary number of communications.
I didn't delete nothing. I just lost it.
We know that Kouri Richins, the evidence proves that Kouri Richins used a Moscow Mule and a shot to administer the fentanyl to Eric. She writes it in her orange notebook where she journals what happened the night she murdered Eric. It's a self-serving journal. We'll discuss that down the road.
We'll talk about that later. When later? You're in
She
closing.
wrote Moscow Mule and a lemon drop shot. And that is consistent with all the toxicology. Again, in the notes that investigators recovered from the kitchen cabinet in Kouri Richins' home, she wrote Moscow Mules. Lemon water, vodka, and rum.
I'll pause the ads.
She left out the
during
main
argument.
ingredient,
Sorry about that.
which of course is the ginger beer. But there was ginger beer. We know that from the Cock and Bull that OME investigator Cam Sessions found in the trash can in the kitchen. It's interesting that Kouri Richins wrote vodka in parentheses rum. The evidence may show that the Moscow Mule she made that night was ginger beer and fentanyl. The lemon drop shot may be lemon and fentanyl.
This is the
Notice that
easiest
here she writes
close
drinking
ever.
bed. We'll
What are
come
you
back to that in a
doing?
minute.
You just put up the crime, put up the
The
piece
cock
of
and
evidence
bull,
that
as I
fulfills
mentioned,
each element.
corroborates
Just do
At
that.
least a Moscow Mule.
Be like, come on, guys. Just say, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come
And then we
on.
know the cause of death from the death certificate was fentanyl. The fentanyl and the illicit street drugs that Kouri Richins got from Carmen Lauber, who got from Robert Crozier. We know that Eric ingested the fentanyl from the Moscow Mule, the lemon drop shop, or both. Medical examiner Dr. Pamela Ulmer, toxicologist Brianna Peterson, chief medical examiner Dr. Eric Christensen, all testified that the 20,000 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl, an extraordinary amount,
It's so much.
in his stomach indicates oral ingestion.
It's so much.
Indeed, Dr. Christensen
That's a lot of
not
fentanyl.
only testified to it, he told Kouri Richins that in their phone call that she recorded.
She's got to be having a rough time up there.
Ms. Peterson's testimony, as well as Dr. Christensen, also proves that the fentanyl was illicit. Again, illicit, coming from the street, illegal street drug, illicit fentanyl. And it was their testimony, right, was that there was not only fentanyl in the toxicology, but there was norfentanyl, which was a marker of an illicit fentanyl. There's also acetyl.
Why do you keep saying fentanyl?
As well.
It's fentanyl.
But
That's it.
The norfentanyl that is a marker of illicit fentanyl, which completely tracks with how Kouri Richins got the illicit street drugs. We also know that Kouri Richins intended to kill Eric Richins because the toxicology contained quetiapine.
Your Honor, we may have lost the audio.
Let's reset. My apologies.
Is an antipsychotic medication.
Last one. What is quetiapine? Quetiapine?
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication. It's called Seroquel.
Okay. I gotcha.
It's a prescription mental health medication that's prescribed for different things.
I gotcha.
The quetiapine in the toxicology for Eric Richins shows that Kouri Richins was involved because she was prescribed quetiapine. Now, this conversation that she recorded with Dr. Christensen is also very insightful. She pretends to not know what quetiapine is. It's her prescription. Of course she knows what it is. She pretends to not know what it is to cover up her involvement in putting the quetiapine inside Eric's body. She feigns the ignorance. She covers up her conduct in murdering Eric Richins in several ways throughout, beginning the night she murdered him, all the way through the walk the dog letter. In the orange notebook, she writes, she jumped out of bed, ran, turned on the lights, grabbed her phone, and called 911.
It's a lot of steps.
The evidence proves that is not true. The evidence proves that when she returned to their bedroom, Kouri Richins says she was in Ashton's room. There's no evidence of that. But she returned from somewhere to their bedroom, unlocked her phone, put it on speaker. There's no call detail records showing a call at that time. But she may have called on Wi-Fi, somebody. That would not appear in the call detail records. It would appear on her phone.
What?
If her phone had not been deleted.
What is this? What is this? You don't need to do this.
Overruled. Please have a seat.
She then unlocked her phone
Defense
again
just
at
tried to
308,
object.
310, 315.
Judge says overruled. But that was bullshit. Like, that was honestly
319.
some bullshit.
And then 15 minutes later, she
He
called
just, like,
911.
He just invented something that
That is
wasn't
not
in evidence.
Immediately called 911.
We're marking that down as a
Perhaps she
state
was
screw
staging
up.
the scene during these 15 minutes.
I mean, that was
We're going to
just
discuss the 911
that was just
call in
flat
a
out
minute.
bullshit.
This is a receiver activation.
That makes me mad.
At 3:22:12, when we're in the 911 call, she's on receiver on her phone. The 911 call operator asks her, "Are you on speakerphone?" She says yes. No. She's on receiver. Before we play this, sorry, we're going to listen to the first part, actually most of the 911 call again. I ask that as you listen to it, you'll hear the first minute. The first minute is not the sound of a wife becoming a widow. To echo her friend Chelsea Barney, the first minute is the sound of a wife becoming a black widow.
I'm sorry, a wife
Listen
becoming
to how Kouri
a black.
Richins on the 911 call
Thomas Jefferson?
immediately presents, very soon after the call begins, presents her alibi narrative. Listen to how she tells the 911 dispatcher where she was when Eric died. She is distancing herself. Rather than, he's not breathing, he has no pulse, I have to figure out what to do, I need help. She's saying, hey, look, I was not there, I was in my son's room. That's her alibi. She's distancing herself from the time and the place that she murdered Eric. The 911 call operator asks her to perform CPR. Notice how she distances herself from that. No, I don't know how. No, he's too heavy. No, I can't move him. She is not immediately trying to revive him. We're going to run a clock from the time
Sorry,
that the dispatcher
I'm trying to
asks
set
her
something up
if she can start
on my desk.
CPR to the time she purportedly starts it. It's 6 minutes. Listen, please, to the portion of the 911 call where the operator instructs Kouri Richins how to remove Eric from the bed. Listen how the dispatcher says, move to the side of the bed. Kouri Richins says she does. Remove the pillows. Pull the arm, pull the
Pillows?
leg, lift up the sheath, pull him off. If Kouri Richins is following the instructions of the 911 dispatcher, Eric Richins' body is on the floor on the side of the bed, not the foot of the bed where it was found. Listen also to her choice of language. She has dehumanized Eric Richins. When she is talking about removing Eric from the bed and she is protesting and she is saying she cannot, she is not saying, I can't move him. She is saying, I can't move it.
That's kind
Eric
of funny.
is no longer a him to him. She murdered Eric. Eric is an it. Finally, listen to when she says she is performing CPR and the phone is on speaker.
This will be me when I start my UFC
The phone's
career.
not on speaker. Determine whether she's performing CPR. Okay, Scott.
My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 1987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on.
Kind of takes the sting out of the whole thing.
He's not breathing?
Because she's saying he here.
He's not breathing? No.
She didn't dehumanize him.
I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know.
I think the 911 call
You don't know. I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing
bad
to
for
do
her
CPR?
in general, but like,
Yeah. Okay.
it's not what he said.
If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, there's not available. Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay? Okay. Are you right by your husband right now? Yes, he's so pale. His mouth is open. Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the ground? I can't. I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it.
She just said I can't
guide
touch
you through
him.
CPR.
Why are they doing this?
Take
Put
a deep
the
breath for me.
fucking
I'm here with
facts
you.
on a fucking chalkboard and just say, look, that's it. That's your clothes.
He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse? No. There's no pulse.
This is a dumb like the state said that she said something that she didn't say. It's not consistent at all.
I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay? Okay. Tell me when you've done that. Okay, I'm ready. You're ready? Okay, he's on the floor? He's on the bed. Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor? Let me try. His spots on it. I don't know what's happening. Okay. I'm here with you. Are you not able to move him to the floor? Go out. Don't come in here.
Your closing argument shouldn't give me sympathy for
You're not able to move him to the floor?
the accused.
Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them. No, he's just too heavy.
There's another he.
Still on the bed? Yes. Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress? Yes. Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under the head. Okay. Okay. I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now. Okay. Tell me when he's on the floor. I can't move it. It's just dead weight. You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him.
This isn't. He misrepresented her here, and he didn't need to. She's not referring to it as his body. She's referring to the whole thing.
I have the ambulance.
She's supposed to use the sheets and pull him down. She can't
There's another
do it.
way to do this, okay? Grab their
She said
feet.
him like
Grab his
50
feet.
times.
Slide them towards you.
Oh, she
until they're just off the bed.
She just said them. Is she dehumanizing him as well? Like, what are we doing here?
How old is your husband?
39.
39?
And again, she did it. They don't need to do this. Prosecutors always try this
Okay, were
shit.
you able to...
We already
off
hate
the
the
bed?
criminal. You don't need to help us.
Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him.
Okay.
Once they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing
Gerard,
great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor.
I'll talk about my
Okay, he's on the floor. You got him on the floor?
strategy when they're done.
Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his
But
his
I've
head.
alluded to it a
Is
couple
he laying
times.
flat on his back?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Every time. You're going to laugh at nipples
Put
every
your
time.
other hand on top of the
What
that
is
hand.
this? What the fuck are we listening to the 911
Okay?
call in
Tuck-
its
tuck
entirety
the
for?
chest hard
Why-
and fast at least twice
We
per
don't need
second
this.
and 2 inches deep.
There are way worse
Okay,
911
start
calls
counting
than
out loud
this.
so I can count with you, okay? We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
This call actually to me is the most sympathetic thing in the case. I don't think this hurts
Okay,
Kouri
1,
at all.
2, 3, 4. Do you know
This
the front door
911
is
call
open?
isn't that weird,
No.
except for right here.
Are you? I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you?
That's all my kids.
Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door?
Yeah, it's unlocked.
It's unlocked now.
Yeah, he's here. He's there.
Okay.
Now, for her, it's not good that that's the best piece of evidence for her. It's the most sympathetic. That's not a good thing. But for the state, why are you doing this? This is a waste of
protesting.
everyone's time.
It was part of the 6-minute delay in Kouri Richins performing CPR.
Lots of people can't perform CPR,
I can't move
though.
it. It is just dead weight.
Right on the screen, he's too heavy. Right there. It's right there. You can't, like, that undermines your whole thing. She says he
Contrast
and him
that 911
50 to
call
1 on the it.
with her self-serving
versus it.
text message
That was just dumb.
to her best friend, Chelsea
You don't
Barney.
need to do that part of it.
I tried so fucking hard to save him, his lifeless body on my bedroom floor. I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life, that I needed him. None of that happened. She's covering up her involvement in murdering Eric Richins.
Yeah, I agree on her not doing the CPR, but also the EMTs were arriving. Like, she should have done
Recall
the CPR.
the alibi narrative at
But also
the
the
beginning of the
EMTs are
911
coming.
call. Her letting the 911 operator and everyone know that she was not with Eric when he died. I was somewhere else. I was distant in place and time.
Which, again, that makes sense if she was distant in
When she
place and
calls her
time.
father-in-law,
That's
Eric's
not
dad, Gene
weird.
Richins, what does she say right at the outset? I was sleeping with Asha and I came into the room. Gene, I wasn't there. Wasn't me.
Yeah, because he died 6
When Eric's
hours
sister
ago.
Katie arrives, He wasn't breathing. I went to bed. I was in Ashton's room. He was having nightmares. I wasn't there. It was not me.
Again, I think she
For
did it.
alibi.
But if
For
she was
cover-up.
in her son's room because her son was sick, as she said, then she wouldn't be in there for
This
6
is
hours. It makes sense at that
The
point.
written form
The
that
story at least adds up.
sheriff's deputies gave
And I think she's guilty.
Kouri Richins early morning of March 4th to write out what happened. It says, describe in detail what you saw, know, or heard of the incident. Where does she start? Eric and I put the kids to bed around 9 p.m. We had a drink. In Kouri Richins' mind, that's when the incident started. It was the drink, and she knew it because she put the fentanyl in the drink.
Fentanyl.
She didn't start with,
Stop with
I
the
walked
fentanyl.
into the bedroom at 3 a.m. My
Fentanyl.
husband was not breathing and cold. Describe the incident. The incident for her begins around 9:15 when she has the drink, because she knows that is in fact when the incident began. And then more of her self-serving alibi narrative. It wasn't me, I wasn't there. Before she gets into really what matters. Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. We know it was intentional because she planned the immediate reaction. When she spoke with Eric's sister, Katie, very shortly after medical examiners rolled Eric Richins' body out of his home for the last time, she told Katie that she was going to plan the Midway, she was going to follow through with the purchase of the Midway mansion. She was going to sell the home that she was living in. And she had a plan for running Eric's business, C&E. The morning of Eric's death. She had those plans in place because she knew she was going to murder Eric. She had already thought about not only murdering him, but what I'm doing immediately after murdering him. Her plan with the Midway mansion is consistent with her dream of living there with Josh Grossman, running it as an event center, farming and raising Eric's kids. Her plan to sell the home she lived in proves that she had no idea that home was in a trust. And she couldn't sell it. Her plan on running Eric Richins' half of C&E shows that she did not understand the buy-sell agreement, the life insurance coverage on the buy-sell agreement, or that that life insurance coverage went to the trust, not her. The morning Eric died, she had a plan on how she was spending Eric's money and didn't realize it was trust money.
That was a little bit better. Hitting on the financial motives important.
We know that Kouri Richins intended to kill Eric. The evidence proves that she intended to kill Eric.
They don't have
In
to
part
prove
based on her
the poison.
conversation with Josh Grossman.
They could also just
shortly
prove the
after
financial
killing
motive,
Eric.
as the judge said in his jury instruction.
Kouri Richins asked Josh if
Thank
he
you, Nana
had
Bear.
ever killed anybody. Killed was her word. Not have you ever lost a loved one. How do you agree? Not have you ever walked in and found a dead body unexpectedly.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, he was
Not
deployed to
how you
Iraq.
respond to a
That
tragic
makes
and
sense.
horrible accident.
Damn it.
It is how you
What is
have
with
you
this?
killed.
Yes,
And then
because
she asked
he was
how
an
it made
infantryman
him
in a
feel.
war. You fucking idiot.
She asked that because she was working through her own feelings on killing.
Yeah, but that
and wanted
question's
Josh
not
to
that
help her work
weird.
through those feelings. And never mind that that's a highly selfish question. She's worried about working through her feelings on killing.
How do you know?
Never mind Josh Grossman's feelings
Wait,
on having had to have killed in service of his country. It was her feelings that matter.
I'm opposed to Kouri Richins, and this is dumb. Again, she's getting to know someone romantically
Walk the
by her
dogleg.
story. This is her
There's a
paramour.
lot
This
to
is her
unpack
lover.
in
She's
this.
getting to
But
know
right
him.
now, let's unpack the fact that
They're in this like intimate
Kouri
sort of
Richins
moment.
says
She's gone through loss. Have you ever killed any? Like, did you ever kill anyone?
Eric gets pain pills and fentanyl from
This
Mexico.
guy's deployed to Iraq. This isn't that
She
weird.
goes on to talk
I hate
and
this.
says, Eric
I hate this
finally
close.
told me and asked if Carmen could get him some pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Some refers back to pain pills in Mexico from fentanyl. Sorry, pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Kouri Richins knows 4 months after she's been arrested for Eric Richins' murder, a year and a half after she murdered him, she knows that she bought fentanyl, and she has to explain it.
No, God, that's a funny question.
How does she explain it?
No,
A year and a half
that's
after
that's good
murdering
trolling.
Eric Richins,
That was
she
chef's
blames it
kiss.
on Eric. Oh, I bought it for Eric. That's the sum of the evidence. Her self-serving statement asking her brother to testify falsely that she brought it from Eric. For Eric. Year and a half after she murdered. Kouri Richins did not tell the 911 dispatcher, hey, I just bought some fentanyl for Eric. She didn't tell the paramedics
Yeah, I pulled
he
it
might
up
be
on
dying
screen,
from the
Sean.
fentanyl I just bought for him. He didn't tell the deputies that responded. He didn't tell Detective Woody. He didn't tell Dr. Ulmer. Didn't tell Christensen. Didn't tell her friends. Didn't tell her family. All the off-ramps she had the opportunity to take to say, hey, I bought the fentanyl for Eric. She doesn't, because it did not happen. She did not concoct this story until a year and a half after she killed him. And it is a story. It's a fake story that she wants her brother to testify to. There are, of course, other inaccuracies. Kouri Richins in the Orange Notebook writes, self-servingly, when the EMT walked up to me and said he didn't make it, we did all we could, I lost it, I immediately ran to the bathroom. This is the video of when the EMT walked up to her.
Family coming soon. Kids are
sit to the left. Yeah, I think the master bedroom. Or the master bedroom. So basically, she said, went to bed at 9:30.
Cat Slave, you chose correctly. No shade to Law Talk with Mike, but I'm sure his show is great.
We'll stop it
You
there.
picked correctly.
We could play it for several more minutes. She doesn't immediately
Yeah.
or
Sean, the
otherwise
question was
run
funny.
to the bathroom
That's all.
and throw up. When people make up stories, they are inconsistent in the retelling.
What?
Here, in the Orange Notebook,
When people tell stories that they
Kouri
don't make up,
Richins
a lot of times they're inconsistent in the retelling too,
says they make the Moscow Mule and the lemon drop
especially
shot
like a year apart.
in the
like,
kitchen.
they
and
don't
then they
need
go
to
to bed
do
and brush
this
their
part.
teeth. Here, they drink it in the bedroom, not the kitchen. Kouri Richins tells her attorney, it's on the right, she tells her attorney that Eric was on the phone when she went into Ashton's bedroom. But Eric Richins' phone activity tells a different story. Kouri Richins repeatedly said that she went into Ashton's bedroom 9:30, 9:45. Eric was off the phone before 9.
Yeah, he was too busy dying.
In the Orange Notebook, Kouri Richins says that Eric was awake when she went into Ashton's room. And that rambling phone call with Bryce Knutson that Chelsea Barney recorded, she suggests that he was asleep because she says when she returned to the bedroom about 3 a.m., Eric was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. That means she was there when he fell asleep, not in Ashton's room. Her story is inconsistent in the details.
Your
That proves that
closing
much of it
is inconsistent
is fake.
in being attention grabbing, in relaying useful facts, in tying the facts to the
We've
evidence,
read text
or to
messages
the elements
throughout
of the
this
crimes.
presentation. We'll continue to publish some more for you to read.
Why are you publishing for
None of
them
those
to
text
read?
messages were recovered from Kouri Richins' phone.
Who
They were
cares?
recovered from Eric's phone, Chelsea Barney's phone, Josh Grossman's phone, but not Kouri Richins' phone.
Yeah, we
Because
got
they
it.
were deleted.
Her phone is deleted.
That is part of her cover-up. When comparing the contents of the phone with few to no text messages, with the contents of the call detail records, with thousands of text messages,
The jury just went
That's
through
how we
this
know they were
for
deleted.
2.5 weeks. They just went through this thing.
when Detective Woody
Put
executed
the
the
element
first
on the
of the
on the
search warrants
whiteboard.
on April the 13th,
Put the
2022,
evidence that fills the element.
and she
next
informed
to it.
Kouri Richins
Here,
that
here,
toxicology
here. You know
showed
she did
that Eric
this.
died
Done.
of fentanyl poisoning.
Do it for every crime.
Detective Woody seized her phone.
Do
On her
that.
phone that she got to replace the
Tell a
seized
narrative
phone,
story.
on the phone that Kouri Richins got to replace the seized phone. These are the searches. What was Kouri Richins worried about? She was worried about the police recovering all her deleted text messages. Why? They're inculpatory. They would further prove that Kouri Richins bought drugs from Carmen Lauber to then murder Eric Richins.
Seriously,
Her phone searches reveal what she was thinking.
this isn't a long story.
She's worried about being investigated. She's worried about having to take a lie detector test. She's worried about my office.
Some of this stuff is
She's
useful.
worried about her seized electronics.
Where does it tie into the elements of each crime? Where does it tie into the elements of each crime? Show
Prison
the jury.
is on her mind.
We got to show you this. Here it is. We got to show you this.
So is money.
Here it is.
She's interested in the life insurance. We don't know precisely when these searches were conducted. It's just not in the digital data.
No, I don't think she's
We have
going to
the data
walk
we
because of the
have.
closing. And I have full faith in the
But we do
defense
know
to
that-
do worse.
She hasn't been paid out yet on life insurance. And she started getting paid out in June of 2022. And this phone she got in April of 2022. So the inference is that these searches occurred between April and June of 2022. This one's the most insightful. If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? She didn't search if someone accidentally ODs. She doesn't search if somebody is dead for unknown reasons. She searches if somebody is poisoned, because that is what happened. Now we have to prove that Kouri Richins intended to murder Eric Richins,
Double trend, I'll play it.
which means we have to prove that Eric Richins
Just
did
waiting
not
for
commit
close to be done.
suicide. Kouri herself says he didn't. No mental health concerns. But the other evidence proves it as well. Eric had every reason to live. The first three of which are Carter, Ashton, and Weston. He was a phenomenal father. He protected his boys. He put his money in trust mostly for the benefit of them, to protect them. He was a protector. He's not leaving his boys. He was also planning for the future. He was a successful business person, and he and Cody had future business plans. He had future plans with his sister. They were planning family vacation to Disneyland. He was planning on buying a cabin in the Uintas with his father for the family. Every shred of evidence in this case proves that Eric did not commit suicide. This wasn't an accidental overdose. Eric Richins did not use drugs. He did not use illicit drugs. Set aside THC gummies. Kouri Richins said no, never to Deputy Wynn and Paramedic Offred. These are people that it would have made sense to tell he used illicit drugs to in the moment as Paramedic Offred's trying to save Eric's life. But no, she was honest. Nope, never. Same thing with Dr. Ulmer as they're reviewing the toxicology and trying to explain the fentanyl, right? Dr. Ulmer's like, well, there's this fentanyl, really can't explain it. Did he do illicit drugs? No, never. Grossman, she's honest with anybody. She's honest with Grossman. No, Eric did not use drugs. Her best friend, another person she's honest with, Nope. Life insurance company? No. Chief medical examiner? No. And every bit of evidence that came into this case, everyone who testified and knew Eric well, his friends, his family, no, Eric didn't use illicit drugs. Not even prescription drugs. Your Honor, this might be a good place to take a break.
Let's do it.
You're going to take a break in the
Folks,
middle
one
of
moment.
close?
Just a friendly reminder. Don't talk about the case. Don't allow anybody to
Why
talk
would
to
you do
about
that?
it. Do not
Ah,
do anything
everything
with
about
your
this is
devices during
stupid.
this break related to this case at all. We'll return at 10:20. Please rise for the jury.
Judge Gage signed 15 hours for close. What? Why?
Until 10:20. Thank you.
Muppet Angela, you be quiet. You're not allowed to call me a Muppet. Why didn't they just take a break before close and just deliver a concise closing argument? I get that there's like 9 charges and some of them are kind of complex, but not really. The state should lay off the attempted murder charge because they really didn't prove out that sandwich issue very well. Like that whole thing. Notice how that kind of just fell by the wayside. And I think the state was fine giving that up. They know that they're not going to get her on the attempted murder unless they get her on the murder anyway. Getting her on the murder is what matters. That's the one that's going to sell it. The murder's the focus. So drop the focus on the attempted murder. Who cares? Who cares? You know, it'd be interesting if the state said that in their closing argument. You know what? We couldn't really prove out this attempted murder, but we could easily prove this one. They shouldn't do that. It's not what they should do. It'd be an interesting way, like, to see if there is a way to admit that they really didn't prove that one out and that the jury should disregard it. They should just say, we weren't able to present the case that we wanted to. Some witnesses didn't say the things that we thought they were going to say or whatever for the attempted murder. But man, we've got her on the murder. Do we ever have her? We've got her. I said she's a good murderer. She's very good. Not a great bartender. Not good. Reactions that are allergic and sometimes fatal. But like, just lay that out there. We're going to throw that away. We don't need you to focus on that. So we're not really worried about her trying to kill her husband. She did kill her husband. I think that's an interesting tactic. I'm not convinced of it yet. I'm still, like, it's still developing in my head. But pretty much anything is a better story than what this guy's telling. This story is disjointed. It's messy. It's not telling a narrative, and it's not linking me to the elements of each criminal act. I'm serious. Get a whiteboard or a blackboard, depending on how racist you are. One of them's cheaper, but you know, you're not allowed to own it. And you write down the crime element of the crime that they have to prove and the piece of evidence that proves it. That's all you need to do. Say, this is what we need to show you. Here's the evidence that shows you that. This is when it happened in trial. You remember, this witness testified to this. This witness testified here. Here you go. If you believe this evidence, you've got that element. Next thing. If you believe this evidence, you've got that element. You believe this evidence, you've got that element. All 5 of those things, that makes a murder. Put it in a documentary, sell it to Netflix. You've got a story. I'm going to tell you that story in a minute, but I'm showing you right now that we showed you every piece of evidence required for you to convict Kouri Richins and have a clean conscience about it, because we have shown you beyond a reasonable doubt that she murdered her husband. Then you move on to the insurance fraud. We have to prove that she did this knowingly, intentionally, and for the purposes of pecuniary gain. Here you go, here you go, here you go, here you go. We've shown you that she's committed insurance fraud, that she did it knowingly, that she did it intentionally. And of course, as you know now, but no one knew then, that she did it with the intention of killing her husband. Just do that. Then tell the story at the end. Show them what they're supposed to see. Tell them the story. And maybe skim through it again one more time. Every single element of every single accusation. If you believe this evidence, and that's your job, jury, your job is to determine if this evidence is sufficient to tell the story, or if this evidence is the story, if it is the story. Because the defense had, oh wait, no, the defense doesn't have any other evidence, do they? You don't even have to weigh whether this evidence is better than other evidence, because we're the only ones who told you how Eric died. The defense, they don't even have a theory about it. They have no idea. They didn't bring a single person out to tell you, to show you a single thing to compete with any of this. So we've shown you how he died, how Kouri killed him. Tie it all together with a nice little bow at the end about why this narrative makes sense. Sell it. It's done. She's done. They don't need to do this thing like she dehumanized her husband in a 911 call. Why are you making them listen to this again? You really think the 911 call sells the murder? I don't think so. I don't think it helps her, but.
Guilty, not because the state proved the case, but because the defense has awful fashion choices.
And man, do they ever. Oh, Nestor looks embarrassing today.
Nick, did you know Kouri's mom, Lisa Darden, was investigated for murder of her lover in 2006? He passed by an overdose of Oxy. I just heard it on a podcast this morning.
I haven't heard all the details, but I've heard some similarities and some things. You know, maybe she learned from mom. Maybe mom did it. You know, she called her mom when he was dead. Maybe mom did it. Maybe mom snuck it in there. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe mom encouraged it. That's all speculative. That's a joke. It's not real. It's not like meant to be an accusation. But you do kind of wonder like how people get certain ideas to do things, and who knows? Geocache says, why plead not guilty if you put up no defense? Well, remember, I mean, I'm going to say this. It's always in the abstract, though. You're not required to put up a defense. The prosecution is required to put up a prosecution that is beyond a reasonable doubt. So the no defense strategy is sometimes better than the low defense strategy. The idea is that if they can't bring very many good or favorable facts, they're not going to elicit anything, you know, that is going to be that helpful. The idea is to reduce the amount of harm that's being done and then plead the insufficiency of the state's case. Say, they had to prove this out. Our client doesn't have to do anything. Our client doesn't have to say a word. We don't have to call a witness. She has a right to sit silently. But she also has a right to cross-examine her accusers. Those are two different amendments, and those rights manifest in two different ways. The state brought every one of her accusers forward. We cross-examined them. We showed that they can't be trusted. Every single one of them had motivation to lie. Every single one of them had inconsistencies in their stories. Those are on the character witnesses, you know, on the witnesses, rather than the investigative team. But you could even call into question the investigative team. The investigative team from the start did a bad job. We showed you that. We don't know why. We don't know what their motives are. It doesn't matter. We don't have to. We don't have to prove that. All we have to do is show you that they didn't prove a murder, and they didn't. That's a strategy you can go with. But if you start to mount a defense, if you start bringing in witnesses to defend you, then you do open up a couple possibilities. One, you add to the record in favor of the prosecution by accident, like unintentionally. Two, you have the problem where a juror misinterprets a defensive fact for a state fact, like they see it a different way. And they go, oh, no. I actually think that makes him look, or makes her look worse. That's another problem. And what was the third one? So the first one is, yeah, you add facts. The second one is they could misinterpret facts. And the third one is just in general, if you don't have many facts to add at all, like if your case is just really sparse, that looks bad just as a conceptual problem. Like, why don't they have a more robust defense? Why don't they have more witnesses? Better to go with none in those cases. But I think the state here has set it up. I'm going to have to disagree with Sean here. He says that lead detective was the worst dressed person. He literally dressed up as an optical illusion with the checkered shirt and the striped tie. No, the worst dressed person was a private investigator with that neck brace. No, I'm just kidding.
Bloodworth, are we ready?
No, it's Nestor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Sean.
She looks like she's wearing the skin of herself. Like she skinned herself and put it on as a jacket.
Please have a seat as you commit.
Cat Slave says, micropene, so small it can't be seen. Sung to the Spider-Man theme. Is it micropene, it's so small it can't be seen.
Please have a seat.
Is that it? I don't
Mr.
remember.
Bloodworth, you can make sure that mic is still on, and please proceed. Very good.
Guys,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Megan Kelly keeps saying micropene about Mark Levin. I'm dying.
Recall at the outset of closing when we were looking at the aggravated murder charge. I mentioned the first two elements are murder, and then we get into the two aggravators. So the closing up until now has been the murder charge. That is straight murder.
Not gay
but the
murder.
state, of course, has charged aggravated murder. So now we'll talk about the two aggravators. The why aggravator, money motive, and the how aggravator, administering any substance in a lethal amount.
Yeah, they have to kind of pull back
Brooke
from the
Carrington's
fentanyl thing
testimony.
because he just never really nailed it down that it was fentanyl that she wanted.
And when she began her forensic accounting analysis, this drew her attention. The number of overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions beginning in April. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October, beginning in October. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October to 77 in December. And Brooke Carrington's analysis was the beginning of the downward financial death spiral.
Not cupcakes.
Then Ms. Carrington analyzed the overall debt.
We'll play those in a minute.
And it showed a growing debt picture nearing $8 million in debt.
In debt.
When Kouri Richins closed on the Midway Mansion. All the while, she's not paying it off. She's barely sending her creditors any money. and it's never an increasing amount of money. It's flat.
I mean, she was planning on paying it off in just full out chunks, right? Selling the houses. She didn't do it, but that would be the idea.
Payday loans particularly showed distress to Miss Carrington. This isn't a traditional mortgage. This isn't even hard money lending. This is, give me money today, I'll give you money when you get paid at an extraordinary, exorbitant interest rate. And when Brooke Carrington saw this, she sees the line here go flat. Payday lenders would no longer lend to Kouri Richins. She was barely paying them off, or barely paying towards them.
She didn't have to pay me off. Just kidding. She did. She did have to pay them off, actually.
Kouri Richins lost money flipping homes. You heard Brooke Carrington testify about the extraordinary growth and unsustainable level of growth for even sophisticated business people. Kouri Richins is not a sophisticated business person. She didn't even understand fundamental accounting, fundamental tax reporting.
My brain almost went into like that he was the defense. I was thinking about that wrong. Like, why would you say this about it? Oh, yeah. He wants her to go to prison.
Brooke Carrington plotted out the profitability analysis of each of Kouri Richins' home flips. Kouri Richins, when she bought a home, when you total up the home she bought and the loans she took out, she started her projects $2 million in the hole.
Insane. How's she going to finish the
When
houses?
she finished her projects of money that Brooke could trace to expenses. She could only trace about half of it to expenses because Kouri Richins did not conduct normal accounting.
1 second.
Kouri Richins lost $469,000 on her home flips. But recall that Brooke Carrington testifies there's this other pot out there of $400,000 that I know she lost. I just can't trace it to a particular project. When you add those up, it's nearly $900,000 loss in flipping homes alone. Recall that Brooke Carrington said that does not count the foreclosures. While deliberating, you'll have this, and on the second page, you'll see all the foreclosures.
Our attorney says
she lost millions
being bad
more
at business
in foreclosures.
isn't a crime.
To include foreclosures on Chelsea Barney's home and the Midway Mansion. Kouri Richins would borrow money by any means necessary. 6 times she submitted inaccurate bank statements to lenders to get money. Those bank statements reflected her business account and balances in C&E's business account. This evidence proves the level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in late 2021 and early 2022.
Got a couple people
The
saying
next level
that this
of
is great.
financial
Like, this is a great
desperation
close. And I'm lost.
is taking $45,000 of your best friend's hard-earned cash tips from waitressing, telling her that you are going to apply that as a down payment to a mortgage on her house where she lives with her partner and her children. And then diverting part of it to pay off Fund 5 merchant a payday lender. And spending the remainder of it, as Brooke Harrington testified, on expenses to rehabilitate homes and servicing existing debt. Then, telling your friend, your best friend, since middle school, that you applied the money to the loan, here's the deed, sign the deed, and then not filing it. And you will see, if you review that, Brooke Harrington's schedule that had all the property transactions, you'll see that not only did Kouri Richins not file the deed, she took out another loan on the house. That's the loan that was foreclosed on, that resulted in Chelsea Barney, her partner, and their children getting evicted and losing their life savings. That is the next level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in January 2022. There's the tax liabilities. In the grand scheme of the amount of debt, 150 grand in tax liabilities is de minimis, but they were on her mind. There's an interesting little nugget here. She underreported her expenses in flipping homes to her tax accountant,
She also
which resulted in her paying more taxes than she would have.
She had no idea how much the home stuff cost.
Sophisticated
She showed that.
business person would think to limit their tax liability. That's not what interested Kouri Richins. What interested her was the appearance
She didn't. I mean, yes.
of success in business.
What about
the
minors?
appearance of affluence. And by underreporting her expenses, it looks like she made more money than she did, and she appeared more successful than she was. Because she cared not about being successful, she cared about her facade. She cared about appearing successful. You'll recall that C&E distributed $36,000 to pay some of this $150,000 tax liability, which Kouri Richins then diverted to close on a home. And her tax liability was on her mind 2 days before murdering Eric Richins. She spent over an hour and a half on the phone with the IRS. It was on her mind.
That's
because
just one hold screen.
the IRS moved on her tax liabilities, Eric would find out. She had to fix it with the IRS before Eric found out. You're familiar. Kouri Richins needed cash immediately when she murdered Eric. Eric's long-term earning potential, immaterial. She wanted to close on the Midway Mansion. She had no money to refurbish it, to flip it right away, to run it as an event center. But she was going to close on it. She needed money now. Doesn't matter if Eric's going to earn a ton of money down the road. That does not help her now with the Midway Mansion. It does not help her now with servicing her existing debt. She needs money now because she's closing on the Midway Mansion on March the 4th. And when she closes on the Midway Mansion, it's worth $2.9 million. She's borrowing $3.2 million. None of it's her money. She's reaching into other people's pockets to get that money. Not only does she want money to purchase the Midway Mansion,
MLS, only in our hearts and our
she
minds.
wants $87,000 for herself.
Technically, I'm behind.
She takes out $87,000 at closing. And how does she spend it? Servicing existing debt and expenses for rehabs.
Well, I mean, she does have to rehab the property so she can flip
She
them.
ultimately closed
I mean, in theory.
on the Midway Mansion the day after she murdered Eric.
Yeah, this is
There's
brutal.
an interesting thought here. Did
for
she close on the
ADHD.
Midway Mansion
Absolutely
in
brutal.
spite of murdering Eric? Or did she close on it because she murdered Eric? She hedged. She was supposed to close on the 4th. She didn't want to close until she knew Eric Richins was dead. Because she knew she would have his money. She knew she could do something with the mansion. And that's why when everybody else signed on the 4th, or in advance of the 4th, she signed on the 5th. It's unconscionable that she closed in spite of his death. It's unconscionable that she closed because of his death. This is probably Kouri Richins' true plan for the Midway Mansion. And if Eric had not put most of his assets into trust, it could have happened. Recall Brooke Harrington's testimony that after closing on the Midway Mansion, Kouri Richins' liabilities were right about $8 million, and she was in the hole $1.6 million. Her net worth was negative $1.6 million when she murdered Eric. That her business was in financial distress, her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, and but for a significant infusion of cash and capital would continue to collapse.
To make it worse, this guy keeps doing
That
unnecessary
significant
pauses
infusion of cash and capital was supposed to be
to draw it
Eric
out. Can the
Richins'
jury vote him guilty
money.
as well? I wish. He's doing that thing where it's like, gotta be
You have a
serious and somber.
fortunate
So you're slow and deliberate. But he's too slow, too deliberate.
perspective during this case, in that you get to observe the defendant. You get to observe Kouri Richins. And you observe her affect with some, when some witnesses testify, and you observe her affect change
Remember,
when other witnesses
The financial motive alone, if they can prove that
observe
for the murder, they
that
also
when we played
they
the
prove out the
911
murder.
call during trial, her affect was flat. No emotion.
The
You
financial
also
motive can
observe
be enough.
that when Brooke Harrington testified about the financial distress of her business, she was exercised. Because that testimony pierced her facade. It pierced her facade of being a successful, privileged, and affluent person. It was a narcissistic injury. She was bothered because the world saw that she is indeed not a success. and not affluent. The bulk of Eric Richins' estate was in insurance coverage. Some of it got paid out to the trust, some of it got paid out to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins knew this, knew that much of his estate was insurance coverage. And different than taking money from Eric's home equity, different than taking money from Eric's bank account, to take Eric's insurance money, Eric has to die.
I don't know why the defense don't have their mics muted. Turned up your sub for the
Now
judge.
for the aggravator of administration of any substance in a lethal amount.
Thank
The
you, Nana.
substance here happened to have been fentanyl, could have been any part of the illicit street drug that she bought, happened to be fentanyl that she administered in a Moscow Mule and a shot or a shot.
Everywhere, shot, shot.
We know that's how she administered it because it was in his belly.
Sorry.
We know it was a lethal amount. The death certificate, fentanyl killed him. That's the substance, lethal amount.
The defense said that there was
Can be as small as 3 nanograms per milliliter.
that they'd never had a cause of death. The
And in
defense
this
screwed
case,
that
you
up
have 15.
in their opening.
5 times what can be a lethal amount. That, by the way, is not an accident. That amount of fentanyl shows that Kouri Richins wanted Eric not only dead, but good and dead. Now, count 2, the aggravated murder. The elements are the same as count 1. The only difference is attempt. Attempt requires, as the court instructed, a substantial step. There's plenty of substantial steps from ordering the drugs to making the Moscow Mule. Here, the aggravated murder count proves the attempted aggravated murder count and vice versa. The commonalities between Kouri Richins' conduct are not coincidental. In each instance, she purchased drugs from Carmen Lauber a few days out. In each instance, she spoke with the IRS a few days out. Taxes were on her mind. Eric would find out if the IRS was after them. In each case, she had an immediate financial stressor. We just discussed closing on the Midway Mansion. If you look at Brooke Carrington's materials, she had a note due on Chelsea Barney's house shortly before February the 14th. She had an immediate financial stressor in each instance. In each instance, she administered
Did you see that? That was a murder. Look.
the substance in a way that Eric would ingest it. On Valentine's Day, it was a sandwich. When she murdered him, it was a drink. Notice that she learned from her mistake. One can season a sandwich with fentanyl.
She graduates straight to Congress.
Eric can eat it, tell something's wrong, set the fentanyl-laced sandwich aside.
Again, their
Throw a
case
lemon
is
drop
great.
shot back.
They did the work. I don't think the
By the
close
time
is that
Eric
big
would
of a
know
deal
that
for
the shot was in. It
for
was
the
in
state.
his body. Moscow Mule. just
don't
to be
screw
really
it up
sure.
is the main thing. But it's just boring, and
In each
uninspired.
case, she leaves Eric alone. She distances herself from the dirty deed.
Done dirt cheap.
She leaves the bedroom when she murders him. She leaves the county when she attempts to murder him. That's part of her alibi. not only can she not be present, she has to be distant. So that when she calls 911, she says, I wasn't even there. I was in Utah County. And in each case, she has a delayed response, right? It's the delayed response in calling 911 when she murders him, and it's her delayed response in returning home when she failed to murder him. The element of, again, is it Kouri Richins? Yes. She is the person with the means, the motive, and the opportunity. Nobody else. The means, illicit street drugs in the sandwich. The motive, money, fresh start at life. The opportunity, she left the sandwich in Eric's spot.
She left a sandwich? The poor sandwich is all alone.
Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins, right? It's attempt, so attempted to cause the death of Eric Richins. The same reasons. She told Becky Lloyd it would be better if he were dead. She wanted the Michael Jackson stuff, the lethal stuff, the fatal stuff, the stuff that kills. She wanted Eric Richins' life insurance. You only get life insurance when Eric's dead. The commonalities persist. Kouri Richins ordered fentanyl from Carmen Lauber, or ordered something from Carmen Lauber, the Michael Jackson stuff, the fatal stuff. Carmen says, I told her I could get her fentanyl. She said, okay, get the fentanyl. But she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber, who got them from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. Again, the volume of calls during the drug purchase between both Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier and Carmen Lauber. And recall, we don't have the content of the texts because they were deleted from Kouri Richins' phone, deleted from Carmen Lauber's phone, and Crozier lost his phone. The IRS was on her mind. She called him twice, 3 days before attempting to murder Eric Richins. We know she placed the call to the Mirror Lake Diner to order a potentially fatal sandwich.
I've been calling out Nestor's suit since before you were born.
Kouri ordered it.
Welcome to the party.
Kouri picked it up in person. It was swiped. Don't know if you can tell that's Kouri.
She didn't even make the hot Fenny?
It's one stroke. There's no pen lift. We'll talk more about that in a minute.
She didn't even make it? God, what a terrible wife.
Then distanced herself.
You can't even make it when you're killing him?
She left the sandwich for Eric, and she drove an hour away.
Death penalty.
To meet up with Josh.
Make her eat her own food.
On Valentine's Day. There's another commonality between the attempted murder and the murder, of course. They're big days. Losing your husband on Valentine's Day, that garners extra sympathy. Extra attention. Losing your husband the same day you're supposed to close on the biggest purchase of your life, that garners extra attention. The type of attention that Kouri Richins.
I missed that day of testimony, Lonely God. Remember, I mean, I made it up, but I wasn't paying as much attention. But I wasn't there for that day. That was the day I missed.
Testify how Eric was a cowboy when it came to injury or illness. He worked through it all. He cowboyed up. Cowboys don't go to the hospital unless they're near death. They don't even think about going to the hospital unless they're near death.
Tell me more about what Cowboys do.
11:33,
This just dark.
Eric's thinking about going to the
Cowboys don't even think about it, man. They don't even think about hospitals. Shut. Like,
And
come
then
on, I'm on your side, but shut
all
up.
the activity, the physical activity on his phone ceases. For 87 minutes in the middle of a busy workday.
You thinking about what you're going to say
Shortly
next?
after activity resumes in Eric's phone, he calls his best friend and business partner Kouri Wright. Recall Cody said he could hear the fear in Eric's voice, a fear he'd only heard twice before, both times associated with death. A fear he heard when Eric told him his mother had passed away, and a fear he heard when someone who struck Eric's truck in an automobile accident, and Eric thought that person might have passed away. He then spoke with his hunting buddy and close friend Josh Kays. You know and learn a lot about somebody when you hunt together and travel together. And Josh Kays said, Eric,
It's doing
sounded
fine, Carazola, but
somber
just
and
slow and
serious.
boring.
Josh asked Eric perhaps the two most pertinent questions. If he was going to the hospital, and what was he going to do about it? Let's turn to
We're
Ali Staking,
almost at
singular,
2,000
not
members
plural.
on YouTube. Like, hold on. let me see.
Clearly close with Kouri. Friends since middle school. You observed the banter when Ms. Staking was testifying, the banter between her and Kouri Richins. It was
Oh, no,
friendly.
we dropped a whole bunch, actually.
still
We're
friendly
way
with her.
down. We're at 1870. Good Lord. I don't know what we're going to do.
And Ali Staking
We have to hit the
testified about
arbitrary number.
how a week or two after Valentine's Day, when Kouri Richins attempted to murder Eric, when I questioned her, she said, well, Eric jokingly, kind of jokingly, maybe jokingly, said that Kouri Richins tried to poison me. Perhaps joking. But Kouri Richins' reaction is what was important here. Kouri said no. She got defensive. That is not what happened. It was like an allergic reaction or something. It wasn't at all dramatic. She is covering up her poisoning him. Then when defense counsel questioned Ms. Staking, Ms. Staking kind of backed off the jokiness of Eric's comment and attributed the jokiness to everyone else. Ali Staking said,
Thank you, Chris
defense counsel
Olin.
questioned, what did he tell you? That he believed Kouri had tried to poison him. Maybe it was one of those joking things like, I'm sending a message to Kouri Richins. I know what you tried to do. I'm joking about it, but I'm going to let you know.
I don't think so.
Maybe he was serious.
Maybe he
Either
was
way,
serious, but he
comes
probably
back
was just like,
to
yeah, I had a bad
Kouri
reaction.
Richins
Dumb bitch must have
trying
tried to poison me.
on Valentine's Day.
Thank you, Geocache.
Kouri Richins repeatedly tries to cover up that she tried to murder Eric on Valentine's Day. She says she was home with him. She tells her best friend, Chelsea Barney, I was home with him. She was not. She was with Josh Grossman. She did not come home until after 6:30 p.m. She was saying he never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. That means he broke out in hives and used an EpiPen.
Wait. I mean, I agree, but wait, what? He never did
When
that.
she
That
spoke
means
with her
he did
mother on August the 22nd, when she says she didn't put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck, she put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck.
Man, she's doing all this
She's trying to
stuff.
distance herself. She is trying to cover up. She is trying to deflect. When Eric said he was thinking about heading to the hospital, what does she say? Take a nap. Call me when you're up. She's saying that thinking he will take a nap and not wake up. When he does, Eric texts Kouri. He's asking if she's home because he had just said, I'm going to hospital. Then he had stopped communicating, or he said, I'm thinking about going to the hospital, and then stopped communicating for nearly 2 hours. He's figuring she was coming home to assist him, but she wasn't. She's in Provo waiting for a cabinet installer guy. Maybe. She says then she's going to head home in 20 minutes. Nearly 2 hours later, question mark, where are you? You were heading home 20 minutes ago. She responds, what? Thanks for answering. Did you call? You didn't call. She thinks he's heading home. She's not. She's trying to figure out what to do. She's trying to figure out what to do because Eric survived. She had not planned on that. She is delaying to make her plan. And then at 6:34, Eric texts, we're headed in there. Food is on the front seat of his truck. The same place she left the poisoned sandwich with the love note. Eric Richins is telling her, I know what you did.
Congrats, Sleeping Psycho. Pass on the chat. Good vibes to the mom. Let her know.
That is the attempted aggravated murder. But that is the attempted murder. Now, of course, we have the two aggravators. They're the same. Same as with the aggravated murder. The money motive, same. Similar financial distress.
Same thing.
Same. There's also the first start at life motive, right? That hasn't changed a bit.
Not once.
Josh Grossman. It's Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day, and he's Josh Grossman on March the 4th. Money motive the same. Fresh start at life motive the same. Now the second aggravator, administration of any substance in a
You're
lethal
the
amount.
aggravator. You're aggravating
Recall
me.
Dr. Eric Christensen's testimony that hives,
Just kidding. This is good.
EpiPen,
The second aggravator
all
is this.
consistent.
Then lay it out.
with an opiate,
Very specifically hit the elements of what you need to prove.
allergic-like response.
I like that.
A pseudo-allergic response.
A Sudoku allergic response.
Hives, EpiPen,
They come in nines.
along with zero activity, shows that Kouri Richins attempted to administer the illicit street drugs that she bought 3 days earlier from Carmen Lauber in a lethal amount. She just failed. Next guy. Okay, the insurance
That's all
fraud.
the time. Anytime.
There are two insurance frauds. Let me distinguish them, please, for you. The
Please
first
stop
one is
making
a
fun of Mark
scheme
Levin.
charge, a fraud scheme. The second one is a fraud claim charge. Count 3, the scheme charge relates to the $100,000 true stage policy. We're going to put it up in a minute. The fraud claim charge relates to the $250,000 true stage policy. The forgery, which we will get to, is a forgery related to count 3, the scheme charge. Let me unpack them now. Okay. Different than the aggravated murder and attempted aggravated murder, I'll address all elements of the insurance fraud scheme kind of at once because they all jump out of this single page. And the scheme is quite simple. Kouri Richins wanted to murder Eric Richins, thus took out an insurance policy on his life to get money for murdering Eric Richins.
He's still speaking in
Then
15
she murdered
minutes.
Eric Richins, and then she submitted a claim to get the money. That is the scheme. And we know it was Kouri Richins because everything on this application for this $100,000 true stage insurance policy returns to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins received the application because she was a member of PED-FED. The application was addressed to her at her work address, so she would have been the one to receive it. If there was any questions about it, any further follow-up mailings about it, they would go to her and not to Eric. This applicant information is all her.
They literally have
The partner
unlimited time
information
each.
Is all her as well. Her work address, no email address.
Subject to
where they could
reasonableness.
Contact Eric. We'll get to the social security number in a minute. The primary phone, that's not Eric's phone. You'll see that Eric's phone is 801-792-9317. And when you look at this closely during deliberations, you'll see that was originally a 7 that she later marked up to read like an 8. She initially wrote his correct phone number, then did not want anyone from True States to call him, so she changed the 7 to an 8. So that Eric would never know that this policy existed. After Kouri Richins took $250,000 out of Eric's home equity, he put all of his insurance that he knew about into the trust. If Eric had filled this out, the beneficiary would have been the trust, not Kouri Richins. Then we'll get to the signature. That's the fraud count 5 as well. It plays into this. We'll talk to it during count 3. But it's also the freestanding charge in count 5. Let's go to the next page. The social security number was blacked out for privacy reasons on the application we just reviewed. But you'll recall Ann Coates testifying that the last 6 digits were transposed. We all know our own social security numbers. We often get a little bit confused on our spouse.
Let's not be too hasty.
Eric did not sign the application. Matt Throckmorton, the handwriting expert. Eric did not sign it. It was probably a simulated forgery. recall his testimony that Eric Richins has pen lifts in his signature. The forged one didn't have any pen lifts. You'll see Kouri Richins' signature throughout this case. No pen lifts.
There's no pen lifts. Not a single one. No pen lifts. Oh, is... ah!
Then, Kouri Richins filed a claim for this $100,000 two-stage policy. It's actually the same claim for both policies. And she said she really does not know where her husband, Eric, got the fentanyl from. Of course she knows. She ordered it from Carmen Lauber. That is the fraud scheme. Plan to kill Eric, fill out life insurance so I can get money for killing Eric, kill Eric, and then claim the money. Now for the insurance fraud claim count 4. This is the true stage $250,000 policy. This is the claimant's statement filled out. Kouri Richins beneficiary, Kouri Richins email, Kouri Richins address. Everything about this claim says Kouri Richins is submitting this claim. And then, like before, the fraud here, the falseness of it is she says she doesn't know where the fentanyl came from, when in fact she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber. And indeed, later in the Walk the Dog letter, admits to asking Carmen for fentanyl.
Admits to admitting? Oh, shit.
Finally, count 5, the forgery charge.
Should have just read the Walk the Dog letter. Come on. Just that.
We've discussed most of the forgery when we discussed count
I'm annoyed because this is kind of what
there's this without the authority
what I
to
said
do so
that he should do.
It's not a forgery.
I just
if
hate that
Eric
it's on a
gave Kouri
PowerPoint.
Richins
It's so little.
permission. The state has to prove
I want something more
that
dynamic.
Kouri Richins did not sign Eric's name with permission, with authority. All of the evidence in this case proves that Kouri Richins does not ask for permission, she takes.
She takes, and she takes, and she
She
takes.
took with the home equity loan. She took other people's money. She's a taker, not an asker. Finally, like I mentioned earlier, Eric Richins, the evidence proves, would have put the trust as the beneficiary, not Kouri Richins. If he had given permission, it would have been permission to make the trust the beneficiary. That's the forgery charge. Let's please now turn to Kouri's motive for a fresh start at life. You heard the instructions. The state does not have to prove any
I'm
motive
going to be
except for the pecuniary gain motive because it's
really focusing on that part of it.
But motive explains why Kouri murdered Eric Richins, why she attempted to murder him. Motive explains a lot here.
Got to convince YouTube. Got to tell the algorithm, you know.
These texts at this point are familiar.
Bro, don't get me started on Mr. Oh my
The day
goodness.
after Kouri Richins speaks with Becky Lloyd and tells Becky Lloyd she would be better if Eric were dead, she texts Josh Grossman that she's in love with him, a man not her husband. If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me, would you? That's the day after the attempted murder. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. We're familiar with this text. We've read it already.
He could just
today.
take a hike to the afterlife.
I ask you to read it again.
Bring in the lover to reread the messages they sent. I don't know if he can read.
This time, replace the word divorce with the word murder.
This time, have it say something different. This time, when you read it, I want you to read it with words that aren't there. But if they were, it'd be really damning.
This graphic shows a juxtaposition between Josh and Eric that is insightful to what Kouri thinks about each of them. In each instance, she is texting, well, she is kind of simultaneously texting. These are laid out chronologically. She is simultaneously texting with both Josh and Eric about closing on the Midway mansion.
Kind of like a texting.
And she's so excited she is so excited texting with Josh. I can't believe it. I want to celebrate with you. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for always being my support, shoulder, and rock. I need you all the time. Some things I could never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Eric tries to reach out. You want a shot? Can't. Sorry, busy. Then right back to Josh Grossman. To me, you're worth millions a year. I'm honored to be your best friend, your lover, your go-to. Life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please. By Friday, of course, Kouri Richins was dead. Kouri had murdered him. She's right. Life's going to be different. She promised him. It was. Then, 16 days after Kouri Richins murdered Eric, are we there yet? And then 1 month later, Kouri's ready for Eric. Sorry, Kouri's ready for Josh to be her husband. Josh Grossman loved Kouri Richins. He believed that she loved him. Not sure that's true.
Brutal.
You saw him testify. He was gutted. As a grown-ass man gutted.
He just called him a grown-ass man.
You also
what?
observed Kouri Richins' affect.
He redeemed. Entirely redeemed. I now love this guy. He just on the stand called him a grown-ass man. Or during close. Oh my gosh.
The evidence proves that Kouri Richins
Any words are allowed. We have a First Amendment.
Attempted to murder Eric Richins. And that she committed 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. The evidence does not support any other rational explanation. The state, since its opening statement, has stressed the requirement to consider the evidence that has been admitted and not what the attorneys say. What the attorneys say, insinuate, speculate, is not evidence. Please let me show you why the state has stressed this. In the defense's opening statement, counsel said that the evidence will show that Kouri Richins had a 1/2 interest in the Willow Court home. There is no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show Eric and Kouri Richins went to marriage counseling. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show in the few weeks before Eric died, his closest friend thought that he and Kouri Richins were the happiest together that the friend had ever seen. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the night Eric died, he and Kouri Richins had their drinks and set their cups in the sink. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show that the cups were sitting in the sink and the nanny put them in the dishwasher the next morning and they still had fluid in them. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that Eric talked to a friend named Scott Wagner at 10 p.m. the night he died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show Eric unlocked Kouri Richins' phone at 10:30 p.m. the night he died, and this is the last thing that he did. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show investigators interviewed Kouri over and over and over again about what happened the night that Eric died. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that law enforcement secretly recorded Kouri Richins' phone conversations for over a year after Eric died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that you will hear Kouri Richins telling her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. You did not hear that, although she did write it in the Walk the Dog letter 4 months after she was arrested. In listening to defense counsel's closing argument, please only consider the evidence that has been admitted.
There we go.
Ms. Lewis.
That is.
Could we address something outside the presence of the jury before
Of
we
course.
start?
Folks, let's give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please rise for the jury.
I think they may. I mean, it's going to be unsuccessful, but they may be moving for a mistrial based on the. Based on that objection that got overruled, in which I can't remember exactly what happened, but the prosecutor misstated something. I mean, he misstated like what the defense had said or something like that. It was. I was kind of surprised that the judge just let that go. Again, I don't think they're gonna
Your Honor,
win.
at this point, we'd like to make a motion for mistrial and make a proffer on it. First of all, at multiple points in the prosecution's closing, he made efforts to dehumanize the defendant, in fact, calling her a black widow, comparing her to a deadly spider, calling her a narcissist when there's been no evidence introduced to support that, no expert testimony, nothing of the nature. Furthermore, it's completely improper for the prosecution to comment on her demeanor while she sat at counsel table. That's a comment on her failure to testify. Asking the jury to take into consideration facial expressions, which in his opinion may or may not have happened.
That's all
I don't
allowed.
know what he's basing that on. But it's improper, and it's our suggestion that is a comment on her failure to testify by revealing what her response
they lose
to testimony was, is calling upon her to testify in this case. Furthermore, in the closing, there was wild speculation on what was in Kouri Richins' mind, completely made up by Mr. Bloodworth with no evidence whatsoever to support it. Also, Mr. Bloodworth wrongly told the jury that giving any illicit street drugs to Mr. Richins was sufficient to support aggravated murder. That, in fact, is not true. The only drug that would support aggravated murder would be fentanyl. What he said to the contrary is not consistent with the court's instructions, and we would ask that that be corrected with a curative instruction, that they should follow the court's instructions on what it takes. It would not be sufficient if she bought some other type of drug that did not cause his death. That's just not the law.
Well, I don't think they proved that. They proved she bought fentanyl. Maybe she didn't know she was seeking fentanyl.
Mr. Bloodworth? Forgive me. I need a little bit more detail as I go through these.
Yeah.
Which of these do you want a curative instruction regarding, and which of these are you moving for a mistrial on?
Moving for mistrial on all of it, Your Honor. The curative instruction, I think, is required by the wrongful information that giving him any illicit street drug is sufficient to support aggravated murder. That's just not true. And that's super important, because if they do believe that, there is evidence to make a finding that there was oxycodone. And there was no oxycodone found in his body. So that can't support a conviction. So that's what I think requires the curative instruction. The rest of it, I don't know any way you can cure it, Your Honor.
I don't think there was any.
Utah Court of Appeals disagrees with you regarding the prosecutor's comments. A long line of cases talk about.
Yeah, of course, the prosecutor can ask the jury to assess
prejudicial effect
the
of
client right there.
Comment by a prosecutor only being able to be measured after the defense gives its closing and the state gives its rebuttal, and we consider any curative instructions. What's your alternative position there? I could, for example, instruct the jury that Mr. Bloodworth's observations of Ms. Richins' demeanor are not evidence, and they are to rely on their observations of Ms. Richins, if
close.
any, only.
I just don't even think that her demeanor is proper to rely upon, because she didn't testify.
I mean, she burst out in laughter during the
jury is allowed to draw conclusions about
I don't think it would be appropriate
the defendant
for me to tell
or
the jury
any
you
witness.
can't possibly consider that.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I totally trust you, but I have no recollection of any laughter when his body was showing.
No, it was a hypothetical, Ms. Nestor.
Oh,
to
thank
probe
goodness.
the bounds of your categorical statement that the jury can never consider the defendant's demeanor.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying she did that, and I was just horrified.
Please
so.
stay focused.
I am focused. I just misheard you.
They've been holding
is
their
what you're asking me
sensibilities.
is, do we want a curative
They have
instruction
friction.
now? Do we want to wait until later? Is that what the court is asking?
Right.
Court's indulgence for just a moment.
I don't know if you guys have noticed the same thing I
I think
have.
we do want it now, if we can get one now.
Let's hash that out for a second. What I proposed was an instruction that the jury may rely on their own observations, if any, of Ms. Richins' demeanor in trial, but they cannot rely on counsel's statements regarding what Ms. Richins' demeanor was. I want to be clear, there were no comments regarding her silence.
There were none.
Well, I mean, it's our position that when you comment on how she looked while she remained silent at council table, that
He didn't
is
say
a
remain
comment on her
silent.
silence.
He
in
said
our
sat at council
estimation. But I agree that he didn't say anything specifically about silence. That instruction would be preferable to no instruction, I think.
Okay. And then
Burlap-
the Black Widow comment was
Burlap on
connected
cream
to comments that were made by Chelsea
something-
Barney, correct?
I mean, they came out of his mouth in closing.
And he specifically referenced Chelsea Barney's testimony. Is it your position that Chelsea Barney never used that phrase or words?
I don't recall her saying
just got
that. But
wrecked on
it's
the
been
Black
a long
Widow.
trial, and I would not want to make that I 1,000% am sure, but I certainly don't recall that.
It was in the recorded phone call with Bryce Knutson.
Done.
And then everybody is speculating as to defendant's state of mind. It's one of the factual issues that the jury will have to determine according to circumstantial evidence because as we instruct them, there's no direct evidence of what's in her mind.
Nestor's getting
Why
destroyed.
was anything that Mr. Bloodworth said regarding the inferences that can be drawn regarding her state of mind inappropriate?
Because they were made up out of whole cloth with no evidence to back it up.
You're going to have to be more specific.
So he went to great lengths to fantasize about what she was thinking about when there's been no evidence to that. He could have certainly said, look, she could have been thinking this, she could have been thinking that. He didn't. He gave them what was in her mind, which is just based on things he made up in his own head, not based on evidence.
Why aren't they all based on his view of the evidence that came in at trial? Was there any references?
Yeah,
to
she's going to
evidence
lose
that did
this. I
not
mean,
come in?
there's nothing to this argument. This is pointless. Move it along.
Well, first of all, calling her a narcissist, I mean, that didn't come in. There was no testimony that she's ever been diagnosed to have a narcissistic personality disorder. There's no evidence at all about her mental condition. And then when he talked about her putting the reasoning why she picked certain days to get more attention, nothing about that has ever come in to play, ever. I mean, that's just one of many. He went through lots of scenarios about what she was thinking as if it was a fact, and it wasn't. So, I mean, I think he can encourage the jury to use circumstantial evidence to try to reach their own conclusions, but he can't say this was in her mind when he doesn't know.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, were there any particular
He's like,
points that defense counsel raised that remain unresolved in the court's mind?
Any objection to the proposed instruction regarding the jury must rely on their own observations, if any, of defendant's demeanor, but cannot consider counsel's statements regarding her demeanor?
No objection.
Okay. And then the statement regarding
Good
giving
move.
any kind
No need
of
to argue
illicit
over
street
that.
drug is sufficient to show the murder count. Talk to me about that. I did catch that comment. They're not making that one up. Now, there was more, and in the total course of the state's
Orion Galaxies,
initial opening,
we
I think you
have
made
the
it
judge
clear,
in the voice
that
super tips.
You were encouraging the jury to make specific findings beyond a reasonable doubt regarding each required element.
Mm-hmm.
There was that initial comment, though. I don't think an instruction regarding having trouble crafting a curative instruction that doesn't just give a theory of the case. What's your view of this?
Your Honor, I don't think anything needs to be cured. The state does not have to prove that the defendant intended to murder Eric Richins with fentanyl.
True.
The state only needs to prove that the defendant intended to murder him with the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber.
And that they contained fentanyl. Yeah.
Well,
He doesn't need-
I'm sorry, on the second element or the aggravator? Because there's a distinction there.
I think on both. She has to actually knowingly or intentionally cause the death for count one. So if she buys something that she thinks is OxyContin.
Correct.
And intends the giving of the OxyContin to kill him, and it turns out that what she got was blue M30s that had fentanyl and it killed him. The difference between aggravated murder and murder is irrelevant. She has committed an aggravated murder. The distinction, I think, that I acknowledge is that she doesn't have to intend to kill him with fentanyl. She has to intend to kill him with poison. Even if she thought she was getting
The
one
distinction
and
would
got
be
the other,
an
as long as it
accidental
worked, she committed the crime.
killing of killing,
and I think that's
without
what I
the
said
intent
throughout.
to kill would be a different.
I think that is the
level
weight
of, murder.
of the argument overall that you made.
If there's a particular sentence I said that is different than that, then I agree we should cure it. But I don't think I said anything different than that.
On this one, Ms. Nestor, I think the better course, rather than for the court to insert itself at this point, is to allow the rest of closing to play out, and we can readdress this issue at the end.
Okay.
I expect
address
that
it in your
this
own
issue will
close.
get teased out in detail through Ms. Lewis's closing and the state's rebuttal. Give me a moment to collect my thoughts regarding the others. All right, thank you. Court will be in recess until. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can I just maybe say one thing?
Yes, please.
The state did not refer to the defendant as a narcissist. The state said that that was a narcissistic injury.
Right. I got it.
Just have a curative instruction on that. Just actually state.
I'll be back.
That would be easy. Curative instruction to say the state made a statement during their closing argument, which could be confused as a psychological diagnosis of narcissism. And the court wants to make clear to the jury that the state did not, that was not part of the case, and that is not the claim of the state. That the state's statement was that this was a type of narcissistic injury, and the state is not imposing a diagnosis on the defendant, and you cannot consider that statement as a diagnosis for the purposes of your analysis, or whatever. They could cure that pretty easily, and the state should just accept that curative instruction because it doesn't hurt them in any way. No, the jury was not in the room for that Project Truth Seeker. The jury was out for all of that part. We will fast forward in just a second. There are a couple super tips that are out there that I've been waiting to play because, we have, I don't want to play over the court.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence did show for the family, friends, and community of Eric Richins, this was a tragedy. For Kouri, this was a strategy.
Ooh.
Her dreams of being rich were falling apart. She was in over her head in debt that she couldn't get out under. We heard from her best friend who she stole the house out from under her. Kouri had 4.5 million reasons to poison Eric. This is how we prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri murdered her husband.
Exactly. I mean, that's good stuff. 100%. That's the whole case that they made. The OG Carroll says, when did closing arguments become arguable? Is that normal? Thought the defense would rebut the state in their own closing. Normally, yes, the defense rebuts the state in their own closing. That's correct. However, if the state had said something that was improper, a misstatement of fact, a statement of a fact that's not actually in evidence, an unfair and prejudicial characterization that is not in evidence of the defendant, or let's see, what did I say? I'm trying to think through this list of different things, but I mean, you get the idea. If the state has done something that's actually improper and outside the scope of what is on the record and what the jury is allowed to consider, then of course the objection and even a motion for mistrial may be appropriate at that point. If they believe there was sufficient prejudice to require mistrial, they can do that. One of the cases where we saw that, well, we saw what Andrew Branca and I both agreed was a misstatement of the law, was the Kim Potter case, the taser case, in which the lead prosecutor, or the prosecution doing the closing argument, misstated the law directly to the jury. That objection was raised, and it was ignored by the judge. The judge, overruled it, and they moved for a mistrial based on that, and the judge denied it. That was a point that was ripe for appeal, except Kim Potter's sentence, her jail sentence, was something like 2 years. When you factor in her receiving a third of that off automatically in Minnesota, that happens unless you have bad behavior. We don't reward good behavior. You are presumed to have good behavior. You get a third of your sentence knocked off. But by the time she was done, the appeal was basically not going to happen. Like they wouldn't get to the appeal before she was out of jail. So it seems like one of those things where they just, kind of let it go. They weren't getting her out of jail with that one.
Golden showers. Golden showers. Drink from the cup. Drink from the cup.
No, that's okay. That's a weird one.
Wait, she didn't even make the sandwich to lace it with fentanyl. Did she even use cock and bull for the Moscow Mule? What the hell is the point of her being a wife?
I don't know. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. When I come back, I'll catch us up. I think we're still a few minutes behind. Court is just coming back, so I'll be right back. And then right after this bathroom break, we'll get back into it and have the defense argument. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Let's do it. Speaking of this, yes, Judgment Days pointing out that over on Rumble we have 284 viewers and only 3 thumbs up. Oh my God, guys, come on. Hit that thumbs up. Tell Rumble you like it. Tell Rumble what you like. Tell everyone what you like. Hit that thumbs up button. Don't worry, no one will know it's you. Just you and your guilty conscience. YouTube, same for you. You better click the like button. Oh my God. Okay, Let's do this. Let's catch. I think we're caught up on tips and chats. So let's just get to the judge getting back here.
Counsel, this is what I propose. Let me give you a ruling regarding defendant's motion for mistrial. Then I'd propose I give the jury the curative instruction related to evidence of defendant's demeanor. Then I'd propose we take a lunch break, Ms. Lewis, so we're not interrupting your closing.
I agree with that.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Okay, so we're
No
gonna
objection, Your Honor.
not have the defense go. We're gonna have a
The
lunch
issue
break
before the
first.
court is a motion for mistrial and request for curative instruction in the alternative made by defendant on the record this morning. The motion for mistrial is based upon several comments made by Mr. Bloodworth in the state's initial opening that in defendant's view are so improper as to require a mistrial. The court will address defendant's arguments one at a time. First, the defendant argues that Mr. Bloodworth's reference to Chelsea Barney using the phrase black widow during a recorded telephone conversation that was played for the jury, though Chelsea Barney's comment was not admitted for its truth, improperly compares defendant to some kind of terrible insect. The court listened to the comment in real time during the state's opening. That is not a fair characterization. Rather, that was a rhetorical flourish by Mr. Bloodworth comparing comments by one witness or the defendant herself to her becoming a widow to Chelsea Barney, referring to her being referred to or considered as a black widow. It's not a reference to an insect. Rather, it's a reference to, in the court's view of Chelsea Barney's comment, a spouse that kills another spouse. There's nothing so improper or improper at all about that comparison, which has a factual foundation in Chelsea Barney's statements that were played for the jury as to support a request for mistrial or require any other relief. Moreover, the defendant requests a mistrial based upon, in defendant's view, Mr. Bloodworth characterizing Ms. Richins as a narcissist. Defendant argues that that is unsupported and improper expert testimony from counsel that has no basis in the evidence. The actual phrase used by Mr. Bloodworth was a narcissistic injury in relation to Ms. Richins' hearing from Brooke Carrington when she testified that in the state's view, defendant's appearances of wealth and success were not accurate. That is permissible line of advocacy during closing argument. It is not testifying in any way by Mr. Bloodworth. It is not otherwise prejudicial or unfairly prejudicial. With respect to Mr. Bloodworth's
yes, Nestor feels like she needs to preserve these
related to
on appeal, but these are
defendant's
worthless.
demeanor, the court determines that in an abundance of caution it is appropriate to instruct the jury that they may consider their observations of defendant's demeanor in the courtroom, if any, but they may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations of defendant's demeanor, as counsel's statements and counsel's observations are not evidence. Moreover, the court notes that Mr. Bloodworth did not comment on Ms. Richins' silence or in otherwise implicate her protected right to choose not to testify. Mr. Bloodworth's statements regarding what the state believes it has proven regarding defendant's state of mind at various points in time is permissible advocacy based upon evidence in the record, and defendant's counsel will have ample opportunity to try to persuade the jury to draw different inferences from that same evidence regarding defendant's state of mind. There's no basis for a mistrial there. And regarding any misstatement by Mr. Bloodworth in his initial comments regarding count one, that may have created confusion as to whether the state needed to show that regardless of her intent to purchase, secure, or otherwise administer fentanyl, all the state needs to show is that Kouri Richins
someone said it was like a great value
to
plate.
purchase, secure, and administer
Walmart,
poison,
I'm done.
and that it happened to contain fentanyl. That was, on the one hand, borne out in detail through the rest of the state's initial closing, and the court expects will be borne out in detail through defendant's closing and the state's rebuttal. The court determines that no curative instruction is necessary on that point at this time. Mr. Bloodworth, any clarification?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we bring the jury in, please?
And Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. My screen is still active, and I don't want anything to accidentally pop up during defense's closing. Thank you.
There you go.
Come back when you're done, Nuclear Acorn. They're going to go to lunch, so you might, depending on how long your appointment is, you might be able to get back here around the time that they're coming back too. Nick Ricotta. Nick, do blackface again. I do. Every single day. Every single day. You guys thought Ilhan Omar was real? Come on now.
Ms. Lewis is 12:45. Agreeable?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm guessing Nestor's going to deliver closed because she handled the objection and the motion, but it might be Lewis. Hope I used air
Folks,
freshener.
this
That was
time,
real.
just stay standing. This will be
I was gone for like
a quick turnaround.
90 seconds.
Okay, thank you for your patience. A quick instruction and then a scheduling note. First, a quick instruction. You may consider your observations of defendant's demeanor during trial, but you may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations of defendant's demeanor because counsel's statements are not evidence. We're going to break now for lunch so that we do not interrupt defendant's counsel's closing argument for the lunch break. We will take a recess until 12:45. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case. Please do not allow anyone to discuss it with you. Please do not do any research whatsoever about the case. We'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
There you go. Mrs. Domestic says, Nick, curious if you believe the defense counsel has reamed her or pointed out the way she's fucked up behind closed doors without any way to defend her. I don't know that Kouri has done anything. I mean, aside from the murder and all the crime, I haven't seen her do anything.
Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
That's made her.
We'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
That's interfered with this trial. But I mean, do you have something specific in mind? I might not be thinking the same thing you are. Like maybe you're thinking of stuff pre-trial that I wasn't following. Certainly possible. No, there's no point in like yelling at a client unless they do something to make the defense of that person more difficult. You know, but like yelling at them for the crime that got you hired? No way. What else were you doing? How else were you going to get a job? Okay, so we've got that there. Let's see. What do we got?
Your Honor, there is no hourglass-shaped red mark upon the defendant's abdomen. Therefore, we declare a mistrial by reason of arachnophobia.
Well, that was weird. That news station just shut it down, their stream, so it kind of... Here we go. Back to me. Back to me. We'll bring these up for now. Okay, so that doesn't mean we're going to stay in this view the whole time. We might watch something else in the meanwhile because we've got 40 minutes or so. 40 minutes or so before we come back. What do you guys think so far? How'd you like that closing argument from the state? I will go ahead and say I hated it. I mean, I don't think it's a problem. I don't think they're going to lose because of it. I think they still made the case. You just want to see something a little bit better, cleaner, faster, more efficient. Like you want all those buzzwords should be applied to closing arguments. Don't drag them out. Don't maybe improperly characterize the statements of the defendant. He just didn't need to do that, in my opinion. That's what bothers me. The fact that they moved for mistrial on the Black Widow thing and not, where was it? There's something specific that really bothered me. I can't remember exactly what it was right now, but one of the things, it was like, okay, like you just misstated evidence. Like you clearly misstated evidence. I didn't like when he, in the text messages was like, see where it says divorce? Now replace it with murder. It's like, but it doesn't say murder. Or I think it was when he said, like, we would have done this if we had her phone, we would have seen these things. It's like, maybe we might have, but he made up those things. I didn't think that was proper. But closing arguments are arguments at the end of the day. And you are allowed to advocate for your position. The rest of the trial, you're really not. You're to elicit testimony, and you ask questions in a way that, of course, advocates your position. The closing argument is where you put it all together and you say, this is what we think and what we have shown you. Talking about the phone call. Was it the 911 call? Yeah, calling him it. I didn't like that at all. I think she was referring to the bed sheets that he was on, the bedding that Kouri had talked about or whatever. I think that's what, and the 911 person's like, I need you to pull on those sheets and stuff. And she said, I can't move it. It's like so much dead weight. Funny, ironic, probably evil, but also I don't think that's what she was trying to do. So it's, that type of stuff. I just don't feel like it's necessary in there. Someone earlier asked me what I would do. The state ended up doing a version of it. I hate PowerPoint. Everyone I've ever talked to hates PowerPoints. They hate sitting there watching an electronic presentation like this. I think if you're going to use a visual aid, and I do think a visual aid is helpful, I think a physical visual aid is really useful. One case where we recently saw a physical visual aid and it was brilliantly done was that it was the murder case of the woman she was like a nurse or something in like Colorado and she was accused of these mercy killings, or was it a doctor? I can't remember, but I think it was like Jodi Arias's lawyer. Who's very dynamic and his courtroom presence is phenomenal. And he had a big visual aid that was drawn out, and he had the like Velcro things that he slapped up there. I think those types of things, they get attention. Having them physically present in the courtroom is way better than having a thing on a screen. Branca's talked about, the reasonable doubt, like chart that was put up during one of these trials. It might've been, Trayvon Martin. I can't remember which trial it was, but it's like this, here's where reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt is, like how far away from the rest of the standard there is. That was on the defense side, both of those. But I just think present visual aids are more engaging than looking at a computer screen, again, to watch a PowerPoint and then read that PowerPoint off to the person who could just read it on their own. So I hate PowerPoints. It's like I can read. If you just put it on the PowerPoint and email me the slides, I don't have to be here. That's how I feel about them. So I hate it on in trials, even though they can't email the jury, obviously, but it just gives me a bad vibe. Ms. Domestic says, do defendants ever admit guilt to their lawyers? Yes, they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to do that. If they do admit guilt to you as an attorney, you pretty much ethically have to advise them to plead guilty. And you are to, you may want to even refer them to different counsel who they have not said they're guilty to. Because now not everybody abides by this, but your lawyer cannot go in and present an argument that they know to be false. So if you tell them that you're guilty, they cannot ethically go in and advocate for your innocence, if that makes sense. Now, there's a difference between saying I am guilty and saying I did X, Y, or Z. It's like a sale or distribution crime, for example. It's like, well, I sold stuff to this person. If it's a sale and distribution crime, that would be the crime. Maybe you didn't know what it was. Maybe you didn't intend to sell drugs. Maybe you intended to sell something else. Oh, excuse me. Something like that. So sometimes you can admit to various facts about a thing, or they can have a wrong legal conclusion or a disputable legal conclusion. But if it's a known legal conclusion, they say, I am guilty of this thing. I did it. Here's how. They're not supposed to do that. Or you're not, because then you can't present an argument to be false in court. Very bad to do that. Can you represent a client with dense arguments like she is not an actual spider? I don't actually want to represent a client who isn't a spider. When I think about it, I don't know why you would want to do that. You have the opportunity to represent a spider. Go for it. Not Panzer. No, we're not going to watch the Ralph body cam footage. It said multiple times. I'm not going to comment on the Ralph stuff. There's no benefit to me commenting on any of that at all. I do find it funny that somehow, me living just leads to chaos for everybody else. It's like, I'm just over here minding my fucking business. But whatever. I don't it's not really, like I said, I don't really want to comment on it. There's not much to say that I can add to the discussion. Other people are doing just fine with it, and I'm happy to be left out of it as much as possible. Let's see here. We got Angel the Aussie says, or if you're a hooker and get found with 5 little baggies and they get you for distribution, but they cut a deal with the hooker so they get the big guy. Then she ends up dead. Usually, ratting out drug dealers is dangerous business. Let's see what else. Is not telling your lawyer about your guilt for the purpose of trial defense Same thing as telling or not telling your lawyer you did something for the purpose of police interrogation. I mean, you just don't want to put your lawyer in a place where they can't ethically defend you. That's just a bad strategy, to put yourself in a position where they cannot levy a defense within their ethical obligations, because then they won't. I mean, a lot of them still will. Don't get me wrong. A lot of them still will. And again, telling your lawyer you did something doesn't mean that you're necessarily guilty. I mean, if we were talking about something like a possession crime, for example, possession of firearms while intoxicated or something like that, or it might be use or possession, whatever it is. You might say, I was intoxicated, and you might say that there was a gun in your room or that you bought. But the question is not whether you had bought a gun, and the question is not whether you think you're intoxicated. The question is, were you intoxicated? That's one. And the other question is, were you in legal possession of the firearm, for example? And so those two things have to be proven out, and people can be wrong about both of those things. Property ownership and possession law gets kind of specific at times, and there's good reason for it. Nick knows what it means. What's funny is I read your comment, and I think you should go back and reread it because it doesn't actually make sense with what you're trying to say. What I assume you're trying to say. But yeah, you should construct a better comment next time. All right, guys. Well, we have about 30 minutes left. What should we do in the meanwhile? We've got, so we're going to have the defense closing argument, and then presumably we'll just be on verdict watch for a while. So we'll have more show to do, I guess, or we'll have show to hang out with. And if you guys want to, of course, continue hanging out, we'll do that. It wasn't your grammar and sentence structure, my man. Read through the logic of what you said. It doesn't make any sense. Did I end up reading the whole walk the dog letter? No, I haven't. I guess I could pull that up. We could read through that because it's a good one. And it's relevant to this case. Hold on, I just got to find, I have it somewhere here. Okay, where was that? Here we go. We'll got to figure out how I want to do this as far as the window goes. Let's just do it the old-fashioned way. So this is the walk the dog letter. Although some of this was redacted in court up at the top, if I remember right. But let's read through it, I guess. That'll be something. As this trial is ending, I just want to say I'll probably be increasing some coverage of like Laura Owens, maybe revisiting What the Hales. There's some stuff that's been waiting for me to handle. So there is that. Trying to think of what else is there. There's some trials coming up too, which I may be watching. Trials are kind of, it's a lot. they are a lot of streaming. So I might find a way to do like condensed trials or something like that. But we'll see. So here we go. Walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Asterisk. That, see, like right there, I'm like, you're guilty. You're guilty. The vague notes is an instruction to effectively, like, get rid of this. Sky is saying, Sky is her attorney, I believe. Sky is saying, even if the gummies have fentanyl in them, the prosecutor will say, I tried to put the fentanyl in the gummies. So Eric would have them. Stupid, I know, but that's what she's thinking. That's what she's thinking. We will still test them, though. However, she wants to link Eric getting drugs and pills from Mexico. So we need some kind of connection. We need some kind of connection. Speaking of connections, Angel the Aussie with the hookup, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Angel. Always so generous. So generous. So we are up to 29 members on YouTube for the day. Again, guys, we've woefully fallen short of the 2,000 we were at, and arbitrary numbers are really important. So, you know, we're going to have to get out there and recruit some people. We're going to have to go and, you know, pull some nipples off or something. Yeah, I heard Bronca say, or I saw Bronca type out that he was going to do the Charlie Kirk trial. You know, here's the thing. I don't know. I'll talk to Andrew about this. There is on StreamYard, there is a co-stream feature. So Andrew and I can be on the same screen running, you know, like a show, like normal, but we could be, we can both stream to our own channels. And I feel like there's a huge missed opportunity here for law tubers who have been sitting around alone streaming trials and not enjoying the results as much, you know, to partner up and try that out. And people can watch on whatever channel, but you get that interaction and that banter back and forth, which I think is really valuable, especially for passing along some of the days. So, Criminally Confident says, I'm going to that trial. I covered the hearing on Friday. It was interesting. That's Tyler Robinson. Is that the one you're talking about? So the Tyler, when is that trial? Do we even have a date? Do we have anything even close to a date yet? Why don't you and Bronca just fuck already? Just kidding. A co-stream would be tis. We were co-streaming the Karen Reed trial. Bronca got bored with it, and he said his audience really just wasn't responding to the Karen Reed trial. You know, it wasn't use of force, it wasn't self-defense, it wasn't in his normal wheelhouse of stuff. And he's like, this isn't really, you know, a good thing for my show. It's not really helping anything. And the man's on a quest for 1 million subs. So who am I to stand in his way? I said, you know what? That's fine. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. But that's why Bronca stepped away from Karen Reed. He's like, this is boring. I agree. But a lot of people were fully enmeshed in the Karen Reed story. And so they, you know, they wanted to see it play out. And it had a lot of popularity in certain places, but not with Andrew's audience. So he wasn't interested in that. And the Karen Reed trial was pretty boring at parts. But hey, trials sometimes boring. Looking forward to covering any trials that I get to cover with Andrew are always a blast. We just got to find the right subject matter to keep both of us engaged. Co-streaming is dumb. You split the audience. I mean, yes, I guess. I don't know. It's the thing that is the difficult part of this is that everybody wants to rule the world, right? Everyone wants to be the streamer making the income from doing the trials. Trials are really long investment days. So people want to do it on their own, and that's completely understandable. I don't know that I agree that trials are like the greatest thing ever as far as like YouTube numbers and stuff go. They seem to underperform, but there might be something to, I'm going to be kind of not rebranding, but working on teasing the algorithm a little bit better over the next several months here, cleaning up that aspect of creation, which is something, and that should change things, or it's possible that I've thoroughly damaged the algorithm on YouTube and need to think of a different strategy. It's possible also. So we'll see. You got to figure it out, whichever one it is, though, and work. But I've noticed, though, as the Kouri Richins trial has gone on, we do seem to get we're getting a little bit higher daily viewers from it. Again, I have to let the algorithm know that I'm here and doing this type of content again. I've been gone for a while. It's been even longer since I did a trial other than Karen Reed. So, but I have some strategies to do that. Yeah, Panzer Dude says, you used to stream Monday through Friday at 11 so people knew when to show up. 100%. And I haven't been able to consistently do that. And I know that like bothers people, but you can either consistently, like if you can't consistently do something, you just can't. I haven't been able to do that. There are days like where I'm not home, for example, and it's not like predictably the same day or same time. So it's been, it's challenging to do this. When I started this channel, my kids were a lot younger, and the amount of like, they were still in a lot of things, but they weren't as demanding, and the timeline, the timetables were different. So as they got older and they're up later and they're doing stuff later, my life changes. That's okay. Here we go. Let's read this letter before court comes back while I'm just blathering on. All right. Her private investigator is doing some research on the ranch/cartel place Eric would stay at. Wait, what? So the ranch/cartel place Eric would stay at. Here's what I'm thinking. But you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short. Not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico, from the workers at the ranch. Does the pain pills and fentanyl look like it's in different handwriting? It looks a little bit weird. Maybe it's just crunched. Whatever. From the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me, because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. See, she started writing it in the third person. She started writing it as how Ronnie needs to tell the story, not how, not about her. She's removed from this. It's very, very awkwardly written if it was supposed to be legit. Okay. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, why would you do like, that's one of those details that doesn't jive. That detail does not jive. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any types of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her to because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point. Just include it all. Guilty! Guilty, guilty, guilty. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but it has to be done. Upon information and belief, lol, they never found... It wouldn't be information and belief if you have Ronnie testifying to it. Ronnie testifying to it isn't information and belief. It's just on testimony. Upon information and belief, lol, they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in an allergy bottle in a work truck, and Cody emptied all our work truck within a week. So they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to Salt Lake and meet him after work without Bree. Sky has to make the... Sorry, I saw Bree Sky. That's weird. If you know, you know, I guess. Sky has to make the connection between Eric and Mexico because that makes the most sense in her mind. If it's Ronnie's information and belief about the conversation over football, she can use that as a connection. Tell Ronnie don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation. Lol. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. I like her now. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end. Let's push through. She still doesn't know how to use an apostrophe. It's not just text, voice to text. Let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog. I saw a commercial yesterday with mortgage relief. Google them, please. It's for people behind on their mortgage. Can you see if they can help at all on Marissa's house, please? We have to get hers, yours, and Chelsea's taken care of ASAP. Try to go to that place in commas. What about asking Lotto to do a loan solely in his name and not have you on there? I know he can do a home equity line of credit on his house in Hideout. Not sure if he would, but I know he has like $1 million in equity. Maybe he just doesn't know about a HELOC home equity. If he wants to help me, taking care of these loans is most important. I don't give a shit about the yodels. Yodels? Remember, I told you one way to get Katie is going through my phone and finding a picture of her girls, even with the boys. Print 15 copies and send them out anonymously to different media companies. Obviously, don't email the pictures so it's not traceable. She would be livid if it got out to the public. You would just have to do it sneakily and be careful. She would try and trace it back to you. If not, no worries. Wait, what? Finding a picture of her girls, even with the boys. So So she doesn't want her girls' faces out. Even with the boys is even with Kouri's kids. Sorry, I had to noodle through what the hell she meant there. So I guess there's, Katie just doesn't want her daughter's images out, which makes sense. Have I not read this? I mean, I read through it when it was on when we were watching it at trial, but I haven't read through it independently. Sky is having the My Girls do the first interview with Good Morning America. Please tell Chelsea to bring up that he hasn't been to church in the 13 years she has known him, and Eric would brag to her about how much he drank and did pills in high school. Tell Kelsey to say Eric always wanted Kouri to go down for him. Maybe on him. For example, he would put drugs in her suitcase when we would travel together. So if anyone got caught, it was Kouri. He would put it in her bag right before they left the house. So Kouri didn't know. Then when we would land wherever, Eric would take them out of her bag and Kouri would be pissed and they would argue about it. All Kelsey, tell Kelsey to say how Eric didn't care and would just laugh about it and say, well, I can't get in trouble, as if it was okay that I got in trouble. Have Selma talk about Eric in Spain not being able to drink, so he was looking for drugs the entire time. Where are the drugs? I can't drink. Where are these drugs? How do I ask for drugs in Spanish? Donde está drugs? And explain the drink the waitress gave him and how I called his doctor and went to the pharmacy immediately. Have Ali talk about how the sisters have always been jealous of me because anything they could do, Kouri could do better. Being a mom, college, stay-at-home wife, until she built $1 million company or whatever. A nice house, car, everything she had they wanted. This comes down to jealousy, money, and Eric's partying that they don't want to acknowledge, and sadly an accidental overdose. Lastly, don't forget to work on the gun receipts. We want to file charges and let the prosecutor not do anything about it to use in our defense. Will you buy a box of Crest white strips, open them up, put in an envelope, and have Sky give them to me? You can tell her what's in the envelope. I'm sure she won't care. I'll make sure they can't be found in my cell. My teeth are yellow from so much coffee and tea all day. I love you. I love you. I love you. Hang in there. We're getting there slowly. You're the best mom in the whole world. I'm so lucky to have you. So there we go. That's the infamous walk the dog letter. I mean, she's just guilty. That's the problem with her case. That's the problem for her defense attorneys. I mean, her defense attorneys suck. Don't get me wrong. But she's just guilty. Like, that's it. So, why couldn't he drink in Spain? Like, how do you not find alcohol in Spain? Why couldn't he drink? Does anybody know? I like how she's like, you got any of them white strips, man? You got any of them white strips? Mormon. Yeah, I know he's Mormon, but was it because he was around family? But he's like, I can't drink around these people. Like, give me some drugs. Oh, his Lyme disease meds. Okay, that's that makes more sense. Divining rod. Oh no! I was doing different kind of white strip last night. Be careful. Don't get yourself in trouble or dead. I guess, like, unless you want to be in trouble or dead, I guess that's up to you. You can make that choice. Oh. I haven't been paying attention, but these prison letters alone are a confession. Yeah, I mean, it's bad. Her yellow journal is not good. Really not good. Not ideal. I've seen lots of journals. I said, this is not a great journal. I looked through it, wasn't good, very bad. The yellow journal is bad, but in a different way. It's not like as directly sinister. It's just so odd. It's such an odd and unexpected, it's an odd and unexpected thing to have, like journaling the days of your husband's death. That was, I need an explanation on that for it to make sense to me. You want to party with divining rods so you can go skiing? Pam says, I really don't see that letter as a confession. It's someone desperate to get out of jail. I mean, I'm sure she's desperate to get out of jail, but I mean, to me, it looks like a confession. To me, it does. I can't imagine going to, like, thinking about it, like going to Europe and not being able to drink. Like, there's just wine. Wine is like so enmeshed in the cuisine there. It's one of the things that is really frustrating now, because I like to eat, you know, well. I like a wine pairing. Gosh, that's one of the gayest things I've ever had to say, but it's true. I was saying the yellow notebook, the orange notebook. Orange notebook was a trauma journal she started under the instruction of a therapist. Okay. They should have brought that therapist on. Like, that's a defendant or defense witness that you need to bring on. Explain these things. If she's got a therapist, get her up there. But I think part of the problem is, to explain some of it, they'd have to get to testimony about her being in jail. Wine turns your tongue into sandpaper. The problem I have, so for me, the problem I would run into with wine was that I like it, but it's like, I don't know if it's too much sugar or whatever, but it would make me just get a nasty headache after a while. Like, I could drink several glasses of whiskey, you know, like 8. Let's say like 8 glasses of whiskey throughout the course of a long night or whatever. And, but you give me 8 glasses of wine and I'm like, I will feel awful. It just messes with, it would always give me a headache. Always give me a headache. It's the tannins. Yeah. That's what they say. Or like I had, so some of the wine they age with like nitrates or something. I'm not super familiar, but it accelerates the aging and maturing process, so they don't have to sit in barrels as long. But I went to, there's a monastery in Colorado near, was it in Canyon City? Might have been in Canyon City where it's not the Grand, what is that stupid canyon called? Anyway, it's that big canyon, the Royal Gorge. The Royal Gorge, I think is what it was called. But there was a monastery there, and, you know, they had several different wines. They had one that didn't have any of the nitrates or whatever in for the aging. It was just naturally aged. And They also said it was kind of wine that if you kept it in the bottle, it would continue to age and mature and get better and better and better. Whereas like if you buy like a cheap wine off the shelf in the store, they go bad after like 6 months. Yeah, sulfites, maybe it's the sulfites. I don't know what it is exactly. But that wine, that was great. It was fantastic. Very smooth, delicious wine. But whiskey just works out better. Fatuous.tor. I don't know what that spells. To be honest, don't miss it. I don't miss it that much most of the time. Again, it's usually when I'm at like an event or something, and there's like I said, a wine pairing with the meal, or charity events. They just have open bars and everybody gets plastered. And if you're like the one sober person, everybody's annoying at that point. Hate that. You got the bottle of whiskey I recommended from Applejack's in Colorado Springs. Oh, cool. It's been a while. I forgot about that place. Whiskey drunk reminds you of being stoned. It's great. I don't really have much experience being stoned because I just go to, like, it knocks me out. But when it happens, it is annoying. I don't like weed. I just don't like it. It's just not fun for me. Some of y'all seem to really enjoy it, and much love to you. What's a good wine to woo a recently acquitted murderer? I hear she likes Moscow mules. She's a cocktail girl. I like the gummies, though. Not really. Like, I mean, if I want to sleep, yeah. Like, if I'm having trouble sleeping or something, and I eat like a gummy or take a couple hits off the weed vape, yeah, I can pass out pretty quickly, and it's really helpful for that. If I need to be awake or want to be awake, it just sucks. Adam Worden says, everyone's annoying, so you're acknowledging you've been annoying 95% of the time the last 3 years or so. Yeah. I thought we'd moved past this. Yes. But also, let's get specific with my wording. It was when you're not drunk and everybody else is, then they're all annoying. The easy way to cure that is to just not, like you just get drunk too. I didn't say that's a good way to cure it. It's just the easy way to cure it.
231-500-139. Oh. Counsel for the state and for defendant are present. Ms. Richins is present. Ms. Lewis, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
So what about this?
Ms. Lewis, would you tap that microphone for me?
Oh, is it going to be Lewis?
I'm sorry. There you go. Great. That should be fine. Brittany will let you know if it's not. We're ready for the jury.
Anyway, so what about this stupid banner? I cannot decide if I like having the banner in the middle or not. Because I could just
I have a picture of a house
not have it.
Right? Okay. You'll let me know when you want to publish, Ms. Lewis?
I think Katie just has it ready to go.
The cure is not to hang out with people who drink. I was saying pretty specifically at at like charity events and stuff where there's an open bar and everybody's drinking. Like that's just how it goes. I actually want to switch. Hold on. I don't want to be on this feed. I like the other feed.
All right, please have a seat. Thank you for your patience. We'll continue with closing argument. Ms. Lewis. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat.
In the early morning hours of March 4th, 2022.
Oh, God, this is going to be a nightmare.
Kouri Richins fell asleep in her young son's room, like many parents do. At some point in the night, she gets up and walks back down the hallway to her bedroom. She slips back into bed beside her husband. She settles in next to him. She reaches over, and he feels cold.
Wait, how did I screw that up?
Eric Richins, the father of her children, the man that she has built a life with. Something feels wrong. She pulls the blanket up around him.
We'll just leave it.
But something still isn't right. He feels heavy. She turns on the light. And when she looks at her husband, really looks at him, she realizes something is terribly wrong. And in that instant, in that bedroom, in the quiet early of the morning, Kouri Richins' world collapsed. Reasonable doubt. It's not just a slogan. It's not just a suggestion. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the state from punishing without truth. And it is the state that has that high burden, the highest burden under the law, to prove each and every single element of each and every charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state stood up on day one and they told you they were going to prove that Kouri Richins had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. And we're going to talk about each of these, but first I want to talk a little more about reasonable doubt. I've told juries for a long time that one way to understand reasonable doubt is, are there other reasonable explanations as to what happened? As you look at the evidence, if there are other reasonable explanations, this is reasonable doubt. And you have to find Kouri not guilty. I put to you that every fact that the state has put forth
sounds like she's breathing in a wine cooler
has another reasonable explanation. Let's go back to March 3rd, 2022. From everything we've heard during this trial, Kouri and Eric were happy that night. They were celebrating. Kouri was just about to close on the Midway Mansion. Rightly or wrongly, she believed that this was going to be the deal that put her over the top. The deal that had made everything she'd done with her business, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
You don't have to call her stupid.
The night of March 3rd, they have a celebratory drink, they go to bed, and then Kouri hears one of her sons cry out. And like parents all over the world do, she goes in to lie down on the floor of her son's room. An alibi or the truth? She wasn't inconsistent when she told this story. She told everyone, I was lying in Ash's room, I was lying down with him. What does reason tell you? What does experience tell you? When she wakes up, she goes back to her room. Eric appears to be asleep. We don't know for sure what happens over the next 15 minutes or so. The state asks you to leap to conclusions about what she was doing
They're
during
like the
that
game
time.
that Milton made.
Yet they
Not
have
Milton,
not
the other
shown
guy.
you any evidence of this. They just tell you to believe it. But what does reason tell you? She gets up. She goes to the bathroom. She picks up her phone. We all pick up our phone all the time. She's been away from it for an hour or two. She goes to the bathroom. Maybe she walks to the kitchen. Maybe she gets a drink of water. Maybe she lets out the dog. And then she goes back to her bedroom, phone probably in hand.
What was that?
Gets into the bed, next to her husband.
She's getting on her
again,
motorcycle?
Realizes he's cold, pulls up the blanket, realizes something's wrong, and turns on the light. It probably takes a moment or two for her brain to register what she's seen. And then she makes that call that nobody ever wants to make. She calls 911.
Wait.
A big part of this state's case is that Ms. Richins is not grieving properly. You heard this from a couple of different witnesses, 2 or 3. What does that mean? I was unexpectedly widowed when I was not much older than Kouri, and I had 2 little boys. How do you judge someone in that moment? If I've learned one thing during this trial, I've learned I didn't grieve right. I didn't know that, but it's clear now that I didn't. They want you to look at a woman in the worst moment of her life and to judge her grief. There is no wrong way to grieve. They're asking you how she is acting.
There are wrong ways to grieve.
And then use that moment
What are you talking about?
of evidence of guilt.
I can think of several right now.
In the opening, we pointed out, and quick, go ahead and put it on that the state looks at facts one way and sees a witch. But if you look at those facts another way, you see a widow. Here's an example.
A black widow.
Hands over her face, curled up. A witch, hiding because she's done something wrong, or a widow, hiding and blocking out what has just happened to her, what has just happened to her children, what has just happened to her family and to her life. Look familiar? Portrayals of women grieving in art. Portrayals of women in grief. The state tells you during evidence that, she didn't immediately talk to Gene Richins when he came to the house because she felt so guilty she couldn't talk to him. Or was it because she didn't want to tell a father his son had died? She didn't tell the boys when she should have. It was weird. She didn't go talk to them. They were in the playroom. Again, because she felt guilty, or because she was dreading the most difficult conversation, the conversation no mother ever wants to have with her young sons. Their father is dead. The father that everyone agrees was a wonderful father is gone, and she has to tell those little boys, you're never going to see him again. Believe me, that conversation may be the worst moment in a mother's life. How can a woman be judged on how she handles that moment?
You can judge a woman on anything. Try me.
You heard her friend Allie staking. When Allie arrived at the home that day, she said Kouri was clearly upset. She said she was distraught. This is someone who's known her since junior high, not an officer who met her 5 minutes ago. She said Kouri was acting as you would expect. That night, friends came over to talk about Eric, to drink to Eric. Awake is what the Irish call it. The state wants you to leap to the conclusion.
Asleep is what you're making.
That night, Kouri was celebrating Eric's death. You heard Allie stalking. They were celebrating Eric's life. They kept it light for the boys. They were dancing, they were smiling. All of them were, even Eric's sister. Can we not smile in our grief? They want to tell you no. But reason and experience tells you differently. Let's talk about the investigation. The investigation in this matter was nothing but sloppy. It was driven by bias. Did you notice during the state's closing they didn't really even talk about the investigation?
Lots of investigations are driven by bias.
What was in people's heads? What were they thinking? Speculation, conjecture, not proof. Instead of looking at the evidence to determine what happened, the state has They determined what happened, and then they found the evidence to support it. This is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when you favor evidence that supports a belief and ignore evidence that contradicts it. That is how this entire case was investigated, working backwards from a conclusion. It started on March 4th. Detective Woody, before she's even entered the home, Amy Richins tells her they think Kouri is somehow involved. Then both Katie and Amy Richins tell Detective Woody they think this is because she recently found out about a trust Eric created. Immediately, this influenced this investigation. But what happened that first day? They found nothing to support foul play. Kouri tells them he was a user of THC gummies, that maybe he used one that night. They never ask where the gummies are. They do a cursory search of the bedroom and bathroom. They admit that they don't look in places where the gummies were found a month later, high up in the bathroom, high above the refrigerator, high up in the laundry room, somewhere in a pocket of either Kouri or Eric's jacket in a closet. All places where they would have been put out of reach of children. But they didn't find any of them that day. You know what else they didn't do? They didn't secure the scene. They moved things around. They told you they didn't have probable cause to search the whole house. We couldn't search the whole house. All we could do was look in the bedroom and the bathroom.
Well,
but they could have asked for consent. Kouri gave them consent when they asked to search one place outside of the bedroom.
but what are they searching
The entire
for?
house could have been searched that day, but they didn't do it. They didn't even ask.
Why would they? What are
What
they
else happened
searching
that morning?
for?
Officer Nguyen, he does well, not little, but his death checklist.
He does his little
says,
stupid checklist or
Did he
whatever.
have any history of prescription
Fucking dork.
abuse? Did he have any history of illicit drug use? And what does Kouri tell him? No. How easy would it have been to just say yes? If she had just killed him with illicit drugs, why in the name of God did she just not say yes? Had she said yes,
You don't want the
we wouldn't
answer
all be
to
sitting
that.
here today. She didn't say yes because she did not know how he had died. Over the last 4 years, they've gone back to that house.
Why would she
10
say
more
no?
times. And they still can't tell you what happened early morning of March 4th, 2022.
That's the
10
better
more.
question is
That's
why
a
would she
lot.
say
That's
no?
not typical. They were still searching for evidence on February 9th of this year, 2 weeks before trial. 4 years of investigation. And they are still trying to find evidence to make their case because they know they don't have enough. They're still trying to prove.
Still trying.
So let's talk about Todd Gabler.
Let's
In
talk
comes
about
Todd Gabler, the
being
private
underwater.
investigator. Jeff O'Driscoll told you, well, he was an investigator for the estate. Just the civil case. Seriously? He's putting trackers on the car of Kouri, her mother, her brother.
Yes.
Trying to track Carmen Lauber's car.
Yeah.
He's providing evidence to the police. Detective Woody testified that this information from the private investigator is what helped advance their investigation.
Why would you say that? That was dumb.
He was in the house alone numerous times, finding things the police didn't. Not using gloves, calling law enforcement when he found things. He said he didn't need a
Law
babysitter
enforcement.
while he did all these things, which is different than what Clint Benson told you. He said,
What? Mother.
Todd Gabler was in and out of that house numerous
Sorry
times
about that.
by himself. He also told you
Hold on.
that he was completely fair and unbiased, testing two hypotheses. His hypotheses, suicide and homicide. He ignored any others, including accident. And how did he handle this unbiased testing of hypotheses? You heard Josh Grossman. He said the first time he talked to Todd Gabler said right out of the gate, Kouri killed Eric.
The reason he
Josh
didn't
told you
investigate
that
an
tainted
accident is because it's
what he thought of
ridiculous.
next.
It's a ridiculous.
How does it not taint an interview when you're
Based on the
opening line
amount
is,
that's in his
Cory killed
stomach.
Eric, so now let's tell me what you have, what you know. Josh told you he started looking back at things differently than he had before because of that.
Sup, Heidel?
Like I said, he tracked Corey's car, he tracked her family's car, he tracked Carmen's Lauber car. He didn't track Cody Wright's car. He had more to gain from Eric's death than anyone. He didn't track anyone involved in the civil case regarding the trust. He only tracked people that he thought might lead to information for law enforcement. Did he follow up on Eric's trip to Mexico shortly before the death? No. Did he go to Mexico? Did he try and figure out where Eric had been?
Did he go to Mexico?
In Sonora,
Did he even
Mexico?
go? Did he even go to Mexico?
No.
Did he even go there? Does he even know if Mexico's
about
real?
That investigation was unbiased. Nothing. He passed it all on to law enforcement. And then what he did is he said to law enforcement, you should talk to Carmen Lauber. She's on the ropes in drug court. This would be a really good time to interview her because she would be very likely to be compliant at this time. Everything about this investigation was led by the Richins family. They started on day one and they continued until trial. They are the ones who initially hired and paid for experts. Their private investigator gave information to the police. You know, and by the way, Gabler testified that he followed all the rules of being a private investigator,
Yeah.
and that may very well be true. He doesn't have to operate under the Constitution. There's a reason that we have rights under the Constitution.
What rights of
There's a
hers were
reason
violated by
that law
Gabler?
enforcement has to get warrants to enter your home, to take electronics,
They did.
to search your house. It is to protect
Or consent,
the
which he
citizens of our
got.
country. It is to protect the innocent. Sidestepping these important constitutional rights by hiring a private investigator who then let law enforcement know what to do taints this entire investigation.
You
And
can't
you know what? That is
break
terrifying.
in as a PI. You still
Terrifying.
need
If someone has
consent,
enough
you
money
dummy.
To hire a PI, they can circumvent our constitutional rights, dig into every aspect of our rights, of our lives, and turn it over to police.
This is an
We have a constitution for a
unreal
reason.
argument.
It's to protect us all. I want to talk about the lead investigator, Jeff O'Driscoll. Here's what he testified that his investigation consisted of. He got assigned to the case sometime in March of 2023. He got a search warrant for some medical records. He thinks he got a search warrant for a couple of cell phones. He interviewed Chelsea Barney, where they discovered that they were wrong about some text messages. Law enforcement was wrong with what they thought they were looking for. He interviewed someone named Jake Sorensen, who must not have had anything important to say because we never heard from him. Then he interviews Carmen Lauber, because he was told to by the private investigator. That's it. That was the investigation.
Okay.
He didn't investigate any other leads. He didn't attempt to corroborate information,
So,
particularly in the letter.
There's always a problem
that
with the
we saw
deficient
that
investigation
Corey wrote to her mother, the walk
argument.
the dog letter. Now he
Well,
told
he didn't
you
do these
didn't
other
need
things.
to corroborate that because he didn't get that letter
So?
till after Corey was arrested. So I guess the state was done. You wouldn't want to start looking for things that might show her innocent. You've arrested her. Interestingly, they were still executing search warrants. They were still trying to find evidence for guilt, but they weren't looking at any evidence that might show innocence. It is absolutely possible that everything she said in that letter was true. In fact, at least 3 things in that letter were corroborated by the state's own witnesses. But they didn't investigate it. Again, ignore what might contradict your theory. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt.
wait, what? Confirmation
Also
bias and
remember that
reasonable
number
doubt
that
are
letter
not
that
the
went
same.
down. So it was nothing more than thoughts on
They're not even related.
That's all that letter was.
They're not even awkward cousins.
What else didn't he do? He didn't interview the person Eric was talking to in Mexico the night of his death, and we'll come back to that. But He didn't follow up on that. He said that. He didn't follow up on where Eric went in Mexico or who he was communicating with in Mexico when he was there. He didn't investigate what Eric did or where he went on February 14th, 2022. He didn't follow up to see did Eric go to the hospital that day. In fact, he did nothing regarding that day. Nothing. What else? He didn't find fentanyl anywhere. Allegedly, there were 90 to 120 pills of something. At least oxycodone. Where were they?
In his stomach!
Somebody took them.
They're in his stomach!
So whatever pills Carmen may or may not have provided to Kouri were gone. They no longer existed.
They're in his
They couldn't
stomach!
find or test those pills. And we do know that she bought oxycodone.
She gave him
But
all of
there
it.
was no oxycodone in Eric's stomach that night. So instead, Detective O'Driscoll says, well, we wanted to corroborate Carmen's story. I mean, we were going to corroborate it. We weren't just going to go by it. The story that they fed her. They want to corroborate the truth. They wanted to corroborate a story. Again, let's find what confirms our theory. Let's ignore what doesn't. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt. Sitting here in this courtroom after 4 years of investigation, there was
On
an
rebuttal.
awful lot that O'Driscoll just could not tell you.
He's just going to quote the
Things
investigator.
he couldn't remember.
Boatload of
He couldn't
fentanyl
remember
in
what
his
people had
stomach.
told him in interviews. For example, he was asked, did you interview Eric's allergy doctor? Well, yes, but I can't remember what he said. Well, that might have been important.
Might have been, but maybe
He
it wasn't.
testified the
Maybe that's why he
EpiPens in the
doesn't
house
remember.
belonged to the children. Well, maybe because Eric had recently used his a couple of weeks earlier when he had an allergic reaction. He said, well, if I could have a few minutes, I could find out what was said. I could give you more information. We were in trial. He was on the stand 4 years after Eric had died. 3 years after he'd been appointed as lead investigator. And either he wasn't prepared to testify or he just didn't know. He is the lead investigator. Now the state
Her
elicited
yelling
testimony
has
from him that
no
how
impact.
could he possibly know the entire case? It's just too much. I couldn't know all of that information. But he's the one they put on. He's the one they relied on to testify about this investigation. You didn't hear from anyone else about the last 3 years of that investigation. They chose him. You know what else he couldn't testify to? He couldn't testify how the fentanyl got into Eric's system. He said, well, he ingested it.
That's how it got in his system.
There was no evidence, none, that fentanyl was put in a drink. That was argument. Argument is not evidence. And they waited until closing to tell you, oh, she put it in a drink.
No, they told you at
Any
opening.
Evidence to back that up. Okay, she made him a drink that night, but that's it. She made him a drink. There's no evidence that fentanyl was in that drink.
Here's the thing, sweetie. It doesn't matter if it was in the
And the lead
drink or if it was on a
detective couldn't tell you
cracker.
anything.
It
He
got
sat
into
through
his
entire
mouth.
trial. He heard every witness testify. He had an opportunity to form his answers or reform his answers based on what he knew other people had said. And yet, he still didn't know the evidence.
What's your competing
We're talking a
theory?
bit about deleted
That he
text.
accidentally took
And the phone
90
searches, just
pills?
quickly. Deleted texts. They said there were deleted texts off Kouri's phone.
Oops.
And that, it looks like that probably was true. Why would you delete texts off your phone? Maybe because you were having an affair over the
But-
last 2 years? You might want to delete that off your phone before your whole husband's family finds out about it.
They're gonna find
Maybe
out.
because she was buying oxycodone. I mean, she asked Carmen for pain pills. Doesn't mean she killed her husband,
Whoa!
but you probably want that off of your phone. The phone searches So the
one of the whole things was to attack the credibility of Carmen
that Eric
getting the pills, and she just admitted it.
And that's the day they took her phone and she gets a new phone. These searches are all done on that new phone. Searches of how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone, or how much fentanyl is a lethal overdose, I don't remember exactly. Yeah, because she just found out her husband died of a lethal overdose of fentanyl. You might want to know what that means. And she texted other things. They said, oh, she texted about women's prisons. Of course she's worried. An innocent person would be worried. Anyone would be worried if they just found out that they are a suspect in a homicide investigation. She would have been scared to death. She was looking for information based on what she found out after Eric died. All right, what do we know about those last few hours before Eric's death? It's not a lot, but we do know some things from the autopsy and the toxicology reports. We know that he had fentanyl in both his blood and his stomach. We know he had quetiapine and alcohol only in his stomach and not his blood. So this means the quetiapine had to be taken after the fentanyl. Had they been taken together, they would have both been in his blood.
You can't say that. You didn't have a toxicologist actually testify to that.
Response, no anaphylaxis. So he had not had an allergic reaction to anything in his body that night, including fentanyl. The state wants you to believe that the allergic reaction he had on February 14th was to fentanyl. If he had an allergic reaction on February 14th, he would have had one again 3 weeks later. Now, I know the toxicologist testified, well, you don't have an allergic reaction every time, and you can look at her testimony, but it was a little bit hard to understand, but I believe she was talking about, you might eat peanuts for a lot of times and then have an allergic reaction, and then it starts. Once you have an allergic reaction to something, it doesn't typically go away. We know he had norfentanyl in his body.
I don't think that's how peanut allergies work.
His body had started to metabolize the fentanyl. The state's toxicologist told you that the fentanyl could have been left over from a previous use. That was a possibility. Another reasonable possibility. The fentanyl was there from a previous use. That was the evidence. That is reasonable doubt.
How much?
What else do we know from the ME and the toxicologist? Well, we know that the fentanyl was not put in a drink. And how do we know this? There was only fentanyl in the blood and not alcohol. The state's toxicologist leaned toward the fact that maybe Eric didn't even drink alcohol, that the alcohol in his stomach was post-mortem decomposition. But the other scenario that she said that was possible was that Eric took the fentanyl, then took the quetiapine, had a small amount of alcohol. She testified that it would take 15 to 60 minutes for fentanyl to make its way into the blood. That alcohol takes 15 to 30 minutes to make its way into the blood. So if the alcohol and fentanyl were taken together, they both would have been there at the same time in the blood. But just the fact that one reasonable possibility is that the fentanyl was taken before the quetiapine and the alcohol gives you reasonable doubt that it was placed in a drink an hour earlier.
How?
Now the state's saying, well, maybe she put it in a non-alcoholic drink. So their celebratory drink maybe didn't have alcohol in it. There's no evidence of that, but they're throwing around a lot of theories.
Did she just claim that, like, the fentanyl in the alcohol would, like...
They don't know what happened.
Not work?
Dr. Christensen and Dr. Ulmer testified that the manner of death could not be determined. This is really important. Dr. Christensen testified the ME's office didn't know enough about Eric's history to determine if it was an accident. They also didn't have enough information to determine it was a homicide. The ME had at least a reasonable doubt as to the cause of death. And the ME isn't held to the high standard that the state is.
Liquor stops fentanyl.
No evidence that the autopsy
How does anybody die from this?
At a later date, if additional information was received. The ME testified. Excuse me. The ME didn't tell you that they couldn't amend the autopsy. He just told you they didn't. What else didn't they do? Why didn't they do a hair follicle test? Dr. Christensen said, well, we don't do that unless we're asked to. Who would you be asked to do that by? Law enforcement. Again, Summit County was only looking for evidence to confirm their theory. Evidence to support that Kouri was behind Eric's death. They did not want to look for evidence that contradicted that theory. Had they done that test, we might have our answer. Confirmation bias. All right, let's start with the means. The state did not and cannot prove that Kouri ever purchased fentanyl. Carmen Lauber, interestingly, they barely mention Carmen Lauber in their closing. The only witness who can put fentanyl into Kouri's hand. Let's talk about her testimony. Admittedly,
I think the other
a
one
lot
could
of it was
too.
painful to watch. And in some ways, she's sympathetic.
What?
She is looking at multiple long prison sentences. And her only way out, her only way was to testify at this trial. But what she could not do was put fentanyl in Kouri Richins' hands. She told you that she had no memory of what actually took place in 2022. During those interviews, she told detectives
We're going to talk
over and
about
over
this,
again,
Gen
my
X.
brain is fried. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My memory is gone. So what she testified to you wasn't what she remembered. She admitted on the stand that what she testified to was what she had been shown, what she had been told.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Driscoll told you
Because
that
you said she
Carmen Lauber
bought.
could not remember the
The
purchase
Kouri
of
asked her to
drugs
buy the
after
pills.
Eric had died. When asked by Ms. Nestor if at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric's death, his response was, her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that supported that. But you know what? She did testify to that. She testified at length and in detail about something that even Detective O'Driscoll said she didn't remember. Carmen Lauber was not able to tell you that she bought fentanyl. She agreed on the stand that it was the detectives that first put the word fentanyl in her mouth, in her head. She was told by detectives in this case that she bought fentanyl. Eric died of fentanyl. You bought drugs. You bought fentanyl. She took that story and she ran with it because she had everything to lose.
Well, and also because it
Detective
seems to be what
O'Driscoll
happened.
And Detective Maynard told her, you are getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. And what do you have to do to get that big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card? Give them the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. You
Okay.
heard that from O'Driscoll's own mouth. He tried to explain it away. But he went in and he told this woman, get out of jail free card, give us the details to ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. She had to tell them that. She had to tell you that. She had to say she purchased fentanyl. The detectives walked into those interviews not to find out what happened, but to get Ms. Lauber to confirm what they already had decided happened. Again, confirmation bias. She told them at that first interview, I literally never dealt with fentanyl. And she had reason not to deal with fentanyl. She told you that. She had a daughter who had overdosed from fentanyl. She was afraid of fentanyl. She told them that Kouri asked for something for an investor's bad bag. Maybe it was for Eric. But she told them that Kouri asked for an investor's bad bag. And that later she asked for something stronger. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug. She told them Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She admitted that she got the word fentanyl
that doesn't
from
matter.
Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard. She told them she couldn't remember. She asked them to lay it out for her, to put the pieces of the puzzle together, to write it down and I'll sign it. They argued that was because, well, she didn't want to write it in her cell. That's why they wanted us to write it. Well, she could have written it right there at the table, I suppose.
She
But
probably
you know what
couldn't.
else? Remember? She also told the Assistant United States Attorney basically the same thing. Put it together for me. And the U.S. Attorney or the Assistant U.S. Attorney said, oh, we don't do it that way. You have to tell us what you remember. They literally offered a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. In the state's last question to Detective O'Driscoll, they brought up the TV show The House of Cards, but who held all of the cards in this case? Jeff O'Driscoll told you. Carmen Lauber held all of the cards. Their entire House of Cards is being held up by her. And now at trial 3 years later, she comes in here and says she bought oxycodone once and fentanyl 3 times. Oh, she had her story down. She told it very nicely on direct. But when pressed, she couldn't remember anything. Not from 2022, not from 2023. She couldn't remember on Friday what she testified to on Thursday. And you know, I didn't ask her about her mental health or her learning disability to be mean. I asked her because it explains why she was so easily convinced by law enforcement as to what she needed to do and what she needed to say. She described her learning disability as low education. Well, you can decide.
That's not what she said.
Yourself, but one possibility is
she said something.
She has an
me and not
disability.
Learn good.
And if that is the case, she is more vulnerable to suggestibility than most people.
So
easy to manipulate.
Who cares?
They took advantage of this. We all saw it. They did too. But
she
they
bought the
had to find
pills.
Someone who would confirm their theory. But you know what? Through all of this, there were a handful of things that
they just happened to find the person that Kouri knows and was paying.
Kouri asked for some pain medication.
So they manufactured it out of
Kouri
nothing,
said that
huh?
in the Walk the Dog letter. Then she told you, I brought oxycodone from Susan Kohler on February 11th. Prescription oxycodone.
Yeah, the whole
now that's important.
The whole
because if
pill
Kouri had
story
any pain pills
didn't
before
show up till the
February
cops
14th,
suggested
these
it.
were likely what she had. She said Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She said that in all of her interviews. Carmen never asked Robert Crozier for fentanyl. She said that. She was consistent with that. That she bought pills from Robert Crozier. That the pills she got from him were light green. 15 to 20 milligram oxycodone pills. When she bought from him again, she asked for more of the same. Those are the things she said throughout. Everything she said, every other thing she said has changed multiple times. It changed again while she was on the stand. Now she says the number of purchases were more. That changed. The date changed. For the first time, she says that Crozier was the first one to say the word fentanyl. It's the first time we've heard that. Wasn't in the interviews. She's not a truthful person. There were a couple of little things she lied on the stand about. Not super important, but I'm going to point them out because they were just untruths. When I asked her if she was on any medication for
the
her
pill
anxiety or
sale?
any other illnesses, she said no. But then later, when Mr. Bloodworth asked her, she said yes, she was on medications. They were in her car in her purse. She told you Nancy Peterson drove to buy the drugs because she didn't have a driver's license. When we showed her that photo was reversed and that she was driving, did you notice how smoothly that story changed? Oh, well, yeah, I drove one way, she drove the other. By the way, where's Nancy Peterson? There was someone who might have been able to confirm Carmen's story, but we didn't hear from her.
Why didn't you call her?
What else did Carmen lie about? She said on that stand, and she told you, I never violated drug court after I got out, my get out of jail free card in May of 2023. But then when confronted, she had to admit, oh yeah, I did. That's right. She told you, well, I was holding a can of alcohol, but I didn't drink it.
So?
When confronted, though, she had to admit that wasn't true. She said on this stand, and she told you that. Oh, I just held it. Oh, but you told your probation officer you drank it? Oh, yeah, I guess I drank it. But
That just tells me she doesn't remember whether she drank it or not.
She lied to a judge.
I don't know.
She
This is
lied to a judge by writing a letter saying that she had been 100% compliant with drug court. And why did she lie to that judge? She wanted to go to Vegas.
Who
and she
doesn't?
told you on the stand. She admitted it. Yeah, I was untruthful with the judge to get something that I wanted. She was untruthful because she wanted to go to Vegas. There is a lot more at stake here than going to Vegas. She is, again, being untruthful to get what she wants. And what she wants this time is to stay out of prison. And she will say whatever she needs to make that happen. You know what else she got by telling that story, in addition to her get out of jail free card? She also got an advance straight to go and pass drug court on the way card. No more showing up at drug court. And she told you drug court's tough, but she didn't have to go anymore. No regular check-ins. She just had to text hi or lobber to Detective Maynard. And most importantly, no more drug tests. She's still on probation.
So?
Still waiting to go to court to see if her charges will be dismissed. And she's not being drug tested.
So what?
Is she telling you the truth about being clean? We have absolutely no way to know.
Yeah, the state cut her a deal.
She got everything she wanted by testifying to things that she admitted she had no memory of. Can you feel for Carmen Lauber? You can. Can you believe her beyond a reasonable doubt? You cannot. And if you can't believe her beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to find Kouri Richins not guilty.
Wait, believe her about what? You admitted to the pills.
I don't want to talk about Robert Crozier.
I don't.
He's also an addict, and he also changed his story. But what makes him different? First, his original story was given in a 13-minute interview while he was coming down from drugs. Not in 10 hours of interviews over multiple days. Detectives came in, and they told him he sold fentanyl. They said, we already know. We know you sold fentanyl. You just need to confirm it. We won't jam you up. Just tell us you sold fentanyl. And he agreed with them. And they asked, did Carmen Lauber know she got fentanyl? And he said, absolutely. But what did he explain to you on the stand? Now that he's been through rehab, now that we know he's sober, he gave people what they asked for when he was selling drugs. He always gave them what they asked for. So when detectives came in and said, well, you sold Carmen fentanyl, Carmen asked for fentanyl, he said yes. He said, what I meant is, if that's what she asked for, that's what I gave her. What else makes him different, though, from Carmen Lauber? He changed his story from what the prosecution wanted him to say to what they didn't want him to say. Not the other way around. Why do this? Why would he risk his immunity? It would have been so much easier for him just to stick with his original story. Well, let's go back. So he gives that original story in April of 23. He sobers up. He meets with the state. He meets with Mr. Bloodworth in April of 25, before he ever spoke to me or to Mr. Berman. And he tells them at that time that he got it wrong. He says, no, I sold Carmen oxycodone, not fentanyl.
And he thought it was oxy.
How does he know this? He told you. Because he didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022. And he sold to Carmen Lauber.
A lot of people sold fentanyl that
also
didn't mean to.
His source gave him fentanyl that was so
That's what makes it
dark,
dangerous.
It was almost purple. It wasn't light green. It wasn't light blue. Okay, so then he meets with our team in October of 25. He says the same thing. He signed an affidavit swearing it to be true. He testified to the same thing at trial. I was only selling oxy in 2022. And not only that, he told you it was prescription oxy from a pharmacy. So not fake oxy that was actually fentanyl, but real oxy. And he was a bit of an expert on the topic. I think he knew more than the drug expert did.
No, he didn't.
He told you. Light green pills, those were 15 to 20 milligram pills. Light blue,
that was just flat out stupid. Are you serious?
Was 10 milligram pills. He knew his stuff.
He literally didn't know what he was selling.
Pretty successful drug dealer.
He was an awful,
He told you when I sold
awful
fentanyl,
witness.
those pills were almost purple. What did he have to gain by testifying to this? He's never met Kouri Richins. He'd never met Eric Richins. He didn't know Carmen. He isn't getting anything from anyone. It's for these reasons that his testimony is more credible than Carmen's. Her freedom is at stake, so she had to say fentanyl. She has to give them Kouri. He has nothing to gain. He just told you the truth. The state told you in closing that they traced the fentanyl. It's absolutely not true. Carmen never even looked at those pills. She didn't test those pills. She didn't take any of them, according to her.
I don't remember the
know where any
state
of them
saying
are.
that.
Where
What did they
these
actually
some
say?
odd 90 to 120 pills? They didn't trace that fentanyl. We have no idea where that is.
It's in a huge lump,
trace any of it.
the boatload in his stomach.
So how did Eric end up?
If prosecution doesn't come back and
What
say that on
other
rebuttal,
reasonable
they suck.
explanation might there be? You know, I'm not going to stand here and say to you that Eric Richins was a drug addict. He wasn't a Carmen Lauber. He wasn't a Robert Crozier. I don't think the evidence shows that. But that doesn't mean he didn't use. That doesn't mean he didn't ask Kouri to get him pain pills. He probably did. So what do we know? We know Eric was in pain. He had Lyme disease, which can be very painful. He had back pain. He had knee pain. We know he'd been in Mexico not long before his death. Look at what he was doing right before his death. So right before his death, he's texting Pedro Sonora, back and forth, back and forth. Did they interview him? Like we said, no. He texts his friend Scott Wagner, more, Pedro Sonora, from 8:30.
Why would they interview him?
8:36.
They have the text from Eric.
1, 2, 3. Well, these are back and forth. But between them,
Right?
1, 2, 3, 4.
They have Eric's phone?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 texts. He gets a call from Scott Wagner. What's his last Google search? How far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales? And then he gets a text from Raul. We also don't know anything about Raul.
I don't trust Raul.
Maybe he made other calls. The state said maybe Kouri was calling on the Wi-Fi. Maybe so was he. We don't know who else he talked to, but this is what we do know. Oh, which this is a good place to bring up, I think, that the state did stand up here and they told you that we said things in opening that didn't come in during trial, and that's true. Strategies change during trial.
You told them they
Remember,
were going to hear
we are
stuff
not
that
the
they
ones
didn't
under
hear.
An obligation to put on any evidence. It's not us.
No one put the
Or
obligation on you. You said you were going to do it.
It's them. Okay, so what else do we find on that first day that Eric died? What else do they find? The hydrocodone bottle. Whatever happened to that bottle? Why wasn't it tested? What was kept in that bottle? The bottle
Hydrocodone.
sitting right by the bed on Eric's nightstand, right next to his phone and watch that were placed neatly in his charger. An expired prescription bottle with nothing in it but residue. And you can see the residue there.
Okay.
Why would that be sitting out? A 6-year-old prescription bottle.
Who knows?
What might be the best way to bring illegal pills back from Mexico? Put them in a prescription bottle? Put them in your suitcase? What might be the best way to store your illicit oxycodone? Stick them in a prescription bottle? Put them by your bed? And now that bottle's gone, and nobody knows where it is, and nobody tested it. And you saw that white powder, and you can look back when you go back, but you saw that white powdery residue on the nightstand next to Eric. Nobody tested that either. So what's another explanation? What could have happened? Eric was about to take his last pain pill out of that bottle that he kept by the side of his bed. He's on the phone with people in Mexico. He's checking how long it takes to drive from Scottsdale to Nogales. Maybe he knew he was getting fentanyl in Mexico. Maybe he thought it was something else, and he accidentally got fentanyl. Maybe had they tested that bottle, we would know. But they didn't.
Why would he be calling the guy back and forth if he was
Well,
taking
we know he had a prescription for
old
Tricycle,
pills?
and it appears he wasn't taking it. A drug used to help people control craving for drugs and alcohol. It's not a drug used treat Lyme disease.
Wait.
There's a reasonable alternative.
Wait, what?
Reasonable doubt. All right, I'm going to move to motive. The state absolutely did not prove that Kouri's relationship with Josh Grossman was a motive to kill her husband. Josh and Kouri had been seeing each other on and off for about 2 years. You heard from Josh. He testified that their future together was a fantasy. That at no time did Kouri ever lead him to believe that she was going to leave Eric for him. It was clear that Josh loved Kouri more than she loved him. You could see it in his face. You could see it in his demeanor. You can look at the text shortly before Eric died where Kouri was trying to break up with him. The state wants you to find that the conversation Kouri had with Josh about his time in Iraq is somehow evidence or proof of murder. But Josh told you she was grieving, that conversation was about life and death, and Eric and bow hunting and the supernatural, that it really didn't even seem that unusual at the time.
Sounds cool.
He only thought it seemed unusual when the private investigator told him Kouri killed Eric. It's not evidence of a homicide.
We were talking about bow
It's a
hunting
proof
and
of
the
anything.
supernatural.
Yes, they were having an affair. Eric was also having an affair, possibly more than one.
Wait, whoa, whoa,
There
whoa.
was a text about an open relationship, and they can laugh about that, but that's what the text said.
We do not
You
have
know what?
any evidence
Do not
that
bring
he
this
had
up to make Eric out
an
to be a bad
affair.
person.
We have
Doesn't matter what he was
some
doing in his
statement
personal life. That's
that
not
he had
the
an
point.
emotional affair
The
at some
is
point.
that there were parts of Eric's life that he didn't share with people. Just like he didn't share with Cody that he used marijuana, or even that he took prescriptions. The point is, we all have secrets.
They literally,
Eric
by
had
the way,
secrets.
they just used those or reference the
But back
Bryce
to Josh,
text.
the best evidence that Josh was not a motive for
So he's
killing her
gay
husband
again.
is that after Eric died, she never did get together with Josh. She didn't show up at the brunch that they'd planned to celebrate the closing on the Midway Mansion. She didn't go on a vacation with him in April. She never even finished paying for that vacation. Josh told you that Kouri changed after Eric's death, that she was grieving, that he saw less and less of her, and ultimately she broke things off. And by the way, if Kouri was as motivated by money as they would have you think, would she really have killed her wealthy husband to run off with the handyman who lived for free in one of her houses? That doesn't fit with the state's theory.
Wait, what? Why? It worked.
The state says, look at texts. Replace the words in them with different words.
Guys, this is the craziest
They stood
thing.
here and made up
Corey's
insights
plan
text.
worked
What they were thinking.
outside of the private
The
investigator.
state has to rely on
She
evidence.
pulled it off.
They have to prove their case, and they can't do that. The state did not prove that Kouri killed Eric in order to be with Josh. All right, money. Money's a motive for a lot of things for a lot of people. Was Kouri a brilliant businesswoman? No. Was her business struggling? Yes, it was.
I would have gotten away with it
Fake it till you
too.
make it?
If it weren't for you crazy kids.
Brooke Carrington testified that money was not a priority to Kouri Richins. She could have used an accountant, she said. She didn't even use QuickBooks. And this is all true. A young mother trying to run a business, like most young mothers, young working mothers, did her accounting take a back seat to her family? Probably. The state also wants you to believe that Kouri was cheating her best friend, but that's not what the evidence showed. The evidence showed that the $45,000 that Chelsea gave to Kouri was not earmarked for closing. Kouri could do whatever she wanted with that money. All that mattered was that when she went to that closing on that house, that she showed up with $45,000. It didn't have to be that $45,000. It could have been $45,000 she expected to come in from another flip.
No, you can't have
Then Kouri was
expected
arrested
money.
and never got the opportunity to do that.
There's money that you have and money that you don't have.
That's why that house foreclosed. But you know what the evidence has shown? That Kouri, rightly or wrongly, truly believed that that Midway Mansion was going to turn everything around. They were celebrating that night. If Kouri was going to kill Eric for money, she certainly would not have done it on the night that she believed she had just secured a multi-million-dollar property.
Why? Why not? That's a
And if you look
great
at the
night to
state's
do
exhibit
it.
624D, you will see that Kouri actually made a profit on every single home that she flipped. She had reason to believe that she was going to make a profit on this one too. All the foreclosures, those were all after her arrest. And something else, they say it would have cost way more money than she had to rehab the mansion to live in it with Josh, which again, Josh said was fantasy, that wasn't going to happen. But if you don't believe him, look at the text. Look at State's Exhibit 2-17D on page 33. This is where she and Eric are going back and forth on how much it would cost to rehab the mansion. And he says, we can't afford that. We don't even have time for that. What does she tell him? And you can look at it. I don't have it word for word. She tells them, no, we're not doing that. I just need money. I just need to give the numbers, to the investors. She didn't intend to rehab that. She intended to flip it after a little cleanup. All right, I want to talk about the gifts that the state talked about in their opening and throughout trial. They made such a fuss about these. They were accessed on Kouri's phone on March 4th, the morning of March 4th. They were tied to the celebration. That's what those were about. If you look at that exhibit, I think it's 3-40, you can see that the orphan gifts were accessed at the same time, down to the second, as a picture of the Midway Mansion. So what do we know about these gifts? We know that some photos were stored in a cache on the phone, not connected to any particular text. We know that they were accessed the morning of the 4th. We know that at least one of the pictures, the one of the mansion, was sent by Eric the evening before, which likely means all of these photos were sent prior to the morning of the 4th. These were not about Eric's death. She wasn't celebrating death. These gifts were sent earlier, and she was celebrating closing on that mansion. It just doesn't follow she would kill him for money. She received less from life insurance than she thought she was going to make on that mansion. Josh Grossman told you that she was surprised when she found out about the $1 million life insurance policy from auto insurance. It appears she didn't even know that. And if you take Brooke Carrington's testimony as true, and by the way, she was a good witness. She is a professional, expert witness.
Okay.
First hired by the family, and then paid $200,000 by the state. A prosecution witness, sitting right here today behind the prosecution.
So,
very different
what?
than the MEs, who are just here to tell you their findings. But anyway, if you accept her testimony, the life insurance wasn't going to fix the problem anyway. Kouri spent that life insurance within a matter of weeks and was still in debt. And you know what you heard on that phone call between Bryce and Chelsea and Kouri? All I want's the home. It's all I want. They can have everything else. They can have the money. I don't care. I just want my house where I've raised my boys. And you know what? Eric was making good money. In 2020, he told Christina Miller, the attorney he went to about talking about a divorce, that he was making, his income that year was over $33,000 a month. Cody Wright testified that they made $500,000 each the last year that Eric was alive. I believe there was testimony that there were other years he made even more. Not sure about that, but I think that was in there. So if this case was about money, Eric was worth so much more to Kouri alive than dead. Opportunity. Well, I guess her opportunity was she was the only one in the house.
Not if he wasn't going to give her the money.
Who else had an opportunity to take those pills? Eric. 4 years later, 10,000 searches, over $300,000 worth of expert witnesses, 3 weeks of trial, the FBI, the DEA, Homeland Security, the Summit County Sheriff's Office. They cannot tell you how Eric ingested that fentanyl. They haven't done their job, and now they want you to make inferences based on paper-thin evidence. They speculated on a number of things during closing, and they want to tell you, they want you to do their job for them. Tell them no. Tell them if they're going to charge a person in your community with the most serious crime there is, they better have the facts. They better have the proof. They better have more than
The
speculation.
tell them no
because
line
That's their job. It's not your job.
is so common.
I want to talk about the elements. The first one, aggravated murder. Okay, so they have to prove that that Kouri Richins intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. The state has not proven this.
Just
They
because
haven't even
every
proven
time
that she obtained fentanyl.
they didn't.
They have not proven where the pills ended up or how Eric took them. The state stood up here and argued, well, it really doesn't matter what drug she purchased. As long as it was an illicit street drug, it absolutely matters. Because what did he die of? He died of fentanyl. There was no oxycodone in his system. There was no other drug in his system. They must prove that she purchased and gave him fentanyl.
No, they must not.
Oh,
So-
and let me talk about Becky Lloyd.
That's a misstatement.
She said that she had a conversation
He should object to that.
after a drink or two where Kouri allegedly said, things would be easier, I'd be better off if Eric was dead.
You do not have to
But
prove
what
the
else did you
fentanyl.
hear? You heard Becky in a recording tell the officers and investigators, I don't think I can testify to that on the stand. I'm not sure that that's true. But then she testified to it. Maybe they threatened to bring a catch pole for her dog too. One thing I want to point out here, though, is if after looking at all the evidence, you believe that Ms. Richins accidentally obtained fentanyl when she thought she was getting oxycodone, and then Eric took those pills voluntarily and died, that is not intentionally and knowingly. That is not aggravated murder. And if you conclude that, you must find Kouri Richins not guilty. All right, attempted murder. What is the evidence of this? And again, it has to be intentionally or knowingly, and it has the rest of the elements there. She had to take a substantial step. So here's the evidence. Kouri bought an omelet and an egg sandwich at 9 o'clock the morning of February 14th. There was no evidence that she left that sandwich in the truck. To the contrary, there was a conversation with her mother saying, they think I left some sandwich in a truck. That didn't happen. Eric said he wasn't feeling well. He took a nap between 11:30 and 2.
Said I left it in the truck. That didn't
He
happen.
called a couple of friends and sounded
I
upset.
loaded it with fentanyl and fed it to Eric.
He joked a few days later with Kouri and friends that his wife had tried to poison him, that he'd had an allergic reaction and used an EpiPen. Alex Staking told you that, Ollie Staking. She never said that Kouri got defensive. She didn't say that. She said they were all laughing. She said that Eric didn't seem upset or scared. It was a joke. Wouldn't be the first time a spouse ate something and said, oh my God, my wife tried to poison me. But that's it, that's their entire case. He didn't go to the hospital. He didn't do anything that day but take a nap. Eating an egg sandwich, having an allergic reaction to something, and taking a nap. There is no world in which that is attempted murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, they point out that months later in text to Chelsea, her friend, that she gets some details wrong about that day. Maybe because she didn't try to kill him, and in her memory that day really wasn't all that important. She said, I bought him lunch. Well, it was breakfast.
So she got that wrong.
Again, they stood here and said, Eric was thinking this, Kouri was thinking this. She was, off with Josh thinking all these things. None of this was evidence, not any of it. None of it is proof. They talked about some IRS calls that she made on those days. No evidence as to what was in those calls. No witnesses from the IRS. Speculation, conjecture, not proof, reasonable doubt. Okay, I'm going to jump quickly. The other 3 counts I'm going to go through quickly, but I'm going to go to count 5, which is the forgery count. Now remember what we're talking about here. This is one of those life insurance policies that any of us who belong to a credit union get, where you don't have to do anything. You sign here for $100,000 free life insurance. And this was filled out for both Kouri and Eric. Matthew Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, all he could tell you is that Eric probably did not sign the True Stage insurance policy. Probably is reasonable doubt. And he could not tell you that Kouri did sign it. They have not proven that Kouri forged Eric's signature. And
This
there
is
was
the
no
one-
evidence either way if Kouri had permission to sign Eric's name on that true
The
state
insurance
life
claim
insurance. I mean, let's be serious. It's
was
the rare married
frustratingly-
couple who doesn't occasionally say, hey, honey, I'm going to sign this for you. Is that okay?
I don't know if they proved out the
There was
insurance.
no evidence either way. She's not guilty of forgery. All right, jumping to the insurance fraud counts, count 3. Count 3 is directly connected to count 5, because this count alleges that Kouri fraudulently obtained that insurance policy, and the fraud was forging Eric's signature. They said there was a reversed social security number on there, but the fraud's the signature. So if the state hasn't proven to you count 5, it automatically follows they haven't proven count 3, and you must find her guilty, not guilty on count 3. Count 4 says that alleges that Kouri fraudulently collected the true stage insurance policy. All that means is if she did kill her husband and then represented something different to collect that insurance, that would be fraud. But if you find Kouri Richins not guilty on count 1, you have to find her not guilty on count 4. The
That's
state
not
has
true.
not proven their case. They don't have the evidence that Kouri Richins killed her husband. So instead, they have tried to show you as much evidence as they possibly
They
can.
could think that
to
she
convince you
accidentally
that she's
killed
the
him with
sort of person who
fentanyl.
would. Getting close to the end.
So
Sure
they
you would
lack
like
the
me to stop
requisite
talking?
intent for
I
the
have to
murder
tell you,
charge.
I'm
Could
afraid
still
to
find
stop
insurance
talking.
fraud.
Because as I stand here right now, Kouri Richins is still cloaked in a presumption of innocence. I don't ever want to walk back to that table. As a defense attorney, that is one of the longest walks a lawyer can make. This entire case is going to flash before my eyes. And all I will be able to think about once I sit down is, what did I miss? What did we miss? What didn't we tell you that you wanted to hear? Did I focus on what you wanted to know? Did we do enough? You're about to go through those doors and into the jury room and start deliberations. Everyone in this courtroom,
B.
everyone
Ivory.
watching around the world, we all wish we could follow you and listen in. But that room, that jury room is yours. It's sacrosanct.
It's mine.
In that room, you get to decide. And when you get in that room and you look at the evidence, if you think that Kouri Richins might have killed her husband, that she likely killed her husband, that she probably killed her husband, you must find her not guilty. Because maybe, probably, likely, very likely, none of these reach that extraordinary burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things when you go into that room. First, you might be tempted to go around the room and take a vote for guilty or not guilty to see where you all stand. We ask that you refrain from this. Instead, we ask, talk to each other about where you see reasonable doubt. Also, if Kathy or Alex or myself did something to offend you during this trial, please hold that against us and not against Kouri. Now, the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden. But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your convictions, by what you believe? And each and every one of you said yes. So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous? Courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be. Raise your hand for Kouri, because you are the last
Raise your hand for Kouri!
innocent woman and the state. Be courageous. Courage is what
But
this
not
moment
so high,
demands.
just this high.
The courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden. Do not let them fool you. Do not fall for red herrings. Kouri Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the courage to tell them
This lady
this.
could yell at me all day. I
And
would
find
never
Kouri
care.
Richins not guilty.
Oh my gosh.
Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, 15 minutes now will save me 30 minutes later.
Understood. Folks, let's you stretch your legs.
Wait, what? He sounds so tired. He's like, oh, God.
I genuinely couldn't tell if you wanted to do something on the record or just needed a break.
No, so just a break to, well,
Collect your thoughts.
collect my thoughts.
We'll be in recess until 2:15. Thank you.
She at least smiled there. She shouldn't be smiling. That was an awful closing argument from the defense. The defense has a challenge with the closing argument, right? Your big challenge is that you need to tell the jury that the state didn't tell you enough. But when you keep telling the jury what the state did tell you, it's more like, well, we disagree with it. Yeah, we know you disagree. That's the whole point of going to trial, is that you disagree. But you're reminding the jury of all these facts that are there, and you're just saying that they're bad. Well, they're bad because we showed you that she has no credibility. It's like, but the main thing that they needed to get out of the drug woman was that Kouri asked her to buy stuff, and they ended up admitting to that. Okay. I guess that was a good idea to like tell the jury that happened. I don't know. Did you not see the Monopoly card? I actually didn't. I think I was looking away when it happened. It doesn't matter. Like, I can't take it. I have not seen very many good closing arguments doing trial watch. To be honest, but this one, what did we get out of this? We didn't even get an explanation. Just have a law school a pre-law 101 lecture of what reasonable doubt is. Start there. Don't sit there and talk about all the times that they gave you evidence that you disagree with. Just say, where did we see, we didn't get this. That's it. You didn't get a case from the state. They can't put they can't put fentanyl in Kouri's hand. They can't put fentanyl in Kouri's house. The only place we found any fentanyl was in Eric's stomach. We don't know where he took it. We don't know why he took it. We do know that he did take it because it's there. The state has to tell you that Kouri did that. And they have to tell you how. Did they do it? If they didn't, acquit. Because they didn't tell you how the fentanyl got in his stomach. And there are multiple ways that it could have gotten there under the exact same set of facts that they did tell you. They just want you to skip that whole part. That should be your argument. Not sitting there going through and being like, here, what about this? What about this? Well, we made this one lady seem like a liar because she was a drug addict or whatever. But you didn't really talk about her lying about the important facts. That's the crazy thing. And then there you are, though, talking about all these facts the state did present. I don't know, man. Bad arguments. Speaking of not bad arguments, Forlorn Tim says, catching back up on topic of admitting to a lawyer, There can be agreement to basic facts, not others, details, historical context, then legal definitions and affirmative defenses, even if prosecutors don't know about those. Yep. Again, it's just, you cannot put your lawyer into a position where they have to testify, or, they have to testify for, or not testify to, but they have to advocate a position that they know to be untrue. Forlorn Tim says, how come Kouri gets to have coffee and tea in jail? And when I went to jail, the women got tea or something. Well, they had to buy it, I think. It was coffee. They got coffee, but they had to buy it. And we were in jail for a short time, so we didn't actually have like the account set up to buy things. I think the women folk got some charity there.
Let's be honest, she really has nothing else, Nick. She basically has to argue that he took those pills, bad case, bad client, and she is hoping that arguing loud and hoping for a pretty white girl bias.
It's crazy too, because like they specifically ruled out suicide. The defense said, we are not pushing forward a theory of suicide. They haven't presented any evidence that would bring that up. They could have left the specter of suicide open, but they told the judge they weren't going to pursue suicide. So then your only options are accidental ingestion or intentional homicide from someone, Kouri or someone else. The problem that you've got is, how did that much fentanyl get in his stomach? How did that much get in there? Hold on. Okay, so we've got another.
Guilty because everyone's voice in the case isn't as great as mine.
That's a good reason. Actually, I think it's true. It's definitely true. Oh no! What is? You guys are doing me dirty in locals. It's not even fair. Not even fair. Gen X Medic says, Nick, that's pretty accurate on allergies. Usually there's at least one prior exposure to an allergen. That's what causes the sensitivity. Liquor exacerbates opiates, though. Yeah, at least one. But she made it sound like there would be just like an infinite amount of exposure and then all of a sudden an allergy, which I guess that can happen. But I don't know. It all just rang hollow to me. They didn't really have testimony on this stuff. Look at that. Locals is getting some love from Peachy. Oh my goodness. So we have what? It was 15 minutes. That was 5 minutes ago, at least. Yeah, that's true. That was, I do like Hugo Boss suits. Oh my gosh. So here's what I'm thinking, guys. We're going to have the rebuttal closing argument. They're going to send the jury into the back for deliberations. Jury's going to come back out. Jury's going to be, then we're on verdict watch. I don't know how long the judge is going to have court go today. If he's going to keep them there till like 6, or if he's going to keep them there longer or whatever. I do intend to remain streaming. If you guys would like to hang around, if you guys want to be my friends, we can do that. But I might have to take a couple minute break, couple, 15 minutes or so when the jury goes back to deliberations. Once we get into quiet time, take a break a little bit, and then I'll be back for the show. What is this?
You are worthy of grace. Don't abuse it. You are worthy of grace. Don't abuse it.
Oh,
you are worthy
the
of
echoes.
grace. Don't abuse it.
I forgot.
Your tech issues make me laugh every time.
Yeah, I know. There's probably like some better way to do some of this stuff. The problem is that it's all in different systems designed by different people. So trying to make them work together doesn't always work. I mean, you can get it to work, but it's not always nice and clean. I mean, the problems that we've got in this case involve, she flat out is asking for the Michael Jackson drug. Whether she's specifically saying the word fentanyl or not, she's asking for a drug that killed someone specifically. We know she bought a lot of Oxy, allegedly 90 pills, roughly. I don't know if you guys know this. 90 Oxys will also kill you. That will kill you. Can Lady Rackets babysit us while you are taking poos? That's gross. Why would you want a woman babysitting you? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Gen X.
Oh, she is tossing what little she has, both evidence and talent. She is likely a lonely woman who smells of desperation and cats.
God, that Bronca filter is perfect. Man, when Bronca goes in on, he's like, just gets tired of women for a minute. He finds one that he gets to unload on. That everything I'm saying sounds like vaguely sexual. I don't mean it in that way at all. What did 90 Oxys cost? $1,800 to $2,200. Well, she dropped $1,400 on what's her face, and she said it was like, I don't even know why she needed the $1,400. That was kind of confusing to me. Was that confusing to you guys? Why the check was for $1,400? Because she allegedly was paying $600. But it's like, well, but here's another $8. Oh, okay. Thought she bought $45,000 worth. Oh, that down payment. I don't know. The defense not putting on a defense cripples their ability to counter the state's narrative. They just have to tell you to not believe the state, but they didn't present any of their own facts. So how do you come in here and say, no, it's not that story, it's this other story? There's doubt. If you're going to make the argument that there's reasonable doubt. And Wendy tried a couple times. She says, that's doubt. That's reasonable doubt. Just because you say there's another possibility doesn't mean that it's reasonable for that possibility to be entertained. Reasonableness comes not only from like the possibility that something happened, but the applicability in context to the situation. Genetics Medic says $1,400 to $1,900 is pharmacy private pay pricing. Shit tier Temu Oxy is much cheaper. I don't know. I'm not buying Oxy. Opiates terrify me. I don't like the like down feeling in general of anything. I don't like being, I don't like the downer effect. Opiates, the only times I've ever had anything in that family is when I had a couple surgeries and they give you some of those, and I took one and it made me so I get so nauseous from it. I was like, I don't ever want to do this again, so I just used Tylenol and Advil. Yeah, but when you're literally dying, fentanyl is awesome. There's a reason people do it. I just don't like opiates in general. So there's that whole they're highly addictive problem. And so I just figure I don't stay, I never mess with those at all. I don't like it. Nice glitter shades. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Do we have anything? I don't really have too much while we wait right now. Occam's razor, most likely conclusion, she did it and she is guilty. Yeah, and the thing is, people always want to talk about reasonable doubt as existing. It's like, well, that's reasonable doubt. And everything is done in this sort of clinical, very law school exam style approach. Everything's kind of, it's like you expect everything to be neat and whatever, but reasonable doubt, I don't know how to say it other than the doubt has to be reasonable. It has to, which means the alternative must be plausible, not just possible. That's reasonable doubt. Doubt exists at all times. You can doubt any fact you want. That doesn't make the doubt reasonable. Someone can be like, well, they were driving 50 miles an hour. I doubt that. Well, they could have been driving 60, or they could have been driving 30. Well, yeah, they could have been, but they were driving 50. Then you could, if you want to say maybe that, they could have been driving 30 because there was a glitch in the radar. Now you've contextualized that possible alternative fact.
Please have a seat as you come in.
And if the radar does happen to have a glitch that makes it sometimes overclock, then it's now reasonable that happened if it's known to do that or whatever. Now it's reasonable that happened this time.
Please have a seat.
But I doubt Eric ate
proceed.
fentanyl at all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They're pushed in through his navel.
Next, guys.
Oh no, not
Part
this
of
stupid
tricks
thing
are not
again.
Legal standards. Legal standards are what matter. Let's review a couple of the important ones. You'll have them in your instructions when you go back to deliberate. Reasonable doubt. I come back to this one again and again. Evidence usually consists of testimony and exhibits presented at trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence. I've come back to this slide in rebuttal precisely because of defense's closing. There is a reason the state provided you in its slides with a cite to every single piece of evidence it argued. We told you what transcript page and line number. We told you what exhibit number. Because what the attorneys say doesn't matter. The evidence is what matters.
Good.
There's a reason defense counsel didn't cite you to the evidence. Next slide, Scott. A lot of the evidence is circumstantial. It is. People do not video themselves
all of it
poisoning their spouse.
Oh, thank you for the
But circumstantial evidence
chat thing.
Is just as good as direct evidence. You can use circumstantial evidence to conclude facts just as you can use direct evidence. The instruction gives the example of it is wet outside and people are closing up their umbrellas. That makes sense. Let me put it to you a different way.
Oh, this is good.
Does everybody know what happened here?
What? That's where he goes?
Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber. The state didn't. Hold on, let me check.
He could have gone so many other ways. He could have gone.
Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not
the last thing he drank
Go ahead, Scott. Thanks.
was a drink Corey made him. And a whole bunch of fentanyl ended up in his stomach. Like, there.
Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber because she was the drug dealer she knew. The state granted Carmen Lauber immunity because it cares more about a murder case than a drug deal. That should surprise nobody. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber in part because she had control over her. She could help her out. She employed her to some measure. She could help her out. A little quid pro quo. You give me some drugs, I can help you out with your drug court.
Man, give me some
Kouri
drugs,
Richins
you know.
chose Carmen
I'll
Lauber,
help
not
you out
me.
with that drug court.
Her testimony is corroborated. If you only believe Carmen Lauber's testimony that is corroborated, that is plenty of proof to convict. She was only at that Maverick in Draper 3 times. That's what the digital evidence shows. Each of the 3 times she was there, so was Robert Crozier. Those were the only 3 times he was there. Their testimony corroborates each other in the relevant manner. It corroborates that they met, that he sold her drugs, illicit street drugs.
Keep saying illicit street.
That it had fentanyl. Blues had fentanyl. Corroborates that they weren't prescription drugs. He got them from a plug, not a pharmacy. They were packaged in a little clear baggie, not
Again,
a prescription
him not
bottle.
knowing that it's fentanyl doesn't mean it's not fentanyl.
All the testimony of Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier that matters corroborates each other.
One of the main things.
So with these transactions, when Carmen needed
Go
debt,
ahead, we've
what did
seen
she
this
tell
one
you?
again. Crozier was at the gas station 3 times. Carmen Lauber was there every time. March drug deal timing of this is very interesting. Shortly after Eric's death, Carmen Lauber spoke with Kouri Richins and asked, please tell me these pills were not for him. Of course she denied it. No. But then, a few days later, she asked for more pills. It's curious as to why. Perhaps to cover up that the pills were indeed for Eric. If I ask for more, she'll know they weren't for Eric. It's also interesting that she said she needed something to get her mind, what? I don't know. Maybe she wanted the pills for herself. This suggests she wanted the pills for herself to calm her mind, which tells you she knows that a pill that she buys from Carmen Lauber is not bad. It's a whole bunch of pills that kill. Consciousness of guilt is evidence of guilt. Kouri had a guilty conscience. She couldn't talk to her father that night, not because she was overcome by grief, because she couldn't face, she could not face the man whose son she had just murdered. We're going to play these clips right here now. This is when Kouri Richins is asked whether she's going to tell her children, whether she's going to talk to her children. Notice Kouri Richins' reaction in the moment. To this will be Katie Richins' reaction in the moment. Go ahead, Sky.
Where are your children now?
Asleep in that room, two are awake with their ear to the door. They go on, I'm gonna go out, please don't make them come out. No, what happened? What happened?
We don't know, we went to bed.
Hey, Clint's here, he's gonna help her. Where are my boys?
The kid's ready.
This is worse, my brother.
He's in this room.
Go. Do I see my brother? Baby.
Kouri, is there a way we could relocate your boys upstairs?
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I'll tell her now. What? Wait, come on.
Kouri Richins walks away.
Mom.
Katie then takes the boys upstairs. In moments of tragedy and profound sorrow, you not only comfort your children, they comfort you.
Okay.
Kouri Richins hides her face because she doesn't know how to react because she is not grieving. She doesn't want to see other people see her non-reaction. She's not grieving because she feels no grief. She just murdered Eric. You heard Deputy Wynn testify. She wasn't crying. Deputy Wynn's body camera did catch a moment of surprise. That's the moment he informed her that Deputy Wynn, was sending Eric's body for an autopsy. That's her surprise. She didn't tell anybody that night that Eric used fentanyl
because
she thought she would get away with it.
Because Eric didn't use fentanyl is what I would have
She didn't think
said.
anybody would find out that Eric used fentanyl. And the minute Deputy Wynn said, we're sending his body for an autopsy, that's her reaction. The 2016 empty hydrocodone bottle is immaterial. Eric had no hydrocodone.
Don't even pay attention to it.
toxicology results. The only other hydrocodone reference in the entire body of evidence before you is that investigators recovered on the first search warrant a bag, like a Ziploc type bag, full of hydrocodone pills in the laundry room and the mudroom of the house. Perhaps Kouri Richins removed them from that bottle
Oh, shit.
and staged the crime scene.
Stringer Bell dropping 5 memberships. Thank you.
This is also inconsistent with the notion, having those hydrocodone bottles in the house, pills in the house is inconsistent with the notion that Eric had a secret drug habit and was going to the street for illicit pain pills. And there's a baggie of hydrocodone in the house.
Yeah, and that whole Ronnie story from Walk the Dog. Hit her with that letter.
Okay, there is no good reason these images were accessed the same exact minute that deputies departed the house the morning that Eric died. None.
Yeah, there is.
And there is, by the way,
she opened her
despite
text
what the defense
messages.
counsel just told you, there is no evidence that Eric Richins sent these images. He sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before that was accessed at the same time as these images.
Dino Mom, thank you.
Sorry, he sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before, but it was not the image that was accessed at the same time. The image that was accessed at the same time is the distance full view of the Midway Mansion, which makes sense in this context, not the image that Eric sent of the pile of rocks in front of the Midway Mansion. Details matter. We don't know who sent these images, but we do know that they were accessed on Kouri's phone at 8:29, the exact minute that deputies signed the log out of the house, and that whoever accessed them turned the phone this way to view them better. They also viewed the distant image of the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating Eric's death. Either way, there is no good reason these images were accessed.
Okay, they turned it this way. That's a good detail that I didn't catch in the earlier testimony because it was boring.
Kouri Richins minimized how Eric died because she needed to cover up her involvement in Eric's death. The worst minimization was the one to his father. After speaking on March 17th with the medical examiner's office, Kouri Richins told Eric's father, knowing this was not true, that Eric Richins died in part of COVID and in part of the same lung fungus that Jean's wife Linda died of. That is not only covering up her involvement, that is cruel. She covered up with the medical examiner. She pretended she didn't know what quetiapine was, even though she was prescribed it. She pretended she didn't know what acetaminophen was, even though it's Tylenol, and there is probably not a mother in the United States that does not know what Tylenol is. She pretended she didn't understand the word illicit.
I don't know what that means.
She has a master's degree.
Not a master's of business. Actually, it probably was.
In feigning ignorance with Dr. Christensen, she was fishing for information to craft her defense. She was asking, was it injected? Did he eat it? She wanted to know what the medical examiners knew so that she could craft around it. She was really worried about the amount of alcohol. On April the 13th, Detective Woody told Kouri Richins that Eric died of fentanyl intoxication. Right after that, she tells Josh, oh, it was just a trace. Chelsea, it was just a trace. It was his lungs that were shot to shit. She is minimizing, deflecting, covering up. She is distancing herself from her murder.
Oh, what's up, inflatables? Or inflatable.
Manner of death on the death certificate is immaterial. It's a box we check. It's used for statistical purposes.
Wait,
statistical information over to the Bureau of Vital Statistics. It's immaterial for this case. You determine the manner of death. It's murder, aggravated murder. Perhaps in a perfect world, the medical examiner would amend the death certificate, but you heard Dr. Ulmer. She signed it on June the 6th, 2022, when the investigation was really in its infancy. And she had one foot out the door. It was her best solution to finish a report before she retired. It is what it is. Bureaucrats.
No, it is what it isn't.
Eric did not ingest the THC gummy laced with fentanyl. When asked if she ate one that night by Deputy Wynn, it didn't seem like he did. Toxicology, there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis of Eric's blood or gastric. The THC that they collected on the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, right, the first search warrant, it was found in the cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom. Wasn't there the night before. You heard Deputy David Pimentel talk about how he searched it. You could see his search on the body cam. It wasn't there. It was put there after Eric died. That's where most of the gummies were. There was also a package in the kitchen, which was never searched the night he died. But all the gummies were sent to the lab for testing. In fact, the gummies, lots of stuff was sent to the lab for testing. None of it confirmed any fentanyl. Brian Holden, he was the state crime lab tech that testified. Detective Haskell works the streets of Salt Lake City, drugs his whole career. Never seen fentanyl-laced marijuana. That's that's cover-up. That's misdirection.
Just hit the narcotics detective.
If it wasn't planned to make money on the Midway mansion, is not tethered to reality. Across her portfolio, she lost money, and she lost money on nearly every individual project. She even admitted, it's out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. Ha, 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 help. That's ha, ha, ha with $3.2 million of other people's money. She is intensely ambitious.
I mean, go big or
her plan was not tethered to reality because she could not, with more money than she could even imagine, overcome the Corps of Engineers holds on this property. Not going to happen. She asked Eric Richins for input on how much it would cost to rehab the house. That's the text string right there. Read the whole thing. You'll see that she sold the Midway Mansion to him, not as a project they were doing, but as just a sale that she was brokering.
Show us the party.
Okay, ready?
Run.
Okay, I'm getting all free.
Cheers, boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard.
Yep.
Is that Eric's gay lover?
Richard.
Look, Chachi's so good.
Oh! You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
People grieve differently. There's no ancient artwork of that photograph.
What? There isn't? I don't believe you.
This book provides kind of three pieces of insight into Kouri Richins. The first is she wrote it, had it written, and published it in early 2023 when she knew that investigators were investigating her for the murder of Eric Richins. She promoted it. Her mother sent a book to investigators, all to deflect attention away from Kouri Richins. She also wrote it to make money. You see the emails, they're in evidence. She thought she would sell 100,000 copies in 10 months.
Yeah.
$5 profit a copy. That
She's an idiot.
reality. But it does provide insight in how desperate she was for money. That she would trade. She would trade on her sons and the death of her father to make money. The final things it tells you about Kouri Richins is that she wanted, as part of her facade, as part of her appearance of success, privilege, and affluence, she wanted to be an author. But she didn't write it, and you can see from her writings and text messages, Orange Notebook, the notes, the walk the dog letter, not only did she not write it, she's not a good writer.
Oh, damn.
But she wanted to appear as one. The appearance was what was important.
That's cold.
In defense's closing, when you strip out rhetoric that could be argued at any closing, anytime, anywhere, on any case, when you strip that out of defense's closing and you hone in on substance, the entire substance of the defense's argument is based around trying to explain the walk the dog letter.
Yeah.
Kouri Richins is saddled with this letter and needed to craft the defense around this letter.
It just looks so bad.
It's obvious that the letter was written to get her brother to testify to a narrative that would explain everything. Let's unpack the letter in about 15 or so sentences, not with what Kouri Richins wrote, but with what the evidence shows. It's a translation from what Kouri Richins wrote to what the evidence shows.
This is going to be devastating.
Here's what I'm thinking but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would potentially have to testify to this, but it's super short. What the evidence shows is this says, I'm thinking that if you tell Ronnie to testify to what I'm about to write, it will explain everything and I will not get convicted. Ronnie will need to tell this to my lawyer because I just made it up and it will have to come from him. Never mind that I was arrested 4 months ago.
That's not quite what she said.
I need an excuse for Ronnie and Eric to be hanging out. Never mind that football season ended a month earlier. I need to explain the fentanyl, and fentanyl must be everywhere in Mexico. Never mind that Eric would have to fly with the fentanyl, and I later say that Eric would not fly with drugs for fear of getting caught.
Fentanyl must be everywhere in Mexico.
Story, despite Ronnie never telling me.
No way around it. This letter is
I need to explain why
devastating.
Everyone will testify that Eric never used drugs.
Pick it up, Charles.
This kind of happened once with THC gummies on a trip to Hawaii. Hopefully this is enough to corroborate my entire walk the dog story.
Ugh.
I need to distance myself from fentanyl.
I think he just gets to completely reread whatever she wrote.
These are my made-up words, but Ronnie can make up his own words.
And then the prosecutor can make up his own words.
If Ronnie does not say these things, I'm convicted.
Yeah, Shannon, 100%. It's a shame he doesn't have any oomph. He just sounds too tired.
I need to explain why investigators never found a trace of fentanyl in my home. Never mind that it doesn't make sense that Eric hid the fentanyl after asking me to buy it. Don't get caught passing this made-up story along to Ronnie. That would be horrible.
Well, inflatables, we went through it a little bit ago.
Tell Ronnie to keep the story short so that he does not mess it up. Since his conversation with Eric never happened, tell him that it was only 2 minutes long. Ronnie needs to do this so that I do not get convicted. I can then extract revenge on Eric's sisters. Remember, I just made this story up, so my lawyer does not know it yet. All the evidence in this case proves that Kouri Richins murdered her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins.
He is brutalizing her.
There is no other rational explanation for the evidence. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins clings to the facade that has enabled her to get away with so much for so long. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins doubles down and blames Eric.
I do too.
She is intensely ambitious.
Say she's a total
See through her
bitch.
facade. Check her ambition. Do not let her get away with murder.
Oh.
All right. Next step. Brittany, if you would please swear
Shannon.
in the bailiffs that will watch over the
Joining as a
jury
new
during
member, thank you. Welcome.
Y'all raise your right hand. Do you affirm that you will take charge of this jury and take them to some private and convenient place where they may deliberate upon their verdict, allowing no
Guys, I'll
one
be
to
right
speak
back.
to them nor to do so yourself unless so ordered by the court, and to return them to the court when they have reached a verdict or when so ordered, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a few additional instructions. If you want to read along, you can fast forward to instruction number 46. Four-person selection and duties. Among the first thing you should do when you go to the jury room to deliberate is to appoint someone to serve as the jury foreperson. The foreperson should not dominate the jury's discussion, but rather should facilitate the discussion of the evidence and make sure that all members of the jury get the chance to speak. The foreperson's opinions should be given the same weight as those of other members of the jury. Once the jury has reached a verdict, the foreperson is responsible for filling out and signing the verdict form on behalf of the entire jury. In the jury room, you will receive a verdict form. Please read the instructions on the form carefully. The verdict form is separated into several sections, one section for each count charged. Each count has separate instructions. When rendering your verdicts, you need to make sure only one verdict for each count is marked. You may be asked additional questions about the basis of your verdicts. Remember, any response you give on the verdict form must be unanimous. Regarding jury questions during deliberations, these instructions should contain all the information you need to decide this case based upon the evidence. However, if you have a question or need clarification during deliberations, please write a note and give it to the bailiff. I will review it with the lawyers. We will answer your question as appropriate. This brings us to one of the more difficult parts of the trial for me personally. A jury in the state of Utah is 8 jurors, and there are 12 of you. We intentionally impanel alternate jurors to ensure against the unforeseen because things happen. Jurors fall ill, they suffer a personal or family tragedy during the length of the trial. Sometimes they simply don't follow my instructions and they get exposed to information that it's not appropriate for them to have. Because we can't see around every corner, we impanel alternate jurors to ensure that an emergency or other unexpected circumstance does not cause a mistrial. We simply can't try a multi-week trial without the help of alternate jurors, and for these reasons, the service and sacrifice of alternate jurors is just as valuable and just as deserving of respect as the remaining jurors. Moreover, the service of alternate jurors does not end when they leave the courthouse today. Rather, the alternate jurors are still subject to all of the court's instructions and restrictions. Because if an emergency arises during deliberation,
I forgot to switch it back to the
one
thing.
or
Sorry.
more of the alternate jurors may be called back to join deliberations at that point. We could not have expected that all of you would be so hardy and so diligent in following the court's instructions, and so we impaneled 4 alternate jurors. The alternate jurors in this case are jurors 9, 10, 11, and 12. If jurors 9 through 12 would please stand. An important instruction. This case isn't over. You're still impaneled. Please do not talk about the case. Please do not let anyone else talk about it to you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. And do not do any research of any kind about it until I call you personally to let you know that all of these admonitions are lifted. Thank you for your ongoing service in this case. Please rise for the alternate jurors. Greg, I can't see who's over there. Yeah, Greg, if you would.
Oh, we got rated by Viva. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Viva viewers.
Okay, please have a seat, folks. Members of the jury, as you deliberate, you may have questions. If you do, please remember, you can write a note, give it to the bailiff. I'll review it with the lawyers, and we'll answer your questions as appropriate. Please remember, though, that the bailiff cannot answer any trial questions for you. Just as you have not been allowed to research or investigate matters on your own during the trial, you may not use any outside source to research or investigate any matter as you deliberate. No online dictionaries, no online maps, nothing outside the evidence presented in this case. We will provide for you in the deliberation room the exhibits. You may take your notes with you. You may take your copy of the jury instructions with you. We'll provide a copy of the verdict form. This case is now submitted to you for deliberation and determination of your verdict. Please rise for the jury.
I'm making a poll for you guys.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Sherbinet?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's make sure Brittany has your contact information. Regarding scheduling, my normal practice would be to check in with the jury around 4:30 and just ask them what they would like to do regarding continue working into the evening or retire for the day and come back tomorrow morning. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I need one member of your respective teams at least to begin confirming with Brittany after we go off the record that we have consensus regarding the exhibits that have been admitted and will be going back into the jury room. If any disagreement comes up, let me know. We can handle it on the record. Ms. Nestor, anything further at this time?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court will be in recess. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, guys. We're now on verdict watch for a little bit. Which means nothing's going to be happening for a while, right? We're going to have some time. In just a minute, I'm gonna step away for a few, but I want to put something up. I was thinking maybe we'd rewatch opening arguments together. Does that sound good? I'd like to go back and see what the opening arguments were, and maybe even revisit the closing arguments, even though we just watched them. Sometimes getting a second look at these things, you notice things that you missed before, or you change your mind on something because, you know, it was like a couple hours or whatever. We have some time. I think it's going to be a pretty quick turnaround on this. if I'm on that jury, I'm coming back, pretty quick. It's like, we can go home, guys. We can just close this one out. No problem. And it's basically how long it takes to write up the form. But, there could be someone on the jury who's like, no, I want to know about, I want to review this evidence or that evidence or whatever they want to do. And it could make things take a little longer. We won't know. We just have to wait and see. But before we do that, let me hit these. Gen X Medic says, damn it, that was utter misdirection. That narcotics officer has definitely encountered fentanyl-laced K2, which is often sold as pot. David says, I didn't notice till now that Kouri had mortgage eyes, one fixed and one variable. Wait, what? Does she have a little wonky eye situation going? And Sledge Entertainment says, it's something about her eyes that stops my heart. They take my breath away, make me want her, but scared of the Black Widow at the same time. That's the whole thing. The Black Widows make this delicate and beautiful web to lure you in. And then they murder you over and over again. They don't even care. They don't even feel bad about it or anything. But I plan on hanging out with you guys, for the duration on the verdict here, which, like I said, I think is going to be, if it were me, it'd be about an hour because, it takes some time to fill out the forms. But Nick, just say it. Some lonely soul that doesn't want to go home to a lonely house. Oh, yeah. In the jury room. Yeah, you never know. You never know what person you're going to get stuck with. What crew you're going to get stuck with. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Let me find... let me find the video of the direct examination of the private investigator. I'm going to run that for just a little bit while I step away. Or private investigator or lead investigator. I think those are the two most critical. They're the last two, basically. And I think they're by far the most critical testimonies that we saw the entire time. So, either one of those I think would be good to rewatch and revisit. And like I said, I'm going to be away for 10, 15 minutes, something like that. I'll be back, but I will play this. They got everything broken down here. This is nice. This is good. Let's see. All right. I'm going to do, I'll put the Officer O'Driscoll up. Also, the forensic accountant was brutal as well.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Okay. I don't trust you, locals, at all. So we're going to do this a little different. We'll do this this way while I'm gone. Hold on, I'm going to change.
One more time, sir. What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll. O''DRISCOLL.
And what, sir, do you do for a living?
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
I'll be back in a minute, Rob.
How long have you been with the
I
sheriff's
just need to
office?
step away for a few.
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the sheriff's office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper, and various other administrative duties.
Okay, guys, I'll be back
When
in
did
just
you
a
become a
bit.
detective?
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes, everywhere from simple assault to sexual assault, shootings. I was also on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress or major incidents in the county, as well as all deaths in the county.
Are you currently the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
Was this your first death investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I had investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of the information, particularly the results from the autopsy as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were three likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl. The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
As part of your investigation, did you or did investigators get Eric's Doppel history?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 1-27? And while that's coming up,
May I direct them to it by
what is a Doppel history?
Can we have a consensus?
DOPL
about
stands
what
for
the
Department of Professional Licensing. But in our world, what it means is
can we
the state
confirm? We'll look at it together.
holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage, things like that. The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
Your Honor, are you able to publish that to the witness and counsel?
Yes, sir. You ready?
you wouldn't
Preview to
mind
the witness.
plugging in, we'll look
Yes,
at it
sir.
together.
Okay. You should see it now.
Is this the Doppel history that investigators requested?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we publish?
It's among the things we sent back. Yes, Brittany.
No objection.
Okay,
He's made it a middle.
So move to
I
admit and
will
publish.
just
No
do
objection.
my usual.
States Exhibit
question,
1-27
question
is
mark,
admitted.
Answer, please see States Exhibit 8-65. Any objection, counsel?
No, Your Honor. Scott, if you could
No objection.
and dig in that bottom portion, please.
They want to view a physical.
What's the headline here, Detective?
Yeah, any of it, the phone, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to, and then it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription-controlled substances
About to go off the record,
during that
but
time frame.
I need a lawyer from each side to stay with the Scott and Katie of your
Did
respective
investigators
sides
search
and
Eric's
reach
phone
consensus
for
with Brittany
evidence
about what's
of
going into the jury room?
THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover two text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get 2-118D, please? Is this an accurate depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move to admit and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
Scott, 2-119D, please. Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again, I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent?
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please re-ask.
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel, and I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please? Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Overruled. 8-21, did I get the number right? 8-21S is admitted and published.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information, and part of their production, they produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115? Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled. With respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct, and the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to the extent that State's Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements. Published 2-115.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
I think it starts from the bottom up. In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott, 8-37, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
Do you actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach. Scott, would you redact all text below the photograph, please? In the caption to the photograph, please. No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption of the photograph.
Oh.
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, 8-37.
Do you want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it.
Okay. States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott, 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technicians scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 401 and 403, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled. State's Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
Thank you. Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, a subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
Scott, 8-34, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to a subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March 21st, 2023?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
No objection.
8-34 is admitted and published.
Detective, is Lisa Darden, Cory Darden's mother?
Yes, she is.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection to 401, 403, and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who was a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Scott, 2-121, please. This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Book Writing Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Book Writing Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging book writing lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection, 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections are overruled. States 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to go through 141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please. Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Object to 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Scott, 2-113, please. Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
Objection 4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled. 2-113 is admitted.
Scott, 2-114, please. Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute? Understood. I misread it. Okay. Zoom back out so I can see the number. My apologies. Defendant's objections to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
Your Honor, may we approach on a legal issue?
Of course. Folks, a short restroom break, please. Please rise for the jury. Two three 500-139. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury back in?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth? No, Your Honor.
All right, so the jury
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Bonsavage was also in drug court with her, and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Bonsavage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Bonsavage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Bonsavage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tin foil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to a narrative.
Pause for a moment. Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Sir, what did you do next?
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
When searching Carmen Lauber's room, did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-14? 16, please. Sir, is that photograph on the left? It's labeled 8-15R, an accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction just of the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Detective, what was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about that how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a photograph of a C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No objection.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott. Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So, as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
Oof. All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach?
Oh my goodness. Almost back. Don't tell me how to live, Vivint. I'll put pants on when I'm dead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, give it whatever weight you see fit.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct. That was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal. in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes. There was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Okay, I'm almost ready.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having
back.
difficulty
What's up, guys?
remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transaction?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several
Man,
times,
the super
that
tip
she was
link
having
is
difficulty
me.
remember, but wanted to help with what she could.
It has been the whole time.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said
I'm
Kouri
sorry,
Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to
Nose
Carmen
looks
Lauber
awfully
that she
refreshed.
needed to be truthful?
Yeah.
Yeah, several
my
times we
probation
told her
officer
that
when I go get drug tested.
we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading, object.
Overruled. Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you. Only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she
powder my
provided?
nose.
Yes,
No,
we were
those days
explicit
are
in
long
telling her
gone.
that any kind of immunity or assistance or
Lady
help
Raggets needed
that she would get from the prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she
Don't
knew,
tell
but
me how to live.
giving us information that would allow us to
Don't
corroborate
die,
that
Ragged.
And
information.
did you stress to her that you needed details, in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
I'll die
Yes,
whenever I choose.
And that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more
Okay.
detail. These are the type of details
So I
that
had
we
this
need.
on as filler while I was gone.
And it just kept going.
But
from
I
there.
wasn't super interested in watching this guy's testimony again
Did
myself.
you and/or
That's
Detective
why I
Maynard
saddled you guys
interview
with it.
Carmen Lauber
I was
6
thinking we'd
times
go
between
back.
April the 27th, 2023
Fuck
and
me.
May the 13th,
I was thinking we could go back to the.
Yes. I wasn't there for every
Opening
single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was, yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lauber, she would.
Oh my gosh. Clearly have a drinking problem. Holy crap. Okay. I'm gonna die. Just gonna go ahead and die. That make things real easy. Okay, let's see. Have they settled subject matter jurisdiction yet? They will as soon as they handle this grounds objection. Let's see. Okay. All right. I legitimately am just choking on a tiny drip of Pepsi. All right, where is the Kouri Richins trial? They've got a playlist. I want to go back to the opening arguments. All right. These opening argument was actually only 27 minutes for the state. It was 41 minutes for the defense, which is a bit ridiculous. Pepsi drip. Yeah. Whoa. Nope. Not what I want. Okay. There we go. Let me do that. Sorry, I'm just getting this layout back to normal. There. Hello. Sorry I was away for so long. That was a little longer than expected. So this is the opening argument in the why is it so tiny? This is the opening argument in the Kouri Richins trial. Oh, hold on. I know what happened. Just gonna sit and cough like crazy. Okay. Are we here now? There. Now it's better. Sorry. The interface is really weird. Oh, the judge said something before going off the record. How far back? I don't see the judge popping up anywhere. Almost immediately after I left. Okay. I'll go back to that real quick, I guess. And then we'll switch over. Okay, where was that?
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, here we're on the verdict clock. Should be here in just a second. Come on. This is
Juror, Mr. Bloodworth,
top shelf.
Back on the record in 231-500-139. Mr. Bloodworth and Ms. Shervinack are in the courtroom. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, and Mr. Ramos are in the courtroom with defendant Kouri Richins. As the 8 jurors were walking out and making their way, to the jury room, juror number 2 pulled Deputy Zag aside and handed him this note, and as she was handing it to him said, "I thought we were supposed to receive a factual stipulation before we got the case, or worse to that effect." And the note says, "Factual stipulation, question mark." How would you like to respond, if at all?
Yeah, it was an exhibit.
65 is the
It's
exhibit.
regarding, I believe, the Burmester stipulation of fact that we had introduced to Your Honor.
But not read.
But not read.
Yeah.
May I direct them to it by number?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that might be best.
Can we have a consensus about what the number is?
The volume's really quiet. Yeah, I noticed that. Why? Why is that? I didn't change anything while I was gone. Oh, of course, it is a different... You know what?
Can we confirm? We'll look at it together.
I don't know why it switched. I assume my volume's the same.
Katie, are you able to pull it up?
It would be 8-65.
If you would mind plugging in, we'll look at it together.
Sure. I don't know if I have a digital copy of that. I think it was a physical.
Scott, if you wouldn't mind plugging in, we'll look at it together.
Yes, Your Honor, I think
You know, they might, nobody.
We didn't provide Your Honor with a hard
Guess we'll
copy.
see how that goes.
And we marked it with a sticker.
Yeah.
I don't think they will.
That's worth.
I think they learned. I think they were just new to the internet.
Let's see. It's among the things we're sending back. Yes, Brittany?
Yes.
Okay, so
Courtroom is too
I
low
will
now.
just do my usual question, factual stipulation, question mark, answer. Please see State's Exhibit 8-65. Any objection, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. I had another question, just in the event they want to view a physical piece of evidence.
Like the gummies?
Yeah, any of it, a phone, I don't know.
Yeah.
Ms. Gibson has custody and control of them. She knows that we may need to alert her
Okay,
if they need it. So
Got it.
if that's a question that comes up, we will just have to get to Chelsea and she can bring it over.
we'll keep you posted. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, any objection?
No.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Now, I'm about to go off the record, but I need a lawyer from each side to stay with the Scott and Katie of your respective sides and reach consensus with Brittany about what's going into the jury room before
God,
you
no
leave
one
the
wants to talk to Brittany.
Yes, sir.
Even if the lawyer doesn't do any talking, I just need you to stick around. Thank you. Very good. We're off the record. Thank you.
Nana's Ranch, I don't know. I think they very well could have a verdict tonight. Honestly, I don't know how they don't have a verdict already. Personally, they've had like an hour. And it just, to me, there's not much to resolve in this case. Miss Jessica, yes, you definitely need to get into locals. Absolutely. It is the place. Yeah, maybe they want to look at all the tea. Could be. It could be. You know, they get some people who are, I guess, into that sort of thing, and they have the opportunity to see a pretty juicy story, although it's told in the most mundane way. All right, so I have the, I've got the other one pulled up. If any noise happens on the other stream, we'll know. We'll hear it. The volume will still come through. I'm revisiting, opening statements for the state and the defense while we have time to hang out and, make eyes at each other and stuff. I thought we could go back through these because they could be very interesting now that we have the perspective on what both sides said they were going to do, or what they actually did. We can see again what they said they were going to do. Mistress Meg with a $20 super sticker. Thank you so much. Caution, this sign has sharp edges. Do not touch the edges of this sign. Safety is always
The only thing
important.
more boring than closing arguments is Frog Tony trying to carry a conversation.
I can, I can see the criticism of closing arguments, but not Frog Tony. How dare you? Okay, one thing, I just want to tweet out what we're doing. Here we go. We are on verdict watch in the Richins trial. While we wait, rewatching opening arguments. Come hang out and see what they promised and failed to deliver. Let's see, let's get the... Ah, where's the link? Where's the link? I'll read the bottom of the sign. I will, just a second, sorry. I'll pull it back up. Post. Where did it go? Where are you? Here we go. Oh, do not touch the edges of this sign. Also, the bridge is out ahead in the tiniest print ever. Very nice. I used to work with a guy whose job, well, he had like, did I work with him or did I go to school with him? I probably went to school with him. Oh, it was high school. And his job, he had the best high school job. It was making signs. Like, that's all he did. He made like the road signs or whatever for the government, which is just like basically slapping different decals onto metal. And it was like the most laid back job ever. Pretty sure he just smoked a bunch of weed. Okay, here we go.
It is the evening of March the 3rd.
It is the evening of March the 3rd. It is that. No, not my cheerleading days. I was not a cheerleader in high school. That's gay. I was a cheerleader in college, which is not as gay.
2022. The defendant, Kouri Richins, her husband, Eric Richins, and their 3 children, 9-year-old Carter, 7-year-old Ashton, and 5-year-old Weston, are at their home in Camas.
It's crazy how little
Eric
the kids
Richins
play
lives
in this,
for his 3
in
boys.
this thing. I mean, did you hear that? Eric Richins lived for his 3 boys. We got nothing about the kids. We got nothing at all. Not that they should have brought the kids up on the stand or anything, but we didn't get like super sappy testimony about it. I mean, a little bit from his sister, but that's it. Like, they could have spent tons of time developing that out and making us all like really, really depressed. And they didn't do it. Very, very poor choice. Poor choice.
At 7:22 p.m.,
and of course,
Kouri Richins' boyfriend.
Kouri didn't want anybody to know that she's been in jail. So she didn't want to talk about the kids because, you know, she could be like, oh, and Kouri's been taken away from her children for all this time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they'd be like, yeah, why? And that'd be strange. So they just kind of let it sit.
Friend, Robert Josh Grossman, texts Kouri Richins an image of 2 people romantically kissing. The image is captioned, "Love you."
Love you.
At 8:36, Kouri Richins replies, "Love you." The boys go to bed. Kouri Richins makes Eric a drink and takes it to him in their bedroom. He drinks on the bed. She departs the bedroom. Kouri Richins returns to the bedroom at about 3:00 a.m. She feels that Eric is cold. She nudges him. He does not respond. She sees that he is stiff and pale. His mouth is wide open.
I guess
At
it's not all bad,
3:06
right?
a.m., Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone. She travels 243 feet beginning at 3:08 a.m. She unlocks her cell phone again at 3:10, 3:15, and twice at 3:19. At 3:21, Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone and calls 911.
Somebody call 911.
Paramedics respond, but they are unable to revive Eric. He has no pulse, he is cold. They pronounce him dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th, but they think he has been dead a while. My name again is Brad Bloodworth. I am one of Summit County's criminal prosecutors who, along with Lindsay Shervinack and Fred Burmester, will present to you the state of Utah's aggravated murder case against Kouri Darden Richins for causing the poisoning death of her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. The state will also prove to you that 2 weeks before murdering Eric Richins, Kouri Richins attempted to murder him. And 2 weeks before that, by fraud and forgery, she took out an insurance policy on his life.
Objection, can we approach?
I am not sure. Oh, I guess maybe because of the legal conclusion? Fraud and forgery? I don't really know what their objection is here.
Weeks before attempting to murder Eric Richins, Kouri Richins took out an insurance policy by fraud and forgery on Eric's life.
So he says it again.
And 2 weeks after Eric died, she submitted a fraudulent claim on yet another insurance policy. In this opening statement, I will summarize for you some of the evidence that the state will present over the next few days, perhaps weeks, so that you have a framework to assemble and analyze all of the evidence. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric for his money and to get a fresh start at life. More than anything, she wanted his money to perpetuate her facade of privilege, affluence, and success. Kouri Richins owned a house flipping business. She would purchase, rehab, and resell homes. She presented herself to friends and business associates as remarkably successful. The evidence will prove that on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins owed over $4.5 million to over 20 different lenders.
What are you
and
guys
she did not
doing in
have
local?
the ability to service
Should
that
not
debt
be left unsupervised.
because her bank accounts were exhausted and her credit was exhausted. She had been taking out new loans to include payday loans to service existing loans, but her new credit was drying up. In the 5 months leading to Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins overdrafted over 200 transactions, totaling over $300,000. And on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins was scheduled to close on an unfinished and derelict mansion in Midway, and thus take on an additional $3.2 million in debt. She did not have the financial ability to service that debt, to rehab the mansion, or to hold on to it long enough to resell it. The mansion may appear impressive from a distance, but upon close inspection, it is just a facade.
Jackhammer Ormond, just because I randomly thought of it, do you remember the can you federally rape someone on four corners debate? I do. I do remember that. How do you rape someone across state lines? It's a good question still. Some people might be more capable of it than others.
On the other hand, on the day that Eric died, his estate was worth over $4 million. And the evidence will prove that Kouri Richins believed she would inherit it all. She believed that she would inherit Eric's $2 million interest in a stonemasonry business, an interest that a prenuptial agreement prevented her from getting any part of if they divorced, but permitted her to get all of if Eric died while they were married. She believed that she would inherit the $1 million or so dollar home that they lived in, but that Eric owned separate and apart from her. And she believed that she would benefit from nearly $2 million in insurance on Eric's life, to include the $100,000 policy that she took out a few weeks before he died.
No, Inflatable's not even close to as bad as Discord.
Now, for Kouri Richins' fresh start at life motive. This motive overlaps with her money motive. She needed Eric Richins' money to get her fresh start at life. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was chronically unhappy in her marriage. She thought that having children would make her happier, but it did not. She consulted with a divorce attorney in the months leading up to Eric's death. 3 months before Eric's death, Kouri Richins booked a $4,000, 5-night, all-inclusive vacation for her and her boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, at the Secrets St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean. They were to check in the month after Eric died. Three weeks before Eric's death, 15 days before
Steve C.
Eric's death, 1 day
That
before
Discord,
the charge,
that Discord
attempted
had
murder, Kouri Richins
needed therapy.
text messaged Josh Grossman, "If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would? I just want to lay on the couch and cuddle you. Watch a murder documentary and snuggle." 5 days after the charged attempted murder and 11 days before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged Josh Grossman, "Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day. Not just sexually, but physically, mentally, every day when I wake up. I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away." and you could just be here. Life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry. 9 days after the charged attempted murder, 1 week before the charged murder,
Yeah, but how much porn?
Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend, I have a crazy dream. You quit your job, I divorce and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm, deal?
Have a little farm, raise a couple kids, kill my husband.
Just over 2 weeks after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend a link
Oh, the text messages
to the secret
they're
St.
so
Martin's
brutal.
Resort and Spa in the Caribbean and asked, are we there yet? 1 month and 5 days after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins texted, I think I want you to be my husband one day.
She was actually just saying for 1 day. It's like a bring your boyfriend to spouse day.
Now for the attempted murder charge.
That's also just called like every realty convention.
Carmen Lauber,
and you realtors know it,
was a house cleaner
you guys are
who
dirty.
worked for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning company. She cleaned Kouri Richins' house. She knew Kouri Richins for nearly 9 years. Kouri Richins knew that Carmen Lauber had a criminal history involving drugs. The evidence will prove that on February the 11th, 2022, 3 days before the charged attempted murder, Carmen Lauber, at Kouri Richins' request, purchased illicit pills from a street drug dealer who was a friend of a friend. And
He's
she
more of
gave
an
those
avenue
pills
drug dealer.
to Kouri Richins. That street dealer's name is Robert Crozier, and he sold Carmen Lauber the pills at a Draper in Maverick. 3 days later, on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins purchased a sandwich from the Mirror Lake Diner and left it for Eric Richins. She then departed Camas and met up with Josh Grossman an hour away. At 11:33 that morning, Eric texted Kouri Richins, I'm gonna lay down for a bit. If I don't start getting better, I'm gonna head to the hospital soon. Shortly thereafter, all activity on Eric's cell phone ceased for nearly 90 minutes in the middle of a busy workday.
Any chance see me on EFAP again?
Once activity resumed,
if Mahler ever invites
Eric
me,
Richins called his
absolutely.
2 best friends.
Who knows?
They sounded to him scared,
one.
somber, confused,
I like movies.
bewildered. A few days after that, Kouri Richins asked Carmen Lauber if she could get something stronger.
No, John Drennan.
The
that's a guy
evidence will
named,
prove that on
that was
February
My
the
Room Records.
26th, 5 or 6 days before Eric's death,
I thought about
Carmen
learning
Lauber,
those songs like
again
forever,
at Kouri
and I just never
Richins'
have, like,
request, purchased pills
fully learned them.
from the same street dealer at the same Maverick in Draper. And she left those pills
EFAP is every frame a pause.
at a home that Kouri Richins was just finishing up a rehab.
Kind of
on.
like this, where so you would talk about something that he just said. Kouri Richins is finishing up the rehab of a home that she's trying to flip. Blah 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 blah. And you play it for a little bit, and then you pause it again. It's called EFAPing. I don't know.
The evidence will prove that those illicit pills contained fentanyl.
Fentanyl. Fentanyl. Fentanyl. Fentanyl.
The autopsy and toxicology report shows that Eric Richins died of fentanyl poisoning. He had several times a lethal amount of fentanyl in his blood and more in his stomach. And that extraordinary amount of fentanyl was intentional, not accidental. The evidence will prove that time and again, Kouri Richins tried to cover up her attempted murder and ultimate murder of Eric Richins. When confronted with Eric's reaction on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins text messaged her friend. It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I were both working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was fucking with him. Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to
I don't know
nap.
if
No
it's,
hives,
I was
no
fucking
EpiPen.
with him, or I was fucking with him.
Kouri Richins was an hour away from Eric Richins with her boyfriend. Regarding the morning of Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins wrote in a notebook that she entered their room at 3:20 a.m.
MC.
She saw that
Cassie G. She was.
When she nudged Eric,
she was just trying to get him to store some for a bit. Need you to hold this.
She grabbed her phone and called 911. She first grabbed her phone at least 3:06 a.m. and delayed calling 911 at least 15 minutes.
Oh, I don't have Venmo open. Just a second. I'll get it pulled up.
The evidence will also prove that Kouri Richins had a guilty conscience. The morning that Eric died, his family came over. Kouri Richins could not face her children or Eric's dad, Eric Richins.
It's a well-depicted Destiny Street.
A few days after Eric's death, Kouri Richins and her boyfriend, Josh, they drove into the Uintas and talked about Eric's death for the first time. Kouri Richins asked Josh, while serving in Iraq, did you ever kill anyone? When he responded, she asked, how did that make you feel? Along the lines of both cover-up and guilty conscience, Kouri Richins' text messages and other data from Kouri Richins' phone for the 2 months leading up to Eric Richins' death.
Sorry, I should put a banner up. This is the prosecution's opening statement. We're rewatching it during the verdict watch. So this is the opening statement. I can fix that. I'll put something up for that.
And a week or two after,
Oh,
have all
yes,
been
the other
deleted.
day. Yes, Adriana.
Police seized that phone. She got a new phone. And on that new phone, there were the following internet searches. Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it?
Her typing is
Can
really
deleted
bad.
text messages be retrieved from an iPhone?
Yes.
How to completely wipe an iPhone clear remotely?
Hose long to die in the
How
cold.
to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely? On April the 13th, 2022, about 5 weeks after Eric Richins' death, detectives informed Kouri Richins that the autopsy and toxicology results show that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning.
Chris, I will.
Thereafter, searches on her phone include if someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as?
Poison.
Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Women, Utah prison, luxury prisons for the rich in America. Almost a year after Eric Richins' death, when Kouri Richins knew the police were investigating her for his death, Kouri Richins published a children's book on how to deal with the loss of a parent. And she promoted that children's book on local television and local radio. The state will present to you this evidence and more through a series of fact witnesses, expert witnesses, documents, and Kouri Richins' own words. As you evaluate the evidence and you consider it and you weigh it, let me offer 4 recommendations.
Just 4?
The first is the evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richins. But also consider the evidence that proves that Eric Richins did not kill himself or die accidentally. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Eric Richins. But please consider the evidence that proves no one else did. Consider the evidence leading up to Eric Richins' death that proves that Kouri Richins murdered him, but also consider the evidence after Eric's death that also proves it. As you evaluate Kouri Richins' conduct, consider the evidence that proves that she richly values and trades on her perceived appearance, affluence, privilege, and success. Let me please highlight 2 of the judge's instructions that he just provided.
No.
The first is, stay focused on the evidence. What the attorneys say, how they say it, their voice inflection, none of that is evidence. Please stay focused on the evidence.
Guys,
Please
so
take
far,
notes. As he said, you will probably only
he's
hear from the
doing?
witness one time.
You've now watched the
and that is
trial.
when the witness testifies.
Did they live up to this?
At the end of the trial, I'll stand back up here. And in closing argument, we will analyze the evidence.
He's got the look.
We will apply it to the elements that the judge instructed you on. And the state of Utah will ask you to find Kouri Richins guilty of the aggravated murder of Eric Richins, the attempted aggravated murder of Eric Richins, 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. Back for a moment to the morning of March the 4th, 2022. It is 8:30.
Signing up for
Medical
insurance,
examiners place
that one
Eric's
doesn't
body
seem
in a body bag
like a fraud to me.
onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out of his home for the last time. His boys are upstairs with their uncle. Kouri Richins has not yet told them that Eric is dead, and she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners.
Oh, gosh.
And on Kouri Richins' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
Ramos has been practicing for like 11 years, something like that. So there you go. That was opening statements.
It is the evening of March the 3rd,
Hold on, I'll get it back
2022. The defendant, Kouri Richins, her husband, Eric Richins,
911, what's the address of the emergency?
Okay, so that was the state's opening statement. And to be honest, I think the state did a pretty good job delivering on most of what they promised. My biggest problems are the attempted murder, the fentanyl sandwich, but to be fair, that was the day that I missed. And, you know, the testimony, excuse me, like the testimony from the restaurant owner, I did go back and watch it, but as demonstrated today, I didn't even put it together that the sandwich that she ordered was, or that, you know, she didn't make the sandwich, that she ordered the sandwich and stuff. So like, I mean, I heard it, but I didn't hear it at that point. That's on me, you know, but it just means that my my assessment that the attempted murder, I don't think they have locked down, is also influenced by me, like, not paying attention at the time. So yeah, now we're moving on to Nestor. Like, can we just take a second and appreciate? Can we appreciate the physiology of whatever is happening here? Her face goes into an almost chin, which then bubbles down deeper for the gullet. It's almost like, it's almost a straight line across, like, you know, like this. It's amazing. It takes work to do that. You can't just walk out here and get that kind of chin power. You know how many lawyers you have to eat to get to this level? It's damn near impossible. Mrs. Domestic says, who else is still here from 10 a.m.? It's been on in the background all day for me. He was so much better in the opening statements, in my opinion. The jury better convict Momo. Yeah, he was better in opening statements. I think the state relatively or mostly delivered. I think they did mostly deliver on what they promised. So good on them. Let's see the defense, see what they do. I've hated this defense the whole time.
My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court.
Okay, so they're playing this 911 call, which I didn't really like when the state played the 911 call in close. And it's kind of crazy to remember now that the defense doesn't think the 911 call is that much of a problem, right? Like they're playing it in a favorable manner. It's amazing, just like that subtle shift in perspective.
282 Willow Court. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light off. And he's not breathing? No. He's not breathing? No.
Answer the question.
I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay.
Those were the sounds of a wife becoming a widow. 6.5 hours before that terrible phone call, Eric and Kouri Richins were in that same bedroom, and they were celebrating. They were celebrating because Kouri was about to close on the biggest real estate deal that her company had ever done.
Real quick, I'm going to take a minor pause because there is a statement from the defense that we can read really quickly here on Twitter. Okay, so this is from Kathy Rusan on Twitter, who is from, I think she's a managing editor at Law and Crime. I think she used to follow me until I made fun of them a lot. Whoops. Statement from the defense in Utah versus Kouri Richins. Statement from Wendy Lewis, Kathy Nestor, and Alex Ramos, attorney for Kouri Richins. After 3 weeks of testimony and closing arguments, this case is finally where it belongs, in the hands of a jury, or of the jury. We are grateful to the jurors for the seriousness and care they have shown throughout this trial. They've listened closely to every witness and every piece of evidence, and we respect the responsibility they now carry. For nearly 3 years, the public has heard accusations about Kouri. Those accusations created a narrative that spread far beyond this courtroom. But in court, accusations are not enough. The law requires proof. After 3 weeks of testimony, you already said that, the prosecution has failed to prove its case. The standard in this country is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That burden has not been met. Kouri has maintained her innocence from the very beginning. Over the past several weeks, the jury has had the opportunity to hear the full evidence, not the headlines, not the speculation, but the facts. We believe in the jury system and we trust the process. Kouri should finally be able to go home to her 3 young boys and begin rebuilding her life. So there you go. That's the statement. She's not going home, lady. She's going to prison forever. It's not like close, I don't think. I don't think this is even going to be a tough case for the jury to decide.
She was about to close on something called the Midway Mansion. Slide 2, please. A sprawling, multi-million-dollar home in Midway that had been abandoned before construction was completed. And the plan was to fix it up just enough to resell it. In other words, repair the windows, make it look nice. There had been vandalism inside, clean it all out, get it ready to flip and sell. And the concept is to sell it for millions more than the bargain basement price they got, because it was just a dilapidated, falling apart, abandoned property. And the plan was to flip it for so much that she was going to make millions of dollars of profit, at least $2 million for her and for all of her investors. And Eric was a part of this. Eric had been out at the property that very day, the day that he died, spreading gravel to make it look nice for open houses, and so that it'd be ready as soon as they closed. These two had other things to celebrate on March 3rd, besides this big deal that was going to make them a lot of money. One of the things they had to celebrate was that Eric's business was doing great. Can we have slide 3? Eric worked as a stonemason, and you're going to see, this is 2020. This isn't even the year before he died. So his income kept going up and up. But he declared to the IRS that he made over $750,000 that year. That was just in 1 year of what Eric was bringing into their marriage and their family. They also lived in a beautiful home. Slide 4. It was a beautiful home. They got married in that home. That home was half Kouri's. That's how it works in marriage.
Wonderful.
You get half of a home as soon as you live in it.
Whoa, that's not true.
They also had a 2-story garage.
No. That's not true. I don't think Utah is a community property state. No, it's not a community property state. That is not true. In divorce in Utah, courts divide marital property and debt fairly and reasonably, which is not necessarily a 50-50 split. Also, because it's not a 50-50 split, you're not entitled to 50% of the assets of the house. You might get those assets elsewhere. You might get all the house and nothing else. But also, I believe... Didn't we learn that, didn't Eric have that house before he married Kouri? Wasn't that like part of the whole thing?
Kind of see in that picture a little bit back from the house, and it was filled, slide 4.
Yeah, a year before they married.
It was filled with exotic animals. Eric was a huge hunter. He went on trips all over the world. They had the kind of money that they were blessed with. He could travel to Africa and travel to Mexico, which he did 2 weeks before he died. He was in Mexico hunting an exotic sheep. Gonna take a lot of fentanyl. They had four-wheelers. They had lots of vehicles. They had snowmobiles and ATVs and ski equipment. They were very blessed. They had a lot to celebrate. They also had a wonderful family. Slide 6. The one thing that I don't think anybody in this courtroom is ever going to challenge, us included, is that Eric and Kouri adored their boys. They were their world. They were in that place that those of us who've had kids have all been in, where you spend your days driving them around to soccer and all their activities, and they're just the center of your world. And that's how both of these parents felt about their kids. They loved them a lot.
I'm not so sure. Like, I hate to be that guy. I don't know. Kouri kind of seemed like she wanted out to me. Wait, who's the beautiful queen that I'm just jealous of? Nestor? Nestor's not a beautiful queen. She's a beautiful mountain.
And what's more important is that the boys adored their father, adored them, adored him.
Why is that more important?
And Kouri knew that about her sons and about her family.
But why is that
Their marriage
important?
had survived through some rough times, and you're going to hear about that. Like any marriage, it wasn't a perfect marriage. They'd gone through a really bad year where they both contemplated divorce, and they did what a lot of couples do. They went to marriage counseling, they worked it out, and they decided to stick it out, and they did. You're going to hear testimony from one of Eric's closest friends that in the few weeks before Eric died, he and Kouri were the happiest together that he'd ever seen them. And you're going to hear that from one of Eric's closest friends. Now, on March 3rd, Eric started sending excited texts before their celebration to Kouri, saying, hey, let's get together. Let's have some celebratory shots. Slide 7, please. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to read that. It's really small. But it basically says, you want to, thank you. You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? That was Kouri saying she can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited. He wants to celebrate about the big closing.
And she just kind of glossed that, but now we know, right? That she did have other plans. And it involved getting Grossman all over the place. Oh my gosh. They glossed that, but what a scumbag. She's going to close on this house. I didn't even, put this together earlier. She's closing on this house. It's the biggest day. She's super excited. He's excited with her. Eric's like, hey, awesome. Want to have a celebratory shot? And she's like, nah, fam. I got somewhere else to be. Giving a handy to the handyman.
When Eric got home the evening of March 3rd, after he'd been out at the property spreading the gravel, he got home and they all had dinner together as a family. Kouri's mom dropped by. They visited with her mom. Her mom had actually been out at the property the same day with a carpenter.
Treasure Island says, well, I had to explain Kurt's butt cream video to my mom, so Locals is dead to me.
Trying to get some bids and get it ready to start getting it fixed up. Kouri's mom left.
Tell your mom that video is
They tucked their
educational.
boys into bed. And around 9 o'clock, they decided to have their celebratory shot. A friend had given them a gift of some of those, I'm sure you guys have seen them, those copper Moscow Mule cups that you make like in breweries and in bars. And they decided to try out their new cups. So Kouri made what's called a Moscow Mule. And they also had a little shot, which is Eric's idea, of a little lemon drop. They had their drinks. They actually didn't finish them and set the cups in the sink at the house, right there. Around 9:30, they were getting ready to go to bed, and they heard one of the children who suffered from something called night terrors, where they scream out, they have nightmares. one of the children was crying out. So Kouri went to sleep with her son around 9:30 that night. You're going to hear the police. Kouri also told the police the day that they came to the house that she believed Eric might have had what we call a marijuana gummy. You're going to hear Eric loved marijuana gummies. He used them a lot. And
where are we going to hear that
from? The police found a whole bunch of them in the house, in his things, in his clothes, in his closet. You know, he was a marijuana gummy user. Slide 8.
Such a user that he
And
had
these
none
are
in
all
his
gummies
system.
that the police found in Eric's things. Some of them, you can tell, had commercial bags where he bought them from dispensaries. Some were in clear bags that
Some
he
were in
bought from
clear
somewhere
bags.
else. The location unknown.
Location
Take it down.
unknown.
So as they're getting ready to go to bed, oh, you're going to hear that after Kouri left the room, Eric was on his phone, and he was talking to a friend named Scott Wagner. And you're going to hear that Scott Wagner talked to him at 10 o'clock that night. That when Scott Wagner talked to him, he did not sound drunk. He did not sound high. He did not sound like he was on fentanyl or anything else. That there was no sound of the wife or children in the background. That he was alert, that he was having a totally normal conversation with Scott. And this was at 10 p.m. Shortly after 10 p.m., you're going to hear, forgot to mention, when Kouri left the bedroom, she has always maintained from beginning to end that she left her phone in the room, in the charger next to her bed, which we all do at night when we're about to go to bed. We charge our phones.
Oh, hey,
Nothing
we got
unusual there.
rated by Robert Gouveia.
After 10 o'clock,
Thank you,
around
Robert.
10:30,
And Robert
so this is an
viewers.
hour after Kouri's left the bedroom
and propane
is in with
accessories.
her son. Kouri's phone is unlocked.
For those of you just raiding into the stream, we are on verdict watch in the Kouri Richins trial. It's been 2 hours now since the jury went back to deliberation. In the meanwhile, we're rewatching some moments from the trial. This is the opening argument of the defense. This is right before Nestor would eat half of the courtroom and they had to relocate.
And moves just a few feet. Now you're going to hear Kouri's friends in this trial and some other people testify.
But yeah, thanks
that
for
Eric
stopping
was
by,
always
hang
checking
out,
Kouri's phone. And
get
you
some
can kind of
sexy
see why he
memes or
probably was
whatever.
doing that.
And hit that like
We've already
button.
heard from the state. Maybe he had good reasons, but he checked her phone a lot. So we know he did that at about 10:30 because we have proof that the phone opened and closed. Moved a short distance, like maybe walking around the bedroom, and then closed again. And that is the last thing we know for sure that Eric did the night that he died. Sometime after that, we don't know exactly when, Eric died. Slide 9. When Eric died, his Apple Watch was hanging on a charger, nice and neat. His phone was in a charger on the nightstand. He was lying in his underwear, like when you go to bed, and he was on his back on his side of the bed. So it appears pretty clear that Eric went to bed and fell asleep and died in his sleep. You're also going to hear, slide 10,
Steve, see, I know. Less than
that there was
500
an empty
likes.
pill bottle right next to him in his
People need to
nightstand.
pick it
And I
up.
want you to pay
Hit
careful
that like
attention to
button.
this. The empty pill bottle expired in 2016.
It's a 499.
Made out to him.
There
for
we
pen
go.
pills.
Cross the 500.
That's going to become important later.
Wait, what's going to become important? Because I bet it doesn't.
Made out to him for pain pills. That's going to become important later.
So one of the things she highlights that's going to be important is the 6-year-old bottle, empty prescription bottle that wasn't tested and has no relation to the fentanyl that was in his system. Melissa Jane says, I licked the like. Does that count? I might have regrets later. You will not. No regrets. And it does count. It does count. Capacitive touch screens are activated by tongues. Hello Lovely says, I just unliked it. You know that sometimes you can hurt a man. You can hurt a man. Is there a verdict? No, not yet. We are on verdict watch. We'll see at some point the judge should be asking the jury. They're now past 5 o'clock. The judge should be asking the jury if they would prefer to stay and finish up, or if they are going to go home because they don't anticipate being done in the next, close time. But we're just here where we are.
Sometime after 3 a.m., Kouri wakes up and comes back into a dark bedroom. You're going to hear she unlocked her phone. Probably, we're not going to dispute the times that the state just mentioned. The phone gets unlocked shortly after 3 a.m., which is what time Kouri says from day one that she got up. She always tells the police, I got up at 3. The phone verifies that. The phone moved around the house a little bit. You're going to hear the distances.
The best way to hurt a man is to try and hurt his woman or their relationship. But who would do that? Wait, I know lots of people who would do that. Some people are monsters.
In the house, there's going to be investigators that are going to tell you how many feet from the master bedroom to the bathroom.
Do a poll update? Well, I closed the poll out.
They're going to tell you about how many feet are in that house as you're walking around the house.
Over half the people
thought it appears clear she walked around the house just a little bit for a few minutes.
Half the people thought guilty on all counts.
Stops being active.
Not guilty was really low.
Which is indicative of being back in the charger, indicative of not moving anymore. And a few minutes later, you hear the 911 call that you guys just heard. So that gives her enough time to crawl into the bed, touch her husband, and realize he's cold. Just about 3 minutes. That's all it took. And she picks her phone up, calls 911. You're going to see that the phone records prove all of this. At that time, I believe everyone's going to agree, and I think the state even admitted it in their opening. That's pretty clear he'd been dead for several hours. And you're going to actually see a photo when we pass, our blood pools in the position that we lay in. It's not circulating anymore because our heart's not working. And you're going to see a picture of his back. And
when you lay down, I have no faith that your heart can actually circulate the blood in your body. Can't imagine the bed sores.
You're going to see that the blood he had been dead long enough for the blood to pool on his back because he was laying on his back. So that usually indicates he'd been dead for several hours.
You're not supposed to use an AI
and the
to
medical
make people look
examiner is going to
fatter.
tell you that. So those 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen, between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m., somewhere in that time, Eric Richins died. Somewhere in that time, he ingested a fatal dose of fentanyl. What you will never hear after 4 years of investigation, where as recently as 2 weeks ago, they were back searching that house. After 4 years of investigation and 5 weeks of this trial, you know what you're never going to hear is how that fentanyl got inside of him. Because there is zero.
That's not true. We know how it got inside of him through his mouth. We know it went through his mouth because it's in his stomach. Pre-digestion, pre-processing by the liver, which means it didn't go up his nose, which means it didn't go sublingually, which means it wasn't injected, and which also means it wasn't shoved up his anus. Any of those would have had different results. With a giant lump of fentanyl in his stomach means that it went in through his mouth. So we know how it got into his body. We do know that it went into his mouth. If you want to say we don't know the exact drink or sandwich or delivery mechanism, if there was one, I guess not. He could have just taken a handful of the pills and shoved them in his mouth like a moron. Been like, oh, I don't want to die. I'm not suicidal. I am not suicidal. I am not suicidal.
Evidence of that. To this day, slide 11, please.
No,
You're
we
gonna
got a
see
Mo
that
in the
his death
deep end
certificate-
raid.
Oh, that's
What's
the wrong
up,
thing.
Mo? Thank you.
Just
Welcome.
take it down. Sorry about that. That's the wrong thing.
Much appreciated.
His death certificate reads that the manner of his death is still unknown to this day.
That was amazing because that's not true. That's what kind of threw me off. I'm surprised the prosecution didn't focus on this a little more. The defense said that we don't know the mode of death, right? But it's on the death certificate. It just says fentanyl. That's the mode of death. Cause of death, fentanyl.
You're going to hear testimony that a medical examiner has the ability to declare the manner of someone's death. It can be homicide, it can be suicide, it can be accidental overdose, it can be murder, it can be anything. To this day, the medical examiner, the professional that's the head of declaring how people die in the state of Utah, has never been able to determine the manner of Eric Richins' death. Now you're going to hear first responders and law enforcement tell you that no fentanyl was found in the bedroom the night of his death.
I'm hungry.
But you're also going to hear them
Sandwich
that they
talk.
didn't search for it.
Sweet lady
You know, we've all seen the TV shows, the crime shows. What do you do if there's a murder, right? If you think there's a murder, tape it off. No one gets in or out. It becomes a crime scene. You search everything. You search the closet, you search the bathroom, you search the vehicles, you search the house, you search the office. They didn't do that.
They have no reason.
All kinds of friends
this
and
drives
family,
me
and we're gonna
crazy.
see
They
video
had
of all the people that
no
were in the house that day.
reason
There was no
to
restrictions
do this
on anybody.
investigation that she
And
keeps
guess what was
talking
sitting in
about.
the sink? The cups. They were sitting there. They were never taken. They were never tested. Nothing. The nanny ended up putting them in the dishwasher the next morning, and they still had fluid in them. You're going to hear the day after Eric died. Not day after, day of. They started interviewing Kouri over and over and over again about what happened that night. You're going to hear for yourselves that her explanation of what happened that night has never changed from that call you just listened to.
What so? Here, this is who asked? Swampy Rumble says, basically, we can narrow down the possible routes of administration. Oral is odd for street fenny. People don't really do it that way unless they think it's something else or the poisoning. Right. That's why, obviously, the main thing we know is that there's a bunch of fentanyl in his stomach. Excuse me. There's a bunch of fentanyl in his stomach. So he had to ingest it. It couldn't go in another way. And then, yes, someone said, Mama Bear says sublingual is mouth, intravenously is injected. Yes, sublingual is, technically it's like below the tongue, but it's absorbed through the mucous membranes of your mouth. So it's very quick.
As far as the timing, as far as what happened, never. Law enforcement secretly recorded her phone conversations for over a year after this incident. 2 years later, listening in to her conversations with her family.
She should not have been able to do this because they kept her status of being in jail out of there. Now she's like, law enforcement listened into her conversations. Well, but how? It was jail call. That's why. That's how that works.
To see if her story about what happened that night ever altered, ever changed. You're going to hear it never changed. You're going to hear that before Eric's body was even taken out of their bedroom, Kouri was told the body was going to a morgue for an autopsy. So within an hour of the cops getting there, she knew there was going to be an autopsy of his body. And what happens when you have an autopsy? You figure out how someone died. That's what doctors do. They test your blood. They test your body.
That's not what doctors do. Doctors don't figure out how someone died. Coroners and medical examiners do, who might be doctors, but doctors don't. Doctors do other stuff most of the time, actually. The overwhelming majority of the time is doctors not figuring out how someone died, but rather how they should have lived.
Tissues. So she knew that. But did she tell the police or the medical responders or the EMS, hey guys, you might want to check for fentanyl? My husband used it all the time. Did she do that?
Rory, don't.
Because with one sentence,
don't do it.
She could have taken all suspicion off her and made this about a drug overdose. But she didn't. As a matter of fact, she could have staged a whole drug overdose scene with fentanyl pills on his stomach and everything all over the place and say, gosh, you know, I tried to get him in rehab for years and I couldn't. But she didn't. And you know why? Because she told her truth. She told her truth over and over again, and it's exactly what she told that 911 operator that you just heard and you're going to hear over and over in trial. I don't know what happened. Now you're going to hear that.
I don't know about you guys, but when I hear the phrase, her truth, your truth, whatever, like, I get the concept of it, and I'm not completely opposed to the idea. Like, there is, when I say this, calm down. There is some level of subjective truth, right? Because we have our own perspective, we have our own opinions, we have our own morality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't mean that there isn't objective truth. It doesn't mean that the subjective truth, the ways in which it is true, is universally or ubiquitously true. Like, so there is some level of that. If you just do a food review with your friend, you have two different opinions and they're both correct. So your truth is your truth to some extent. Not in the crazy way that some people want to make it, but the moment I hear the phrase your truth or her truth or his truth or whatever, I immediately distrust it. Just because it can exist in like a contextualized understanding does not mean that we should be endorsing this idea in a courtroom.
Eric Richins' family simply could not accept
Hello
that.
Lovely nails it. That phrase should
They
not
needed
exist.
someone
in a
or
court of
something to
law.
blame for losing someone they loved that wasn't Eric himself. And that's totally understandable. No family ever wants.
Kelly Rager says the jury has asked for dinner. Do you think they'll reach a verdict tonight? Yeah. I think if they're asking for dinner,
to believe that behind
that they're
closed
going to
doors,
do, because
someone
otherwise,
they love
if they
is
weren't
using drugs.
close,
no one wants to believe
and
that.
they thought they weren't going to make it, they just go home and start tomorrow.
But the families need to make sense of Eric's.
Because if you're not close, like, you might finish up in an hour, or it might be 8. You know, like, so you might be staying there till really late, and then going home, and then coming back. But if you opt to stay and ask for dinner, we're probably going to have a decision pretty quickly after dinner. Get that free government food.
Death went way beyond what you would expect a normal grieving family to go through. You will hear that as the detective arrived at the house, Eric's sisters spoke with the detective in the driveway. This is before anyone in the house knows how Eric died. If he had a heart attack, if he had an aneurysm, a lot of people were talking about aneurysms at the scene, and you're going to hear that. Nobody knew yet how he died.
We got a raid from
The
Cecil
sisters were telling
says.
the police
What
Kouri
the
probably
hell
did
is
this.
up, brother?
Kouri probably did this. Day one. his sister Katie tells the police, and you're going to hear her testify about this, that Kouri had recently found out that Eric had put all their assets in a trust, and that Katie was in charge of the trust. She's going to say, I'm in charge, and that Kouri didn't like that. She told that to the police at the scene. So Kouri already knew before Eric ever died that his assets were protected in a trust and didn't automatically come to her if he died, that there were legal things you had to go through. You're going to hear that it didn't stop there. The Richins family
thank you,
hired a
Freckled Ginger.
private investigator.
Also,
you're going to see
as a
how
Freckled
much they
Ginger,
paid that private investigator. And
it's important. Happy You Guys Day today. Saint Patty's Day, I think. As a Freckled Ginger, I can only assume that that you were either born or chose to be Irish. And so if it is the, I think if that's true, then it is, I believe, the day of your people.
almost $100,000. And they paid that investigator to spend every waking minute digging up as much dirt.
No, they didn't. It's not every waking minute. I hate when people use these expressions. The investigator did not spend every waking minute doing anything. Nobody does that. Most people don't spend every waking minute awake.
As he possibly could on Kouri Richins to
St.
try
Patrick's
to
Day is
implicate her
tomorrow?
in Eric's death.
Oh,
Even
that's
though the
right.
state-
It's fixed on the 17th. That's right. For some reason, I was thinking it was the Monday around the 17th. Well, I'm really proud of Ireland and everybody who care about it tomorrow, mostly for drinking and fighting jokes, and then then they can stop.
Already had all the evidence from the scene that night that would show what happened in those 6 hours, right? The investigator goes looking for skeletons in the closet. And boy, did he find some.
Again, this is an amazing thing, just as an abstract thought that came to me later. Kouri got away with it. She pulled this off. The cops had no idea for like a year. They had no freaking clue. It was a family like hiring the investigators, the accountant, and the PI. That's what did her in. She had gotten away with it. If this family didn't have the resources and the sophistication to independently investigate the suspicious death of their relative, the cops were like, yeah, just another day for you and me in paradise, dead fentanyl user. Like, they're just, they didn't need to search the house. They didn't need to look for, bottles of pills or whatever. They didn't need to find out what happened, because what happened was, obvious enough, and they didn't have any suspicion of foul play. She was going to go on that vacation with Grossman. She was going to, she's going to run into those financial troubles still, but she had done it. She had pulled it off. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Just another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice. Cornelius Buttknuckles says, how incompetent were the crime scene investigators? We all know from the CSI shows that the answers to all the questions are in the hair and semen that cover the entire crime scene. They didn't know it was a crime scene. They just thought it was a death. That's what they thought. Unfortunate death. I mean, crime obviously being involved because fentanyl is involved, or, like an overdose, but not like a nefarious crime, not an intentional crime. So it's a tough one, because you want to say they were incompetent, but were they? They weren't supposed to do anything. Like a good government employee.
You're going to hear that after an exhaustive private investigation into every single thing about
you. Oh my God. Holy shit. Sorry, you can tell by the chins on her face. She's not full, but she's trying. Oh, eat twice. Just another day for you and me with bowls of rice.
About Kouri Richins' life, he uncovered plenty of things that I'm quite sure she's not proud of. She's not a perfect person. She's a flawed person. I would submit we all are. But the prosecutor just turned some of her most intimate, personal correspondence into entertainment with bubbles and slides. And they're going to continue to assassinate her character throughout this trial, so get ready. The judge has instructed you not to prejudge this case and to wait until you hear all of the evidence before you make up your mind. So let me assure you, no marriage is what it appears on the surface. What happens when we close our bedroom door?
Let me assure you, no marriage is what it appears on the surface. None of them. Not one! These some bitches are so inauthentic. Sneaky, wily marriages running around. You never know what to expect. Oh my gosh. Like, I love that. She is so, she's so committed to her client. She has decided that every marriage on earth is not legitimate. But what's she going to say? When you close the bedroom doors, what happens?
Is very private and is not always known by family or friends. And I think you're going to learn a lot about Kouri and Eric's relationship in this trial, and I would ask you to wait before you go rush to judgment like they have.
Where's it? Putrid Fetidini says, that's a weird singing voice you've got there, Nick. Okay. Thanks.
About her sexual morality, her personal decisions, about her marriage, and about her family.
What's up, Miss Leah? Well,
the prosecution is going to spend days and weeks telling you all about arguments Kouri's had with her husband in years past. Problems in their marriage, yeah, they had them. Disagreements, infidelities, ups and downs in their marriage, all true. They're also going to tell you all about Kouri's business. They tore it apart. They examined every bank account, every real estate deal she ever did.
They didn't say it wasn't nice. They just said it was
her
weird.
Taxes, when she made
both
money,
nice and
when she
weird.
lost
Thank you,
money,
though.
if she paid her taxes on time, if she bounced checks, if she borrowed too much, if she didn't borrow enough, if she borrowed wisely, if she was too risky in her business. You're going to hear all of that. None of that has anything to do with those 6 hours, but you're going to sit through it and you're going to listen to all of it. And you're going to hear testimony about her most intimate personal and business affairs going back years before Eric died. The family and the private investigator even became convinced that Kouri had tried to kill Eric before, on Valentine's Day, when he had an allergic reaction to a sandwich, drank some Benadryl, may or may not have taken an EpiPen shot, took a 2-hour nap, and then drove his kids to soccer.
Took a 2-hour nap. What was it? Did she just go to a Detroit gas station and order a Faygo? Like, what happened? I don't understand this woman. I don't get it. I don't know why. Why is she doing this? And by this I mean her profession. Why is she an attorney? Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. is. It's like a COVID mask that she pull up over. You know she can. You know she can pull her skin up like a turtle or a foreskin or whatever and just...
That's the evidence you're going to hear about Valentine's Day. You're going to hear that he had discussed with Kouri that he was going to drive the kids to soccer. So they're asking you to believe that she secretly put narcotics in her husband's food right before he's going to drive the three things that matter the most to her in the world to soccer. You're going to hear that Eric that this incident wasn't even a blip to Eric. He had a professional allergy doctor that he saw.
Derek, there's one problem with your assessment. But not even the defense is arguing suicide. No, like the defense disclaimed suicide. But he's not $2 million in debt. It seems like they may have had separate finances. But everything he built gone, and he's going to hold the bill. It doesn't seem that that's the case. The prenup seems like it kind of took away that risk. So I don't know. If you're suggesting suicide was his out, then I don't think I agree.
Very shortly after this incident, he never even brought this up. Never even talked about it with his doctor. You're going to hear that he laughed about it with one of Kouri's friends who visited shortly after. He thought it was funny. Interestingly, you're also going to hear that people who use oxycodone or hydrocodone, like that bottle said, also tend to have allergic reactions. They can have very similar symptoms if you use pain pills to the symptoms described of what Eric experienced on Valentine's Day. Here's what you're not going to see in this trial. You're not going to see one single bit of evidence showing what was in that sandwich, if he went to a doctor, if he had any tests run, because he didn't. No evidence at all. Now, the family's investigator regularly updated law enforcement
Another day
on
in paradise.
on
Just
his
stuck in my head.
investigation. He sent them everything he found. He sent them witnesses to interview. He sent them interviews he did of the witnesses first. You're going to hear this very same private investigator took Eric's computer before the police got it and had it for a long time in his possession, looking through all of Eric's computer.
Hey, Heather Whitaker dropping 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Heather, for doing that. Blessing the stream with some beautiful, beautiful rigid memberships. Let me make sure. Yeah. That's 43 members for the show so far, guys. It's crazy. Thank you. It's like
You're
just
also going to hear Eric's family went and hired experts. They hired experts in toxicology, in finances, in handwriting analysis, paid them all a bunch of money. And now those same people that the family hired are going to appear here as witnesses for the state.
Yes.
To testify against Kouri.
Yeah, they are witness to evidence against
You're going to hear
Kouri.
that the family had constant communications with the prosecution team right up until they decided to charge Kouri a year later. Now, as you've already heard from this prosecutor, they're going to spend weeks in this trial trying to convince you that Kouri had reasons to kill her husband, because they can't show you that she did kill her husband. You're not going to hear a single one of Eric's family, Kouri's investors, Kouri's friends, her lover, her accountant, her broker, her lawyer, her marriage counselor, her accountants, her husband's friends, her husband's coworkers.
Spit it out.
Not one of those people is ever going to be able to tell you what happened in those 6 hours. Not one of them. You're going to hear me ask each one of them in this trial, do you know whether or not Eric Richins knowingly ingested fentanyl? Do you know whether he accidentally ingested fentanyl thinking he was taking another kind of pill and it had fentanyl in it? and he took it and accidentally ingested it. Do you know whether he mixed fentanyl with alcohol after Kouri went to sleep? The answer every single time from every single one of these witnesses is going to be no.
So, this is great. Pick a person. Any person on Earth. And it's like, all right, do you know what person X's bowling score is? Like what their handicap is? Do you even know? Do you know what their latest bowling score is the last time they went? Do you even know when they played bowling? When they played bowling? You know what I mean. I'm not a professional bowlerist. Do you know when they last went to the bowling alley? Do you even know what weight their personalized ball might be? And you're going to hear every single time the answer to these questions is no. They don't know. Well, yeah, but it might not be that. It might not be true. They may not ever bowl in their entire life. They might not have a bowling average. They might not own a bowling ball. But you can ask all those questions. Do you know about it? And their answer is going to be no. No, I don't know about that. Secret bowling addiction. He would only go bowling with Ronnie when they went down to Mexico. It's like, I hate the defense from day one to now and on to infinity. I have no reason to like them. I hate everything about their presentation. I think it's dishonest for one. It's bad for two. And they didn't levy a defense for their client for three, which I think is worse.
Now here's what you will hear. You will hear that Eric suffered from pain a lot. That he suffered from knee and back pain.
You will hear that Eric liked bar tacos and bar pizza. I mean, you're going to hear that. You're going to hear that. You're not going to hear about his bowling addiction. Not at all. Bar tacos and bar pizzas, which we all know are just grocery store frozen pizzas, but they cook them at the bar at the bowling alley, so they're better. You're going to hear about that. We know about that. Not a lot of people are going to tell you about that. Kouri isn't either, because we're not actually going to have anybody tell you, look at this face. Her mouth is so wide, like she's about to take a personal pan pizza into there like a CD. She can eat a hot dog sideways. Look at how wide her lips are. She's stretched out like in Hellraiser 3 or whatever.
Related to his work, he did hard work. He was a stonemason, lifting heavy stones. And he also was a huge outdoorsman. He was hiking, snowmobiling, skiing, hunting, and he had pain in his back and his knees from that kind of activity. He also had been diagnosed with Lyme disease. He believed he had it.
It's a singularity
boost. To people that were very close to him that he suffered with intense bouts of pain that he believed was related to Lyme disease. But this is a man's man, this guy. He's a hunter. He's a macho guy, right?
I don't
know. He didn't want to show weakness.
He didn't show weakness. What are you talking about? He's dead. What a pussy. He's just out here thinking he's all tough. He died from some pills? What a loser. I'm obviously joking. Come on. I don't mean to. I don't mean anything. I know some people have had bad experiences with pills.
He didn't want people to know he was suffering. He didn't share that with a lot of people. You're going to hear that Eric was so dependent on the drugs like the gummies that gave him relief from his pain that he would even take it and smuggle it in his luggage when he went on trips out of the country. And
you're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that he did that. It's in a letter that she wrote, in a story that she made up to try and convince someone else to lie for her. Oh my God. You're going to hear about this. You're going to hear about this thing that never once happened ever. But our client is trying to lie about it to get out of prison. Whoops. You're going to find out about it. It's probably going to tank our entire case. We're going to lose, and she's going to go to prison forever because of it, but you're going to hear it. God, she's off. Like, this opening statement is so much worse now in context, looking back on it.
Out of the continental United States, when you got to go through TSA, that's how much he needed that relief. Now you're going to hear on one of the calls that they were recording when Kouri was talking to her family, she tells her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. She purchased them from a woman named Carmen that she knew who cleaned her properties for her. And she knew Carmen had access to people that had drugs. You will hear that she asked Carmen to get oxycodone. Oxycodone, which is very similar to the hydrocodone that you saw in that pill bottle right there.
Your Honor, apologize. May we approach?
So that was okay. That was interesting. So this is an objection that we didn't get to hear. And I think, well, I don't remember how the judge rules on this. But I think the objection is that hydrocodone and oxycodone are not, she can't say that they're the same like she just did because they're different things. They're not the same thing, so you can't testify that they're the same. And I think the pharmacologist person actually testified against that. But we'll see.
It happen a lot. It's going to happen a lot over the next 5 weeks, so get ready. You're going to hear that oxycodone is a fairly low-dose pain pill that you can get prescriptions for. Most prescriptions for oxycodone are around the range of about 10 milligrams per pill. That's about, if your doctor gives you oxycodone, that's about what you usually get it for. If you want stronger oxycodone, like up to...
Shitty angler. I'm mad at you because I have trauma related to this. This looks like every woman at the DMV who tells you don't have all the documents you need and you need to make another appointment. Oh my gosh. So I'll tell you guys, the whole real ID thing seems easy, right? Well, if you're someone who maybe doesn't have a mailbox at your house because you use a P.O. box, it's really hard to get the verification documents that you need for your real ID. Because you don't have an electrical bill or whatever that comes to your house. They go to the P.O. box, but that's not sufficient. It's a crazy frustrating process if you try to in any way obscure where you live from the public.
30 milligrams, you generally either have to have a special prescription from a doctor or you're going to hear that you can get it on the street, right? And the state has talked about this gentleman, Robert Crozier. Robert Crozier sold higher strength oxys. up to 30 milligrams.
Yep, Rory.
He's going to
She definitely has
testify
the
that back
Hitler
in
hair.
2022, before Eric died, that's all he sold was Oxy. That he didn't sell fentanyl at that time. It hadn't really got into the country yet, like it is now, right, where it's everywhere. It hadn't really happened yet. He was just selling Oxys, and he sold the stronger dose. So you're going to hear and you're going to see evidence that Kouri asked Carmen for something stronger. And that Carmen, you're going to hear from Mr. Crozier, purchased 30
Treasure.
milligram Oxys from Crozier.
We're at almost
Crozier's
3
going to say
hours.
that is what he sold
jury
Carmen
deliberation.
Lauber, was 30 milligram Oxy pills. You're also going to hear that in Eric's autopsy, there's no Oxy in his system. So the pills that were purchased by Carmen Lauber could not have been the cause of Eric's death. The fentanyl had to come from somewhere else. You're going to hear Carmen testify now that Kouri asked her for fentanyl. But what you're going to hear is that that was not Carmen's original story. That when Carmen was originally interviewed, she said no mention of fentanyl. It was all about Oxy. There was no fentanyl. Carmen talks like she doesn't even know what fentanyl is, right? Guess when she changes her testimony? She changes her testimony when the police say, hey, you know what? We caught you.
That was weird. She says, she talks like she doesn't know what fentanyl is, right? As if the jury knows this. The jury's like, right? What are you talking about, right? That was really strange. Because again, this is before everything. We have a verdict. We're live, so as soon as yeah, you know the verdict, right? Guilty. If it took them 3 hours plus dinner, like, she's toast. I hope she's ready for it. So I'll keep this up and watch for the judge while we watch this chonker go.
We caught you with drugs, we caught you with guns, and if you don't say what we want you to say, you're going to jail for a really, really long time, federal and state. But we're going to give you a ticket. We're going to give you a free ticket to get out of all the trouble you're in, but you got to say Kouri said fentanyl, and she changes her story. You're going to get to evaluate her credibility and what you think of her. You're going to hear that just a few weeks before Eric died, guess where he was? Mexico. Guess where the fentanyl comes into this country from? Mexico.
Canada. Oh, got it. I got it wrong.
Now, after you've listened to all the evidence in this case, after you've looked at all the exhibits, you're going to be asked to determine what happened in that 6 hours. Not the 3 years before, not the 2 years before, not the 1 year before. In those 6 hours, you're going to have to decide if Kouri Richins intentionally and knowingly poisoned secretly her husband, ending the life of the father of her kids, knowing that she was going to cause those little boys to feel pain every day for the rest of their life for the loss of their father, and that she did it.
Okay, your argument is seriously, she wouldn't have murdered him because, like, she would have felt bad about the kid. She would have caused the kids pain. Yeah. Did you ever think that stating that might clue the jury in to your client being a monster rather than not guilty? Because that's not a good argument. It's not a good argument to be like, I mean, why would she do that to her boys? Why would she murder someone in the first place? Someone who's willing to murder might not have the same perspective on what the the consequences of their decision is. It's like, this is crazy. Yeah, I'm on the verdict. I've got the verdict screen pulled up, so I'm watching for when the judge pulls in.
For money. and that she did it for money that was less than what she was about to make on one of her own deals. For way less than what Eric Richins would have earned over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Way less than you knew she was guaranteed to get because she knew about the existence of the trust. She knew there's no guarantee on the assets or the home, right?
I don't think she knew that.
Finally, you're going to be asked to determine whether or not the sandwich incident was an attempt to commit a murder. That's going to be an easy one for you. You're going to be asked to whether she lied to the life insurance companies. And
that's the only correct thing she said during this whole thing. That's going to be an easy one for you. Probably is. Guilty. This. Oh my gosh. Look at that face. Oh. It looks like a humpback whale's like breached the surface. Like I can just draw. Like I'm gonna. Hold on. This is for me, okay? I need this. You don't worry about it.
Presume the state's going to argue that the lie was that she didn't cause his death. Because if you cause someone's death, you can't get the life insurance. So I guess that's what they're saying the fraud is. And then there's a little flyer that she got in the mail, that we've all gotten in the mail, that if you're a credit union member, about once or twice a year, you get this little thing in the mail that says, hey, we'll give you $100,000 for your life insurance. Just sign here because we are so glad you're our credit union member. And so she signed that a little while before Eric died for $100,000. $100,000. That's, Eric Richins made that in 2 months, right? 3 months. And they're saying she forged his name on that little flyer when she mailed it in. In order to prove that, they have to prove that Eric didn't allow her to do it. Now, I'm telling you right now, wives everywhere sign their husbands' names on a lot of things. You've got to find that she did it without his knowledge, and I don't know how they're going to prove that.
Don't worry, they'll find a way.
There is one piece of good news as you evaluate this evidence and the facts in this case. There is some good news for you. There are going to be a lot of facts that we actually agree on that we're not even going to challenge. We'll just be like, yeah, that happened. Hopefully that's going to help the case move a little faster for you guys. But interestingly, even though we're not going to dispute the facts, we sure are going to dispute what the facts mean. Sometimes you can look at the same facts and see two very different results. Let me show you what I mean. Katie, can you put up slide 12?
Is it up on your screen, Katie? 1 second, please.
The judge has to give us the pass to get into the
This
screen.
happens from time to time. Okay. Brittany. Katie, you do me a favor. Disconnect from table 1. Plug back in. Okay, 1 moment.
There it is. So look at this picture of a young woman in a fur coat. See it?
Oh,
Now look
this is
again.
interesting. The state
witch?
used this picture in close because
No.
they used this picture in opening.
There's going to be times in this case where the state is going to discuss facts with certain
Yeah,
witnesses.
Real Lady Raggeds. I've never
And they're
signed
going to show
yours.
you the witch.
They'd know immediately
And
if
I'm
I
gonna
tried
take
to
those
sign your
same
name.
facts
You got your little
and
loopy
those same
signature.
witnesses, and I'm going to show you a widow. At the end of the trial, if you can still see both faces, that's reasonable doubt. The judge has instructed you that the burden of proof in this case lies with this table. Katie, can you put up slide 13? Can you make it a little bigger, please? The law presumes the defendant is not guilty of the crime charge. She's innocent right now, and you have to accept that to do your job. The presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Katie, can you put up slide 14? This burden, this is a heavy burden for the state. We know that. And our Constitution gives them that burden. Our Constitution, that same Constitution, promises Kouri Richins a fair trial by a jury of her peers, and that's you, her fellow citizens, who took an oath to swear that you will stand between Kouri and the government and make them meet their duty before they can get through you. And they've got to meet it by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. More powerful than just more likely or not that she did it. It has to be firmly convincing you. There are very few things we know with absolute certainty. The criminal case doesn't require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. But if you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. And that's the burden that's on your table. When you go back into that jury room, that's going to be on y'all's table. We're asking you to be courageous, to pay attention, to stand strong, and to hold the government to that burden that's on their table. Hold them to it. And at the end of this case, you will see Kouri Richins is innocent. She is counting on you to do your job. And the only proper verdict to return in this case, which we are going to ask you to return at the end of this case, is to find her not guilty
620 Mountain, so 15 minutes from now.
All right.
So there we go. That was the opening statement of the whatchamacallit, of the defense. Absolutely awful. And here's the thing. We never know. Obviously, we never know how things are going to turn out. You know, like you just have, we just have this jury, and juries can do whatever they want. They don't ever have to provide their reasons for what they've done. They just decide. They can not like someone's face, and that's enough. So we have this jury. They've got their verdict. But no matter what the jury says, the state has put on a case that Kouri is guilty, and the defense didn't put on a case at all. Which, that actually is offensive, in my opinion. Like, very rarely would I agree with the non-defense approach. I mean, I know it is done, and I know it has worked. For me, this felt like a complete Hail Mary. I would say, like, in some cases, you could say maybe they had like a good grasp on what the jury was doing. They really felt they connected there, but I don't have any faith that that's true. Nothing they've done has indicated to me that, that these weirdos would have some connection with the jury. I think she's guilty. I mean, I think that's the main problem, is that I think she did it. I don't think she's being unfairly prosecuted here. And, that's a big problem she's got to face. But you can always have a jury come back with something else, right? Like, that's always possible. I just don't think it's going to happen here. I think she's cooked. I think she is completely cooked. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. So if you guys have any predictions or whatever, feel free to share them in the chat. I'm almost done. I'm working on an art piece. I was inspired during the stream. And, I'm almost done with it. So sorry to be slightly distracted. It's just very important that I get this done while I'm thinking about it, or I'll lose my inspiration. I'm not an artist, guys. I have my personal ambitions, but you'll have to forgive me. My art's a little abstract because I'm, when you meet like an artist, they're so freaking talented and you're like, oh wow, aren't you cool? Like you can just, whatever you see in your mind, you just draw and it looks good. Like whatever I see in my mind and I draw, it looks stupid. And so, here, I'll, let's see. I think, trying to figure out the best way to do this. I think I can just share for just a minute. Let me... Okay, there's, see? This is what I saw. I saw a whale leaping majestically out of the water. And so I saw that in her head shape. Here, I'll... Whoops. There we go. There's the original, so you can compare it. That's my art, and I'm sticking with it. I am, which means sticking with it as in I'm gonna pursue my art career. Why is it everything I see is actually just something offensive to fat people? I think I might need some kind of therapy. Whoops. It looks like a shark. Look, give me a break. I don't remember what freaking color blue whales are. They're not blue. That's a lie. They're like something else. You're so mean. I know, but I don't want to be. That's how I am. And it's offensive to artists. I couldn't think of the color palette of like a humpback whale or a blue whale or whatever. We have a couple minutes here. I wonder if there was any really short testimony that we could. Medical examiner assistant, volunteer firefighter, forensic toxicologist, Frank Root. That guy sounds like he gets things done. See, who else do we have here? Salt Lake attorney special investigator. I don't remember this guy at all. Oh, hey, we should go to handwriting expert. The handwriting expert I thought was really weak testimony. What did you guys think about that? I mean, I get it. I believe 100% she forged his signature. But that guy's testimony just was not engaging. He didn't really convince me that he had legitimacy at all. Where is... Here, let's.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the test?
Whoops. Just a reminder of absolutely the absolute mastery of masculine energy coming in here. Look at that. Look at the stature. Look at the poise. It's like a bowl of soup is permanently sitting right there waiting, just waiting to get out.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
We've just a couple minutes, about 7 minutes.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
What, sir, is your name?
Gabriel Morin, M-O-R-I-N.
And what do you do for a living?
I own a restaurant over in Camas.
Wait a minute.
And, sir, is that the Mirror Lake Diner?
Yes, sir.
How long have you owned it?
Almost 13 years.
Do you operate it as well?
Yeah.
Scott, can I get 8.6 or 8-6, please?
Hold on. This is the purchase of the sandwich. I wanted to see the cross-examination is done on screen.
What's in the Greek omelet? Page, the very last. That's your honor, it's in.
Yep.
Just went over with you, and if we could go to the last page.
Okay. That's right. I wanted to watch cross of this guy again because I like the fat lady asking someone about food.
Can you go to the next page, the very last, that page, and then blow it up?
Look at the smoke I'm taking
And
here.
can we publish, your honor, it's in?
Yep. 1 moment.
Goodness gracious.
Okay. So could we please highlight the
Not gonna
bagel
miss the
sandwich
verdict.
and the
It's right
Greek
here.
omelet?
It's 6:20 p.m. Oh, you
Now,
guys can't see this. Hold on.
I've visited your diner.
Look, I'll show you.
You guys have had similar menu items for a long time. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You're pretty familiar
you
with
can
your
see
food?
The 6:20
Yeah, we haven't
p.m.
changed the Greek
Mount-
omelet since day one.
Okay, what's in the Greek omelet?
It's in the Greek omelet.
Feta, spinach, Kalamata olives, 2 eggs, spinach.
And it's
That sounds horrible. Like, look, I'm not here to trash other cultures except for the Greeks. Who broke you? What horrific thing did you do to the gods or whatever that you guys got stuck with frickin' olives as the thing? And the most bitter cheese. It's like, oh, what do you guys eat? Well, briny, weird textured olives and then feta cheese, which kind of tastes like if perfume was made into a cheese.
an egg omelet.
Yes.
I don't know if there's another kind,
Yeah.
but just in case. All right. And so that is
You would.
just the egg dish itself, right? It's not a sandwich.
No, it does come with a choice of hash browns or country potato. You can modify that and do a quinoa salad, which is what happened in this case.
Okay. So they switched out the hash browns for the quinoa salad.
Yeah, so there's an upcharge for that, but like you could get soup instead of hash browns. So
Great.
You get
So
soup
And then
instead
what's
of
in
hash
the bagel
browns?
sandwich?
bacon, egg, and cheese, avocado, and tomato.
What is this? What is this place? This breakfast diner where they have soup instead of hash browns for breakfast. Who even gets a soup for breakfast? Normally they're like, sorry, we don't have soup until 11:15. Like, how do you not have... You're just warming it up in a pot. I know you're not fresh making the soup. Why does it take till 11:15? That's just policy, sir. Please stop yelling.
All right. And it's on what type of bagel?
Just a New York plain water bagel.
All right. And is there
No,
mayonnaise or anything
Fast
on
verdict
it?
does not
Nope.
cause for an appeal.
So it's a fried egg?
Typically over hard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, over hard. Yeah,
Over
fried
hard.
egg over hard.
Over
it's
hard.
Over
I'm
hard.
sorry.
So not runny.
Got it. So it's a fried
She's like, I've never waited long enough to eat an egg for it to get to that point. Like, I don't know what an over hard egg is.
egg over hard.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
And then pepper jack cheese.
All right.
Yeah.
And when you get that ready for to-go order, how do you package it?
It's because it's with hash browns, it'd be in a styrofoam box.
And
What if you got a soup
it's
instead?
a hot sandwich, correct?
Yeah.
You certainly wouldn't want to eat an egg sandwich cold.
Right.
That'd be kind of gross, right?
And again, she's never. This woman has never let food sit out. Like an egg sandwich cold is fine. It's not gross. In some ways, it can be delightful. But she's just it's like, I don't even know that eggs can get cold. She's like, they just come warm. You always eat an egg warm.
Debatable, but
Okay.
yeah.
Maybe a cold egg sandwich.
We do a lot of to-go that okay, that's what they want.
Okay, but you give it to them hot.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, Peachy, I'm Polish.
And I'm sorry, just to refresh my memory again, the ingredients on the bagel sandwich.
Why am I catching smoke? The Polish tend to be boring eaters because I don't like olives. Olives are disgusting. Yuck. Ew. The hell. All out exciting eat you any day. You know what? Ignore that sentence. I will eat more exciting food than you any day and every day of the week.
Are
2 slices of bacon, 2 eggs over hard, 1 slice of pepper jack cheese, about a quarter of sliced avocado, and typically 2 slices of tomato.
Okay.
And then the
A quarter of an avocado?
bagel itself.
All right.
Toasted.
Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I think I'm almost done. Just 1 second, okay?
No. No, Boosh, I don't like dirty woman pasta.
And just to be clear, the time that was on the stamp says 8:55
I like everything
a.m.
about
Can
it
we bring
except
that up
the
one more
olives.
time? I just want to make sure I understand what that time means. Is that the time of the order or the time it was picked up?
Pasta puttanesca translates to like pasta of like the unclean woman. It was a pasta they would make in Italy for when the sailors came into port. They would make a pasta. It's shrimp, olives, and the smell of the pasta would attract the sailors as they came in. So it was like horror pasta, pasta puttanesca. So that's why I called it dirty woman pasta, because that's what it is. Because it was made by women, there's olives in it.
When it was ordered, so it was called in at 8:55.
All right.
And then it was physically picked up and paid for at 9:07.
Perfect. At 9:07 in the morning.
Yeah,
It's breakfast.
Well, it says a.m., so that's
Okay,
I'm going with it.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the verdict's in. I've got the stream open. It's right here. See, it's supposed to be at 620 Mountain, which is now. We're past that already. We're waiting for the jury and the judge to just show up and start talking. You'll hear it. I'm at live court. And the thing's going 6:22. We're on the correct time. I'm not lagging. You're lagging. You guys are doing that thing. You're doing that thing where you piss me off. You're like, hey, do you know about this? Honey Bears, is the verdict in, Nick? Yeah, it is. Normally you could tell when it's in on your own. By the way, just because I'm complaining about feta cheese doesn't mean I don't like it when it's appropriate. Still do. Just, it's a weird cheese. Why is it so bitter? It can't be just like creamy and refreshing like other cheeses. You know, I'm not like other cheese. Yes, you should be, though. Looks like they're wrong on the time. Looks like they're not correct about when this is going to happen. I don't want to hear that fat lady talk about omelets. I'm hungry now. I want an omelet. I love how the defense is like, they didn't test the sandwich. They didn't test the drink. It's like they weren't there. That sandwich was 2 weeks old when he died. And I don't think they kept it. Like, they didn't preserve it for science. Like, oh, look, he's having an allergic reaction. Let's put this in a glass container. Save it just in case he dies and needs to be inspected. It's bitter to offset the sweet taste of the body orifice you stick it in. Okay, well, you know what? Like, this is a good argument. You never want an omelet, but then I'll sometimes have an omelet, remember how good omelets are, and quickly forget. Oh, man, I love omelets. Just pretty basic. I just, some ham or roast beef. Or turkey sometimes. Rotisserie chicken is good. Any meat, it doesn't matter. Any meat that you like. Just some meat, a little bit of cheese. What's your omelet cheese, guys? What is your omelet cheese? It's not feta. I know it's not feta because no one's running around throwing feta cheese in their omelet going, you know what I want in my omelet is feta cheese. Guys, a Greek omelet? We got pepper jack, Monterey Jack, any cheese, it says except feta in brackets. Cheddar, of course. American mozzarella. All these are great. Omelette du fromage. Gouda, amazing. Smoked Gouda, also good. Havarti, I really liked. I didn't see that one, but I like it. Munster. You know what's good in omelets? Pretty much any cheese you can think of. I wouldn't like a blue cheese because I don't like blue cheese. But I imagine some of you out there like, I love mold. I'm going to eat more of it, and that's good. I'm glad that you can do that. I can't do that, and I don't want to do that. I think brie would be weird in an omelet. Kelly Gold sharp white cheddar. Sharp cheddars, I got to be in the right mood, but man, they're really good when they hit. There's Waxahachia cheese. I learned how to pronounce that. That stuff's pretty good. I like that. Okay. I wouldn't put that in an omelet because it's like in a rope. You love brie on crackers with a little jam. See, I don't do jam and cheese. I know people do that. But I'm talking in an omelet. I wouldn't put brie in an omelet. probably be good, but I wouldn't do it. Jalapeno jack. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. So for me, my go-to easy omelet is just meat, cheese, and then fresh sliced jalapenos. But I also love some nice fresh raw mushrooms to go in there with that too. That's like my that's like the omelet I would generally just make and be happy with. Some sliced up like white cremini mushrooms. Thin sliced, but like the mushroom profile, because I like the texture when they're sliced that way. and then yeah, just some fresh jalapeno, thin sliced circles of jalapeno. Seeds stay in there. Probably best to put your cheese in a separate pan to melt. No, you don't have to do that. No, you just fold the omelet over the cheese and the cheese melts. That's all you got to do. I mean, I guess if you have like a really sharp cheddar or something, like a harder cheese or whatever like that, it might not melt as easy. I could see that. I wasn't thinking about that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make fun of your ancestry. Try some boursin. Oh, there we go. Ever put a hash brown in an omelet? Yes. Very good. Hey, have you ever put mashed potatoes and gravy
Back on the record in
an omelet?
231-500-139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins.
Here we
Counsel
go.
for the state and the defendant are present. Ms. Richins is present as well.
Corey, that's the shirt you chose
Court
to
is
wear for
informed
your
that the jury
last
has
day
reached
of
a
freedom.
verdict. I do not know what it is.
That was a choice.
We'll invite the jury in a moment. When I do, I'll ask the foreperson a simple yes or no question. Have you reached a unanimous verdict? I expect that person will say yes. I'll ask them to hand the verdict to the bailiff, hand it to me. I will read the verdict.
Leftover Thanksgiving
This
turkey
brings me
dinner
to
omelet.
important instruction number one.
Sorry.
There can be no outward reactions whatsoever to the verdict. These folks are here against their will.
Tie. I want to see it.
They, all the lawyers, Ms. Richins, every attendee, my court staff, the bailiffs, everybody deserves your respect. There simply cannot be any outward reactions. You have to keep your hands folded in your lap. If you feel overcome with emotion, just look down. We cannot have
Think
any
Corey will
outward
pass out when she's found guilty?
Second, once the verdict is read and the jury is discharged, you need to stay seated and follow the deputy's instructions about how we will leave the courtroom in an orderly fashion. If anybody in here can't follow these instructions, this is your chance to leave. All right. Fair warning. Counsel, Ms. Richins, it is my practice to ask all the lawyers and the defendant to stand in respect for the jury as I read the verdict. I just don't want you to be surprised. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
We are.
All right.
Odds that the family will react anyway. I think the sister might go into like a worship song or something if they find her guilty. Sacrifice a chicken. Eat a chicken.
I can put on my instant messaging.
I can tell you right now, she's terrified out of her mind.
Okay.
This hair is better than the hair she's had the whole time. Like, she should have just done this, so she didn't have the Hitler cut going on. Why didn't she just pull it all the way back like this every day? I still think she should have it down, but this is better than every other day. Oh, here, I'll pause the ads. Just a second. Look at this boat next to her.
Folks, please have a seat as you come in.
Man, Ramos's tie looks cool, but I can't see it. Move, Kouri.
Please
No one
have-
cares about you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would the foreperson you've selected please
Let's see,
stand?
like,
May I
set it up
ask
for
you
a couple
yes
minutes
or
that it
no
won't
question?
do ads. I just
Has the jury
I just
reached a
actually found
unanimous
this. So.
verdict? Would you please hand the verdict form to the deputy, and you can have a seat. Thank you.
But like, I click the button and they come back at some, you know, after a bit. It's just a drawing of Kouri naked. Like, that's all that the jury has done so far.
All right. Counsel, Ms. Richins, please stand. Count 1, aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of aggravated murder.
Yep.
We, the jury, unanimously agree that the prosecution has proved the following
Aggravated.
circumstance or circumstances regarding count 1 beyond a reasonable doubt. The homicide was committed for pecuniary gain, and the homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered.
Both
in a
aggravating
lethal
factors.
amount,
She's
dosage,
cooked on
or
everything. Check, 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 check. Down the line.
Count
She's
2,
done.
attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 2 beyond a reasonable doubt. The attempted homicide was committed for pecuniary gain. Count 3, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 4, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 5, forgery. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of forgery.
They got her on the forgery,
It's signed by the
too.
foreperson. Please have a seat.
Done. They didn't give a shit about
Madam
the defense's
Foreperson,
case.
is this the verdict that the jury reached unanimously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may have a seat.
I don't think they're doing death
Ms.
penalty in
Lewis,
this
Ms.
case.
Nestor, do you wish the jury to be polled?
Yes, please.
All right. Folks, I'll ask you the same yes or no question, one at a time, starting on my
They poll the
left,
jury to make
working
sure
this
that
way.
someone wasn't
Front
pressured
row
into
first. If you could show me your
voting a
lanyard
specific
number
way.
as I ask you. Juror number 5, is this the verdict you voted in favor of?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this a verdict you voted in favor of? Juror number 3. I can't see your number, I'm so sorry. The foreperson, I just need to ask you again, I'm sorry. Juror number 2.
Yes, it is.
Juror number 1.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir. Juror number 8.
Yes.
Juror number 7.
Yes.
Juror number 6.
Yes.
All right. Counsel, is there anything further on this case before the jury is discharged? Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial is now finished. Thank you
Hell
for your
yeah.
service. The American system of justice relies on your time and your sound judgment, and you have been generous with both. You serve justice by your fair and impartial decision. All of my previous admonitions are now lifted. You may speak about this case with anyone or with no one at all. It is entirely up to you. You might be contacted in the future by the press or by the lawyers. You do not have to talk with them or with anyone else, but you may if you would like. The choice is yours.
The
entirely.
choice is yours.
I'm now turning to the attorneys and instructing them to honor your wishes as officers of the court if you indicate that you do not want to talk about this case. If you do talk about the case, please respect the privacy of your fellow jurors. The confidences they may have shared with you during deliberation are not yours to share with others. Thank you, all of you, for your service. Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, it should have been 8 jurors. You're not entitled to a 12-person jury. You know, it varies by state.
All right, please have a seat. Ms. Lewis, we need to get a pre-sentence investigation report, and we need to set sentencing. I imagine, Mr. Bloodworth, that the state would request that that be special set.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, does defendant waive the 45-day limit for sentencing?
Yes, we will.
All right. Let me call up my calendar.
They have everything to go for the death penalty on this, hands down. Aggravating factors on murder and attempted murder, plus financial felonies, it's a capital offense, financial felonies that are part of the aggravating factor, making the murder for pecuniary gain. I mean,
Do you have a sense
they're
of
not
Mr.
going to,
Bloodworth?
I don't think.
April is.
They don't like to execute people these days, and they don't like to
May.
execute women
Do you have
either.
a sense of when would be appropriate?
Your Honor, can I step back and
That was
talk to the
that was a
victim's
joke.
family?
Sure. And Ms. Lewis, if you need a moment to confer with anyone.
Your Honor, any day in May works.
May 23rd. Come on, May 23rd. You can do it.
Without having to move something, which I am, of course, willing to do, I could do it
May 23rd.
during the week of May 25 or
Oh, dang, just missed.
the morning of May 13. But if those times don't work, or if the week of May 25 is too far out, I'll move something to accommodate council schedules. Ms. Lewis, why don't I begin with you?
Either of those days would work for the defense.
Is a
How
morning
does the
enough
attempt
time?
charge work? All of these, I mean, she's going to get,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
I think she's going to have
We'll
a
set
mandatory
sentencing
life without parole on the
for
capital murder charge.
9:30 a.m. Wednesday, May
So the other charges
13th.
will just be served with that.
We're hereby referring Ms. Richins for the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report. Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Richins, I'll see you again, May 13th.
Oh, there we go.
9:30 a.m.
Death penalty would have been
Everyone
12
to
jurors.
stay seated.
Since there's 8, they didn't
follow the
they didn't
instructions
need-
of the
so they didn't
Summit
need the
County deputies.
12, since it's not
Court
death penalty.
is in recess.
So just 8.
Travel safe.
So that answers that question. There we go, guys. That's it. Kouri Richins is guilty AF. That is not a surprise to me at all. You saw. Let's go back to that moment.
Ms. Richins, please stand.
I'm not reveling in the pain of this woman, okay? She's a monster. She murdered her husband in cold blood, as the defense said, knowingly depriving her 3 children of their father, knowing that it would cause them pain and misery every day of their life. That's the defense's words. I still don't revel in her pain. There's just not many times that you get to experience this moment, this type of humanity, inhumanity, however you want to categorize it, it doesn't really matter. This is rare. So I figured we should watch it one more time. This is someone watching their entire life go away. It's gone. It's cast asunder. But she's not allowed to die either. Like, think about that. People are, she might try to kill herself or whatever. They won't let her, like, if they can stop it. She's required to live until she dies, like some natural way. It's kind of horrifying to think of in that way. Like, right? But you're going to watch her life disappear. And that's rare and weird. So I figured we watch it one more time with that perspective, in case you missed it.
Count 1, aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of aggravated murder.
She knows.
We, the jury, unanimously
right there.
Agree that the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 1.
She's not allowed to
beyond
cry.
Reasonable doubt.
She's
The
not
homicide
allowed.
was committed for pecuniary gain.
She's
And
not allowed to scream. She's not allowed to wail. I mean, she could. What are they going to do? Make it worse? All she was able to do, like, and that's more of a reaction technically than the judge said, but they're not going to go. What are they going to do to her? What are they going to do? Make it worse? But that head drop, that's it. That's all she gets. I mean, your entire life, the rest of it, she's not that old. All of it's gone. And that's all you get. Always, of course, hope that you exit this world in peace and joy. But imagine that you don't, and you're not even allowed to be mad about it.
the homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Count 2, attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 2 beyond a
Reality
reasonable
hitting her
doubt.
like a battering ram.
The attempted homicide was committed for pecuniary gain. Count 3, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 4, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 5, forgery. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of forgery. It's signed by the foreperson. Please have a seat.
All right, guys, that's it. Just wanted to spend a minute in that moment. Don't go through these long friggin' trials to not experience humanity at its edges. That's the one thing. Sorry, that's one of the things that I really do find endless interest in law. Is a place you find it pretty frequently, but you find humanity at the edge, the place where you never go, where you never want to be, or sometimes the places where no one else gets to go and you definitely want to be. That's what I mean by humanity at its edges. How many people go to prison for murder? I mean, a lot, but not that many at the same time. So with that, guys, thanks for hanging out with me throughout this trial, of course. Thanks for showing up and having a fun chat and all that silly stuff. It's been a pleasure. It's also been 10 hours of streaming. I'm signing off. Stay tuned. Follow me on Locals and Twitter and YouTube and Rumble and everywhere else at Rekieta Law. Make sure you turn on your notifications and watch for the next thing. We'll see you very soon. Have a good night. Peace. Peace. Where is it? There we go. You know what I mean. Well, let's do this. Let's do this one trick that makes everybody so mad or whatever. All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
So pour out an odd bag about more of that bright. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the